Chapter 210. It's all right. We're just going to stand on the side and watch the fun. We won't get too close. Your pregnancy is already showing, so anyone with a pair of eyes won't get too close. We'll bring 2 more people with us to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Didn't the doctor say that your pregnancy is very stable and hasn't been affected by your previous pregnancy? So you can be a bit more daring. You don't have to be so careful all the time. It's good to walk around more, Jingwan said. In fact, Sun Ijia hadn't left the residence for nearly 2 months. She was still a bit depressed, so she nodded. Let's go tell grandmother first. Of course, it was a rule to inform one's parents before leaving the residence. Even in the environment of her previous life, Jingwan felt that this rule should be maintained. She should only inform her parents before leaving the residence, so that they wouldn't know where she went. This rule was especially important for the elderly, and it was even more important for special families. Don't say that you don't have. Just saying that you're going out doesn't ruin your. Of course, if there was something shameful, it was another matter. Even if there were a lot of lies, some people would do everything possible to cover it up. Under normal circumstances, Madame Luo naturally wouldn't stop them from leaving the residence. She would let them go after a few words of advice. Madame Luo had always been tolerant towards the younger generation who knew their limits. Back then, Luo Jingying had made her feel disgusted, but that was also because of Luo Jingying's ability. The 3rd and 4th floors of the temporary imperial residence occupied a large area. There were very few halls and pavilions. It was similar in nature to the imperial garden and the imperial palace, but it wasn't as strictly guarded. Basically, it was open for everyone to use every year. In the beginning, when the princesses held banquets, it was also held in this place. However, today, there were even more people gathered, regardless of whether they were male or female, or whether they were married or not. Anyone who was interested could go. Of course, even so, looking around, there were basically no people over the age of 30, but there were quite a few children playing around. On the whole, it looked like there were men and women mixed together, but if one looked carefully, it was still men and women gathered together. Even if it was overstepping, it was only between husband and wife or close relatives. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, no one would be foolish enough to do anything inappropriate. When Wang Zhuyao saw Jingwan and the others, she called her elder sister and ran over. Jingwan reached out to help her and wiped the sweat on her nose with a handkerchief. Don't run so fast. Be careful not to fall. Old Lord Yuyao giggled and pulled Jingwan's arm. The 2 of them were so close that those who didn't know would think that they were real sisters. Sister, don't worry, I won't fall. She then greeted Sun Ijia, who was beside her, and carefully glanced at her stomach. She had long been taught to stay away from pregnant aunts and sisters. Sister Jia, is there a baby in your stomach? Yes. Sun Ijia smiled. It was probably because she was going to be a mother that she was especially fond of seeing children. Wangzhu, do you want to touch it? Seeing her standing beside Jingwan, she was a little timid and curious about her stomach. Can I? Her elder sister, who was married, returned home with a pregnant belly, and her sisters-in-law, who were pregnant, all guarded against her like a thief. Especially once, she accidentally bumped into her pregnant elder sister. Before she could do anything, her elder sister wailed like a ghost and howled like a wolf, saying that she was evil at such a young age. This made Wang Zhuyao very unhappy and very aggrieved. Fortunately, her mother stood on her side and didn't bother with them anymore. But it's just a touch. It's okay. Jingwan rubbed her little head. As if she was about to do something big, Wang Zhuyao's little body stiffly took 2 steps forward. She stretched out her hand, but didn't dare to put it down for a long time. Her appearance was indescribably amusing and adorable. Sun Ijia held her hand and pressed it against her stomach. Wang Zhuyao's hand retracted a little, but she didn't feel anything strange. She gathered her courage and touched it. Her little face scrunched up. There's nothing special. Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly screamed and quickly retracted her hand, returning to Jingwan's side. Sister, it moved. As if she had done something wrong, she grabbed Jingwan's clothes nervously. Everyone couldn't help but be startled, including Sun Yijia. She carefully placed her hand on her stomach and looked at Jingwan with a dreamy expression. It really moved. It's the first time it moved. She had long heard that children would move at a certain time. Although she had always been looking forward to it, it was a little unbelievable that it actually happened unexpectedly. It was also a strange feeling. Didn't you say that it usually takes 5 months? Isn't it a little too early now? Sun Yijia was a little worried. Young madam, you worry too much. It depends on the situation of each person. It's not like there aren't any earlier cases, Granny Gong said. In fact, Granny Gong had never really served a pregnant woman before. However, she was very knowledgeable and could be very methodical. No one could tell that she was actually a novice. She was now very concerned about Sun Yijia's stomach. From time to time, she would check her pulse. She was even more meticulous than the people around Sun Yijia. Granny Gong calmly accepted the gratitude and said that it was her duty as a servant. At the same time, she secretly accumulated practical experience to prepare for Jingwan's future. Jingwan smiled faintly and comforted Wangzhu Yuyao. Don't be afraid, Yuyao. You heard what Granny Gong said. Moreover, when other people touched it, the baby didn't move. It moved when you touched it. It means that the baby really likes Yuyao. Really? Yuyao's eyes revealed a look of pleasant surprise. Children were naturally happy to be liked. Of course it's true, Sun Yijia also said with a smile. At this time, Yuyao's wet nurse came forward and bowed. She smiled and said, "It seems that Wangzhu and third young Madam Child are fated to be together." Nowadays, people believed in these things very much. It was also considered something to be happy about. In fact, many people had already noticed them. Regarding Sun Yijia's pregnancy, it was already known. After all, it was difficult not to know that her mother had made a scene in front of everyone. After that, Sun Yijia never appeared again. They even suspected that Duchess Ding was right. Now, it seemed that it was indeed Duchess Ding's fault. Sun Yijia didn't hide it. Her face was rosy and the scars on her face were removed. She looked much better than before her face was disfigured. With a gentle smile on her face, compared to the arrogant and indifferent woman, she looked more approachable. If she was wronged by the Luo family, then 99% of the people in the world were probably soaked in Chinese gold thread all day long. This Sun Yijia's life is truly extraordinarily good, someone lamented. Quite a lot. Others echoed and glanced at a place where there were many people. The third young master of the Luo family first painted a stunning painting as a betrothal gift. Then, he played the phoenix to seek for the phoenix. He didn't care about the secular world to express his true feelings. Now, it seems that he wasn't pretending at that time. He really cherished Sun Yijia in the palm of his hand. At that time, many people weren't optimistic about this marriage. Indeed, the Luo family was only interested in the power of the Duke Dingwas mansion. Right now, the two families were not on good terms. If they really wanted Sun Yijia's dowry, they could just marry her as a decoration and keep her at home. If the Luo family wanted to control her, would Duke Ding's mansion compete with the powerful minister of the Ministry of Personnel, who was trusted by the emperor? For Sun Yijia, Duke Ding's mansion was almost equivalent to having no backing. However, she was better off than before she got married. She didn't know how many people were slapped in the face. It's obvious that the Luo family's style is impeccable. The third young master of the Luo family is noble and unsullied. He's not a superficial person who only likes beauty. That's true. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such achievements before the age of 20. Didn't they say that Sun Yijia is a complete rouge tiger? A girl next to them whispered. It seemed that she was just purely curious, but that little bit of jealousy and admiration that she thought she hid well could really be hidden from the eyes of a few people. A woman next to her glanced at her lightly and said carelessly, "These words are used by those who can't eat the grapes and say that the grapes are sour." The third young master of the Luo family is not a weakling. The Luo family is not powerless. If he really wants to flirt, who can stop him? Not to mention those who want to send him girls. There are countless people who want to recommend themselves to sleep with him. However, I haven't heard that he has touched anyone. In the end, it's because he is unwilling. Her in-laws are good. and her husband is good. She even got pregnant after marrying into the family. She really takes all the good things. It's probably because she has been a good person for several lifetimes. It's time for her to enjoy this blessing in this lifetime. Sun Ijia is pregnant now. Why didn't she find someone to serve the third young master of the Luo family? Even if she's not a rouge tiger, she's too unvirtuous. The third young master of the Luo family dotes on her. She should consider everything for the third young master of the Luo family. The girl from earlier spoke again, and her voice was much higher. Not to mention that many people around her heard it. Even Jingwan and the rest faintly heard it. Because they didn't hear it clearly, they looked in the direction of the voice. Then, Jingwan and the others realized that everyone else had a friendly expression on their faces, except for one girl who had her chin raised. She looked arrogant and provocative. It was simply baffling. Because there was a certain distance between them, they didn't know who she was targeting. Sun Yijia raised her eyebrows slightly. There was really no one who dared to provoke Sister Wan, at least not openly. Not to mention Wang Zhiyao, who was the beloved daughter of great elder princess, was still young. Only an idiot would dare to provoke her. It was most likely her. She also glanced at the place where most people were gathered. Although she couldn't see, she knew that her husband should be in the center. I seem to remember that this girl seems to be from Marquis Chomping's mansion. Marquis Chomping's mansion was one of the 4 dukes and 9 marquises. It was not a country bumpkin, but it was almost in decline. Of course, even if it was in decline, it was not as good as the best. Moreover, it was the 11th prince's maternal family. Is she the legitimate daughter or the daughter of a concubine? Jingwan glanced at her with a smile. What does it have to do with us? Well, Sister Wan, you're right. Sun Yijian nodded in agreement. Then, she ignored them and prepared to find a place to sit. But in this world, there was a kind of person who would not be obedient if you ignored them. Look, this girl came up to you. People who blocked his way for no reason would make him feel very unhappy. However, the girl didn't want to offend Jingwan. She greeted her with a smile and then tried to talk to Jingwan. Unfortunately, Jingwan looked indifferent and ignored her. She didn't give her a hard time out of the most basic courtesy. The problem was, there were some people who didn't know how to read people's faces when you gave them face. Or, even if they understood, they would pretend that they didn't know. Even if they hit the snake with the stick, they would take advantage of it and act as if they were familiar with you. On one hand, they would intimately try to befriend you, but on the other hand, they would secretly look at your sister-in-law with disdain in their eyes. On the other hand, they would praise you from head to toe, and on the other hand, express their reverence for your elder brother. Jingwan finally looked her in the eye. Miss, has anyone ever told you that you are very noisy? Her words made the girl's face turn pale. Her eyes flashed with anger, but she bit her lip and looked like she was bullied. Third miss, I'm sorry. What you're has nothing to do with me. I'm not familiar with you. Also, the next time you talk to someone you don't know, please introduce yourself first, or at least tell me your surname. After all, after I came to the capital, I didn't go out much, so I didn't meet many people. Even those famous and well-known people might not be able to match up with me the first time I meet them, right? Jing Wan smiled warmly, but her words were not polite at all. The girl looked at Jing Wan in disbelief. How can you be this kind of person? Was written all over her face. There were quite a number of people who were leisurely watching the show, and at this moment, they couldn't help but burst out in laughter. No matter how thick her skin was, she couldn't help but blush. I originally thought that for a person like third young Master Luo, his biological sister would be a gentle and kind person with good upbringing. I didn't expect. Then I'm really sorry to disappoint you. That young lady finally raised her chin with an arrogant look. You're really a disgrace to third young Master Luo. You're just a young lady, yet you keep talking about a married man. Aren't you ashamed? This young lady's upbringing is for people with upbringing. Towards someone who is rushing to come between other people's husband and wife to be a concubine, who is willing to lower herself to others. What right do you have to ask this young lady to be amiable? My Luo family's residence is harmonious. Towards someone who wants to enter my house to stir up trouble, I'm already being very polite by not giving you a slap. Even if my third brother wants to take in a concubine, he would also choose a gentle, chaste, and well-behaved young lady. The moment you came up, you're squeezing my sister-in-law. One look, and I can tell that you're a troublemaker. No matter how much money you pay, no one will be willing to accept you. It must be said that it was probably because of Li Honyuan that Jingwan's temper had been rising recently. Thinking about it, for someone who could even lay her hands on, kick, and throw her face at the king of hell, compared to her, other people were really not enough to look at. This ruthlessly slapped her face, peeled off her face, and threw her on the ground, and even stepped on her twice. Furthermore, her reputation was damaged. Not to mention other things. If Jingwan's words were spread out, this young lady's marriage would be in jeopardy. So Jingwan's words were not only impolite, but also a little vicious. Many people were muttering in their hearts. This third young Lady Luo looked like a good-tempered person. If they really offended her, she would peel off a layer of skin. Moreover, she was now a person of noble status, and it would be difficult to find a way to make up for it. It was best not to offend her. You. That young lady pointed at Jingwan, so angry that her whole body was trembling. Jingwan looked at her calmly. It was not a provocation, but it was more like a provocation. That young lady was so angry that she lost her mind and slapped her. Jingwan was just about to push away when Hei Mei's eyes were sharp and her hands were quick. In a flash, she was in front of Jingwan. She grabbed her wrist and unceremoniously threw her out. With her physique, the other party fell to the ground in an instant. At this time, a young woman hurriedly stood up and wanted to help her up. But that young lady did not appreciate it. Not only did she shake off the young woman's hand, she also slapped her. Seeing me being bullied, you're very happy, right? When we go back, I'll ask my mother to skin you. When she looked at Jingwan again, her eyes were full of hatred. She lay on the ground and did not get up, shouting that she did not want to live after being humiliated like this. The young woman was the most embarrassed. With the red palm print on her face, she felt very wronged. She wanted to apologize to Jingwan, but she was worried that her sister-in-law would not forgive her. She wanted to appease her sister-in-law, but she also knew that it would not work. She was in a dilemma. Seeing that the matter was getting bigger and bigger, more and more people were paying attention to it. Jingwan looked on coldly. To be honest, this person was shameless, but it really did not affect her. Sun Yijia pulled Jingwan, and there was a trace of worry in her eyes. In the end, Sister One was still protecting her. In fact, things did not have to go to this step at all. Sun Yijia herself did not care. She had already experienced the gossip, so it did not hurt or itch. But she did not want Sister Wan's reputation to be damaged because of her. Jingwan patted her hand comfortingly, indicating that this was just a small matter and that there was no need to worry about it. He signaled for the servants to protect her and isolate all irrelevant people from the outside. All potential dangers must be eliminated. However, it was not easy to go out and encounter this kind of thing. It was also bad luck. Luo Jingbo was concentrating on painting. In the lotus pond in summer, a group of koi fish frolicked around. This time, they were vivid on the paper. Their postures were different and vivid, as if the fish were really swimming on the paper. At the beginning, Luo Jingbo's skillful and free posture was clearly just a few strokes, but he outlined their thousands of postures. In order to not disturb his painting, the people who were closer to him were all whispering. In fact, even if they were a little louder, it was not a big problem. Luo Jingbo was basically in a state of selflessness. It was just that the discussion outside was getting louder and louder, to the extent that the people close to Luo Jingbo frowned in displeasure. "What's going on?" Xie Xuan and Xie Zhuangyuan asked, deliberately lowering their voices. "It seems that the girls are quarreling, but it seems to involve the Luo family's third young lady," the person behind said, and couldn't help but glance at Luo Jingbo. Even people who were more selfless when doing things were still very sensitive to certain things, such as people or things that were closely related to them. The words Luo family's third young lady directly entered Luo Jingbo's ears. His hand paused, and he turned around. "Who? My little sister? What happened?" Chen Jingmin and Sun Yilin were also concerned. When it came to Jingwan, probably other things would not attract their attention. Being watched by these people, the person who just spoke felt a little pressured. Luo Jingbo simply put down his brush and directly stood up. The people surrounding him hurriedly made way. Chen Jingmin and Sun Yilin did not say anything and followed. The main character had already left. The others looked at each other and also followed to join the fun. Luo Jingbo saw from afar that not only was his little sister, but also his wife. His heart thumped, and he quickened his pace, appearing a little anxious. Seeing the root of the disaster appear, the onlookers took the initiative to make way. The other men looked at Luo Jingbo with a little jealousy and a little schadenfreude. The former was because his luck with women was good. The latter was because his luck with women was too good. Although the girl on the ground was not to the extent of making a scene and rolling on the ground, she did not want to get up. Similarly, she would not look good either. When she saw Luo Jingbo appear, she immediately looked even more pitiful. However, this was a heartless situation. There were a lot of people on the ground, but he did not see them at all. In his eyes, there were only his little sister and his wife. He nervously confirmed that the two of them were fine. Then he breathed a sigh of relief and then asked what happened. From the beginning to the end, he unconsciously protected Sun Yijia. Luo Jingbo may be a blockhead in some aspects, but when he did things, he could inadvertently show off. Just like now, who knew how many women faintly stared at Sun Yijia? Whether they were looking at him for personal reasons or sincerely. When they really saw him, the feeling was actually completely different. It seemed that envy, jealousy, and hatred were not enough to express their inner thoughts. Why didn't they meet such a man? Sun Yijia's heart was indescribably sweet. Although she was a little embarrassed to be so close to Luo Jingbo in front of so many people, she did not intend to push him away. She only whispered to Luo Jingbo what happened. Luo Jingbo frowned and looked at the girl who was looking at him with tears in her eyes. He had never seen her before. Jingwan looked at her brother and suddenly smiled. Third brother, so many women like you and want to be your concubine. Are you happy? When Luo Jingbo heard this, he quivered and looked at his little sister. In other people's eyes, her smile was probably like a flower, but in his eyes, his little sister's smile was terrifying. He could not help but shrink behind Sun Yijia and said sternly, "What's there to be happy about? Little sister, you don't know, but I don't dare to go to many places. It's very annoying. Third brother, you are a rare talent." He also had a good temper. More importantly, he was an infatuated seed. His attitude towards his sister-in-law proved this point. So many people came to him because of this last point. However, if they really succeeded, would he still be that infatuated and faithful man? They would not think so much. They only wanted to get that feeling for themselves. Rare talent? Who did this to him? He really wanted to expose his little sister, but he did not dare to. "Miss, it's very embarrassing for you to be like this. You should get up first. Also, thank you for your love. It's just that I don't have the fortune to enjoy it. Miss should have a good marriage of her own." If she had been pretending before, she really felt like she was about to collapse. "Young master, if you say so, I don't have the face to continue living. If you don't want to live, then die early." The man's cold and stern voice seemed to freeze her for 3 days. Digression, what was written in the previous chapter that made people misunderstand? Why did people think that Wan had been completely eaten up? https:///11/11/11807/6653259. The Overlord's Adored Bride. Chapter 211. Because of this voice, this man, Jingwan discovered that many people involuntarily trembled, as if they had been greatly frightened. They hurriedly retreated a few steps, especially those who happened to be blocking the path, like birds startled by the twang of a bow. It could be seen that the prestige of the living king of hell was not just for show. Jingwan tilted her head and looked at Li Hanyuan, who had changed back into his black casual clothes after the hottest period had passed. He had a cold gaze, a dragon's beard, and a tiger's steps. He had an extraordinary aura. She had to admit that this man was really very dazzling. It was just that, every time he appeared, he seemed to want to make his presence known. He lived overbearingly and ostentatiously. In his dictionary, there seemed to be no such words as restrained, careful. It was just that, after such a man looked at her, his gaze would always become gentle. Moreover, it seemed that each time, he was more blatant and undisguised. After Jingwan met his eyes, she didn't know why she thought of what happened last night. She subconsciously averted her gaze, her face slightly hot. This bastard had too many tricks in bed. Every time, she was made to float in the clouds by him. Her mind was blank. How could she still care about shame or not? When she was truly ashamed, it was only when she thought about it later. However, Jingwan's shamelessness had been honed through years of training. Jingwan averted her gaze, so she didn't see Li Hongyuan's fleeting smile. First, it was because of the fear of Jin Qinhuang. Second, it was because of the reverence of the imperial family. At this time, almost no one would look directly at Li Hongyuan. However, it was only almost. There would always be a few who wouldn't be afraid of him and would be calm and collected. There were also those who placed their gazes on Jingwan and naturally followed her gaze. Because Ruan Fangfei's heart was attached to Li Hongyuan, she could easily feel that he treated Jingwan differently. And as love rivals, Sun Yilin and Chen Zhengmin could naturally read the feelings in his eyes and didn't know what kind of mood they were in. However, that was Jingwan's upright fiancée. Both of them were outdated and didn't have any position to say anything. On the contrary, Jin Qinhuang's reputation was originally terrible to the extreme. To be able to obtain his love for Jingwan, there were only benefits and no disadvantages. From this point of view, Jin Qinhuang couldn't wait for Jin Qinhuang to hold him in the palm of his hand wholeheartedly. But that surging jealousy, as well as that uncontrollable jealousy, made their hearts, livers, and lungs burn with pain. Li Hongyuan's cold gaze swept over, and the two people subconsciously lowered their heads. Li Hongyuan hooked up a mocking smile. Without mentioning anything else, just based on his identity, he could easily crush them to death. In front of Ben Wang, those pair of eyes weren't honest. They really didn't want their lives to be too long. However, he was stopped last night and didn't directly dispose of the two people. Naturally, it wasn't good to really kill them. Keeping these two people alive occasionally had some use, such as seizing the opportunity to cause trouble or something. But he couldn't just ignore them like this. Completely ignoring the fact that he was the one who designed the other person's marriage and then turned around to kick the other person away. To a certain extent, he was the one who snatched the other person's fiancée. Now, he instead viewed her as a thorn in his side. How shameless was he? Li Hongyuan stood beside Jingwan, and the surrounding people hurriedly paid their respects. And that young lady of Marquis Chongping Fu, who was lying on the ground, trembling as she knelt on the ground. Li Hongyuan reached out to support Jingwan. As for the others, they didn't even bother to give half a glance. Fixedly looking at Jingwan for a moment, they then coldly opened their mouth, dispensed with the formalities. That kneeling young lady also trembled as she prepared to stand up. Ben Wang allowed you to stand up. The young lady who had just stood up half knelt down again with a plop. The sound of her knees hitting the ground was so clear that it made her suck in a breath of cold air. But she didn't dare to make the slightest sound. Teardrops swirled in her eyes, but she held them back and didn't dare to let them fall. She even lowered her head, not daring to let him see her weak posture. Jin Qinhuang kept a courtyard full of beauties and would also place beauties in the palm of his hand to pamper them. But there was a prerequisite. That must be the beauties that caught his eye. As for those that didn't catch his eye, they should never expect him to have tender feelings for the fairer sex. When he wanted to attack someone, there would be no distinction between men and women. Just now, you were the one who was shouting that you don't have the face to live. The lotus pond at the side, jump in by yourself. That young lady was scared to death. What she said just now was only pretending to be weak, a habitual method to make people's hearts soften. She was still so young, and it wasn't something that she had to die. How could she really commit suicide? But this living king of hell always kept his word. If he wanted to pinch a person to death, it really was as simple as pinching an ant. It was a matter of life and death. How could she continue to do nothing? Wang Ye, please spare my life. This subject's daughter only spoke unintentionally, asking Wang Ye to be magnanimous and spare this subject's daughter this time. Wang Ye has mercy. Wang Ye has mercy. While kowtowing, she begged for mercy. Someone come, throw her into the water for Ben Wang. Li Hongyuan didn't show the slightest bit of emotion as he coldly and ruthlessly said. The ability of the people around Li Hongyuan to carry out his orders was absolutely first class. A guard stepped forward and grabbed that young lady's arm, dragging her towards the lotus pond. His speed was very fast, as if the weight of a person didn't affect him at all. That young lady flailed her arms and legs, but she didn't have the slightest bit of image. She cried until her face collapsed, and, at the same time, she kept begging for mercy. There were a lot of rumors about Jin Wang Ye, but it was the first time that the majority of the people present had seen him kill someone without saying a word. As the saying goes, rumors would never be as shocking as seeing it with your own eyes. Towards Jin Wang Ye's reputation as the living king of hell, they had a deeper understanding. It was clear that the weather had just cooled down a bit, and they were still wearing summer clothes, but they felt a cold air rush up from the soles of their feet, making them feel that their bones and blood were cold. Jinwan was also greatly shocked by Li Hongyuan's style. Seeing that the former guard was about to jump into the water with a young lady of Marquis Chongping Fu, but when the master said to press her into the water, it was naturally impossible to just throw her in. Wait, 2 words, but it also made that guard obediently stop. When the master's orders were in conflict with the future female masters, he would temporarily listen to the future female master's orders. Then, when the 2 masters reached a consensus, he would carry out the final order. This was probably the consensus that Li Hongyuan's servants had reached in their hearts. In reality, it was impossible for the master to bring the matters that had to be dealt with in front of the Luo 3rd Mississippi. Since it was done in front of her, either the master wanted to play dirty or he did not care about the final result. It didn't matter whether it was true or not. To a large extent, the final decision would be made by the Luo 3rd Mississippi. Li Hongyuan quietly looked at her, as if waiting for her to speak. Jingwan still hadn't touched the other's bottom line of indulgence, but now, she didn't think that she could influence all of his decisions. She hesitated for a moment, asking Wang Yi to be lenient. It's just some inappropriate words and actions. It's not a crime worthy of death. You plead for leniency, Ben Wang will naturally give you face. However, in the future, if you meet this kind of person, there's no need to waste your breath. You can directly ask someone to deal with them. Remember, in the future, you will be Ben Wang's Wang Fei, husband and wife as one. Whatever honor Ben Wang has, you will have the same honor. Whatever you encounter, just be at ease and do it boldly. If something happens, Ben Wang will take responsibility. This was simply a living king of hell who wanted to bring out a female king of hell. When they were in the Gong Wang Fu, they had already noticed that Jin Wang Yi treated Jingwan differently. Now that they had truly set out, they feared that no one would go up and find fault with her. Jingwan's heart was originally not made of stone. In addition, it wasn't the first time that she had been touched by Li Hongyuan. When he said such words and gave her such dignity, her heart felt warm. She unconsciously revealed a smile and squatted. Many thanks to Wang Yi. That, if she was willing, she could completely walk sideways in the capital in the future. No matter who it was, they would have to be respectful to her. When they spoke, they would also have to be careful to avoid inadvertently saying something that would offend people. Even if she didn't wear the phoenix robe, she would still become the most honorable woman in the world. These words weren't said for fun. That girl escaped from death. At this moment, she was so grateful to Jingwan that she shed tears. Don't talk about having any strange thoughts. She only wished that she could disappear forever. However, she was so frightened that her hands and feet went soft and limp on the ground. She couldn't even think of thanking Jingwan. The death penalty can be avoided, but it's difficult to escape punishment. With one sentence, the person who had climbed up from the pit was slapped back down. Which family are you from? Obviously, if she didn't kill you, she would directly implicate you. Which family are you from? Roll out and claim yourself. As soon as her voice fell, the young woman who had been beaten just now and a man rolled and crawled out to kneel. Digression https:///11/11807/6653262. Chapter 212. Just as he finished speaking, the young woman and the man who had been beaten earlier scrambled out and knelt down. If it was now, even though they knew it was a disaster, if they could avoid it, they probably wouldn't want to come out. However, they were unlucky enough to be implicated. Could they deny that they were from Marquis Chomping's household? If they didn't come out, even if they hesitated for a moment, they would probably be betrayed by the gazes of others. This subject's Chuacher from Marquis Chomping's household greets your highness. May your highness live for 1,000 years. After speaking, they knelt on the ground, not daring to raise their heads or speak. Their trembling bodies betrayed their true emotions. Marquis Chomping's household, Li Hanyuan murmured. Marquis Chomping's household is in decline, but the Chui clan still has some foundation. Even if they don't have any foundation, they should at least put on a show. They don't even care about their face anymore. Producing such a thing? Just based on that girl's attitude, she didn't have the slightest bit of modesty that a noble family should have. Even if they were in decline and couldn't support themselves financially, they shouldn't have lost their strength of character. The Chuacher's face could be said to have been completely thrown away. Li Hanyuan had never been polite with his words. He didn't know how to be tactful. He was used to slapping people's faces and poking at people's pain. However, with his status, even if he tore open their scars and poked them until they were drenched in blood, they could only endure it without daring to make sound. Normal people wouldn't be able to raise him to such a level. The faces of the two kneeling people flushed red, but what could they do? That was all their own doing. Your Highness, this servant knows a thing or two about Marquis Chomping's household. At this moment, Mama Gong suddenly spoke. If it was a normal servant, Li Hanyuan naturally wouldn't pay attention. However, normal servants wouldn't dare to speak at this time. Li Hanyuan glanced at Jingwan. Seeing that she seemed a little curious, he decided to forget it. Since his wife was curious, there was no harm in listening. He could also naturally take a look at her. Speak. Before Mama Gong had left the capital, in order to pave the way for Jingwan, she had naturally done her research on the various families in the capital. As for Marquis Chomping's estate, it was probably a coincidence that she had a very detailed understanding of it. Marquis Chomping's current Marchioness is actually the second wife. It is said that she is bettered all year round. Her concubine mother is in charge of the household, and the Marchioness will only appear when necessary. Back then, Marquis Chomping's first wife died in childbirth, and he remarried his current wife. After being married to Marquis Chomping for more than 10 years, she was said to be a hen that couldn't lay eggs. Marquis Chomping took pity on her weak body and couldn't bear to see her suffer the pain of bearing children, so she received quite a lot of praise. At this point, Nanny Gong revealed a mocking smile. But in reality, this Marquis Chomping's wife is just a decoration. She usually doesn't appear, not because her body is weak, but because she is imprisoned in a small courtyard in the Marquis' estate. Everyone was in an uproar. Outsiders had mixed opinions about the Marquis of Chomping. Some said that he was easily swayed and had a weak personality, while others said that he valued relationships and had a tender heart for the fairer sex. So it wasn't like that at all? However, looking at the deathly pale faces of the people in Marquis Chomping's foo, this might be true. Li Hanyuan twiddled his fingers. He never cared about irrelevant people. Continue. He spoke casually. Marquis Chomping has a beloved woman. This person has nothing but a face. Wasn't this saying used to describe our Jin Xin Wang? He really dared to say it. Everyone carefully peeked at Li Hanyuan, but seeing that his expression was normal, they couldn't help but silently criticize him. Marquis Chomping was so infatuated with her that his first wife died in childbirth. Because that woman also gave birth on the same day, all of the midwives and doctors were taken over by that side. However, I don't know if her life is strong or not. but her mother died while she lived well. It seems that it is this young lady. Nanny Gong's gaze fell on Miss Chui, who was in an unusual sorry state. Her emotions couldn't be seen. That woman's life doesn't seem so good. So many people suffered, but the child she gave birth to died prematurely. Everyone pondered over these words. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that it wasn't right, especially the man who was still kneeling. His expression was abnormally ugly and filled with deep hatred. He didn't know that his own mother had died like this. How could his father be so ruthless? That was his first wife, Marquis Chomping's beloved concubine lost her child and had a transference effect towards the first wife's child. She begged Marquis Chomping to let her raise the child for the time being. Marquis Chomping pitied his beloved concubine and pitied the fact that the child was born without a mother, so he nodded and agreed. This first wife's child was raised by a lowly concubine. They had always had a deep mother-daughter relationship. Even when that woman gave birth to another child, this didn't change. This young lady had always called her mother. A child raised by a woman without any merit, not knowing the rules, not following propriety, not knowing shame, and not following etiquette, can be understood. Many people's gazes fell on Nanny Gong. Her ability to trample on people was quite impressive. Originally, without the first wife as a stumbling block, everything was perfect. However, as a marquis, how could he not have a wife to hold the fort in the marquis's household? A lowly servant of unknown origin naturally couldn't be made the marquis's wife. However, if he were to remarry, what if she made things difficult for his beloved concubine? Thus, he carefully selected someone who was willing to be a puppet. The second wife of the Marquis of Chomping was only willing because Marquis Chomping wanted to repay her kindness. This young lady took a thief as her mother, humiliated her own brother, slapped her own sister-in-law in public, and even acted like an elder sister to that thief's child. Nanny Gong's gaze fell on the kneeling man again. As the Marquis's eldest son, any servant can trample on him. When he reached the age of marriage, I married a merchant's daughter for money. I even glorified it by saying that she was my benefactor in the past. As a person, I can't be heartless. Thus, I didn't despise her status and even let the eldest son marry her to show my benevolence. Under normal circumstances, a merchant's daughter wouldn't be qualified to be the Marquis's eldest son's concubine. The two kneeling people, the Marquis Chomping's eldest son and eldest daughter-in-law, had been afraid before, but now they were unwilling and in pain. There was also the shame and embarrassment of having their wounds torn open. As for this merchant's daughter, she was only an unfavored concubine's daughter. She looked like she had a large dowry, but not a single copper coin went into her hands. After all, that was only a transaction between the Marquis's household and the merchant's family. They gave up money to buy the path they wanted. How could they give up a beloved daughter to a man with no future to speak of? Fortunately, this merchant's daughter, other than her soft nature and only knowing how to swallow her anger, is still passable in other aspects. The husband and wife pair supported each other and could be considered harmonious. TSK, this was countless times more exciting than the play on the stage. Marquis Chomping's second son, born from his beloved concubine, was recorded under the Marquis's wife's name at birth. He was raised in the name of the first wife. It is said that he is distinguished and elegant, with brilliant literary talent. Logically speaking, with today's situation, he shouldn't be absent. Everyone looked around. Over here, someone shouted, following which a path opened up in that direction. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. Probably because he was in the middle of puberty, his voice sounded like that of a duck, and there was even a hint of sobbing. Someone seemed to want to push him out, but seeing no one appear after a long time, one could roughly guess what state he was in. This time, without Li Honyuan needing to instruct someone, a guard from the front of the mountain dragged the person over. He looked to be only 13 or 14 years old, but at this moment, he was hugging his head tightly, wailing loudly, "It's not my fault. I'm not from the Marquis's household. I'm not." Everyone looked at each other. In order to not be implicated, he even denied his own identity, his family's ancestor. Wasn't this too much a coward? Those who originally knew him, and even had a good relationship with him, were all ashamed to see him at this time. This youth was thrown a few steps away from Li Hanyuan. Li Hanyuan looked down from above. That gaze was like looking at an inanimate object. Being so secretive, is it you who can't be seen, or is it Ben Wong? When they wanted to nitpick, they would definitely say that everything they did was wrong. The youth was kicked, clearly wanting him to remove his hand, but he still hugged his head tightly, covered his face, and shivered. Moreover, there was a puddle of water on the ground. Someone exclaimed, and then hurriedly retreated. Probably no one would know that the reason why this person was so afraid of Li Hanyuan was because last year he was audacious and self-righteous. Or it could be said that a newborn calf was not afraid of a tiger. He thought that even if Jin Qin Wang was a Wang Ye, he could not be lawless. He courted death and came to provoke him. The result was naturally ruthless, and he was clearly told that if he dared to appear again, he would be completely crippled. The people around Li Hanyuan had many tricks up their sleeves. This second young master Chui's psychological shadow had not disappeared until now. Seeing Jin Qin Wang, this shadow was instantly magnified 10 times, 100 times. He was terrified to the extreme, pissing his pants in terror and not daring to let Li Hanyuan see his face. In fact, he was purely thinking too much. In the sea of people that Li Hanyuan had taught a lesson, he did not have the effort to remember who a small fish or shrimp was, or what kind of face he had. Even if the people around him remembered him well, they would not remind Li Hanyuan when they had nothing to do, because that was not asking for credit, but seeking death. Li Hongyuan's face was dark. He reached out to grab Jingwan's hand and walked away. Clean up. Everyone here was a noble person. If they were tainted, they naturally could not stay. Jingwan was pulled away by Li Hanyuan. In this public place, even husband and wife scrupulously observed etiquette and would not be so intimate. Jingwan tried to pull her hand back, but the result could be imagined. Jingwan also could not make too big of a movement, otherwise it would only attract more attention. After entering a pavilion not far away, he sat down and motioned for Jingwan to sit next to him. Jingwan looked at him. Many thanks to Wang Ye, but it is inappropriate for this subject to stand. Li Hanyuan didn't say anything. He just stared straight at her. This matter was not over yet. The related people could not leave, and the unrelated people did not want to leave. Being in the center of everyone's attention, Jingwan's scalp was a little numb. She was a little resentful towards Li Hanyuan, but more than that, she was helpless. Competing with this person, she would probably always be the loser. If the stalemate continued, the situation would only be more awkward. Many thanks to Wang Ye. Jingwan could only thank him, and then, as far as possible, she distanced herself from him. Ben Wang said, "You and Ben Wang have the same honor." Li Hanyuan said after she sat down. Jingwan smiled. Sitting down, she was a lot calmer. This scene, naturally, stung some people's eyes. Even when he was her fiancé, he could not be so close to her. They had to take into account her reputation. They could not be close to Jingwan and not let her be criticized, but Jin Qin Wang could. For example, just now, when they held hands, just like now, how many people saw it, but they all looked down and pretended not to see it. Jingwan was calm, and then she asked Sun Yijia to sit down next to her. Sun Yijia glanced at Li Hanyuan. Seeing that he did not express anything, for the sake of the child in her belly, she could not stand for long. She took it as his acquiescence, and also sat down without any politeness. Her impression of Li Hanyuan was a little better than before, but only because he was good to Jingwan. Towards him, she still did not have a good impression. Li Hanyuan looked at Gong Mama. "Is it over?" Replying to Wang Yi, Marquis Chomping's only legitimate son is his eldest son. To the outside world, the first child of his beloved concubine who died at birth was born of his first wife. Originally, he was living well, but was strangled to death by that woman. Then, she let her daughter pretend to be the first wife's leftover child. Nonsense. I am the eldest daughter of the first wife of the Marquis of Chomping's estate, not some concubine's daughter. Don't slander me. Miss Chui hadn't dared to speak up before. No matter how much Mama Gong had told her about her parents, she had remained silent. But now that her identity was involved, she couldn't care less about being afraid and hurriedly jumped out to deny it. However, Looking at her flustered expression and her stern expression, everyone understood that what she said was most likely true. Moreover, this young lady definitely knew about her background. It was natural to be close to that thief mother without any barrier. Child Shui, on the other hand, ignored his fear of Li Hanyuan and looked at Mammy Gong in disbelief. Is what this Mammy said true? Then, he repeatedly tolerated the so-called legitimate younger sister, thinking that she was still young and was instigated by that bitch. But in the end, his eyes were bloodshot with hatred, and he was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. You already have the answer in your heart. Why bother to ask? When his mother passed away, although he was only 5 or 6 years old, he already remembered that his mother was a gentle and quiet woman. However, his younger sister was unruly, willful, unintelligent, and opinionated. Everyone in his maternal family said that she was not like his mother at all. Because she looked more like her father, no one doubted her identity. Young Master Chui suddenly flew into a rage, punching and kicking the girl who was still clamoring beside him. He was like an enraged beast, and his gaze was as if he wanted to eat her alive. It was not right for a man to beat a girl so violently. However, if all of this was true, then this Master Chui was too pitiful. His own father had killed his own mother, his own brother had been strangled to death, and his identity had been replaced by a concubine's daughter. His honor and glory had all been taken away by a fake son. Marquis Chomping had always said that his eldest son was unworthy and that his second son was clever, and he had the intention of giving the title to his second son. In the past, he really believed that his father did not like him because he had a hard fate. Even if it did not make sense, he would find excuses to deceive himself and others. But when everything was laid bare, everyone could feel the towering hatred. Because of this, no one dared to step forward. At first, Miss Chui still cursed and wanted to retaliate, wanting her father to punish him severely. But gradually, her body hurt more and more, and she felt like she was going to be beaten to death. Big brother, don't hit me. Please don't hit me. Don't listen to the nonsense of outsiders. I am your younger sister. Didn't you say that you love me the most? Her last words were like the ignition of a barrel of explosives. She was sometimes cold and sometimes warm to him. Now that he thought about it, it seemed that she would only get close to him when she needed him to be the scapegoat. The rest of the time, she would act high and mighty. He thought that he had to please that woman, so he had to do this. But the truth was that he was too stupid. He had mixed up the act with his true feelings. You bitch, you deserve to die, deserve to die. This ruthless kick caused him to spit out blood. Jingwan frowned slightly. She glanced sideways at Sunny Jia and her stomach. This kind of violence and blood was not good. Li Hanyuan saw Jingwan's reaction. Enough. With these two simple words, someone immediately stepped forward to stop them. Master Chui continued like a madman, but he was after all a frail young master. How could he compare to the powerful guards? He was easily subdued. Marquis Chomping, Ben Wang does not need to fabricate charges for him. Not fixing the curtains, favoring the concubine, and neglecting the wife, using a concubine as the legitimate wife. These are enough for Marquis Chomping to be replaced with someone else. This could be said to be the final word. Even if these were just Mama Gong's side of the story, so what? Since Jin Xin Wang said it was true, then it must be true. If Marquis Chomping was a marquis with illustrious power, he would naturally not let it go. Even if he was convicted, he would need to investigate. Even Li Hanyuan would not easily say such a thing. However, he only had the title of marquis and a 6th-rank official position. Unfortunately, they were all empty titles. As for the other clansmen of the Chui family, in reality, they vaguely knew that their future would be broader if they were further away from Marquis Chomping Fu. As for that second Master Chui, who was so frightened that he wet his pants, they did not know if he was really dealt with. In any case, he did not appear again. The rest of the matter had nothing to do with them. Whether it was a demotion, or a replacement, it was all up to the emperor. Li Hanyuan waved his hand, letting them disperse and do what they should do. Even Sun Yijia's eyes were clearly trying to chase him away. Sun Yijia could not help but twitch her mouth. Jingbua, what were you drawing just now? Can I take a look? I'm not done yet. Why don't you come with me? You can't stand for too long. I'll have someone add a seat for you. Even if Luo Jingbo was a blockhead, he was not completely blind. What's more, he had already experienced the atmosphere between his younger sister and his future brother-in-law that did not allow others to disturb them. If he forced himself to stay on the side, it would only cause him heart-piercing pain. Okay, I haven't seen you draw outside. You wanted to chase her away? She did not want to stay here. Outside the pavilion, Chun Jung-min and Sun Yilin had not yet left. These two brothers were in the same boat. Sun Yijie tugged at her elder brother, while Luo Jingbo directly hooked his arm around Chun Jingmin's neck and dragged him away. He did not want to arouse suspicion and cause unnecessary gossip, so he went along with the husband and wife. However, his footsteps were a little heavy, and it was difficult for him to raise a smile on his face. When it came to matters of the heart, it was useless to persuade them too much. They had to walk out on their own. Then, the servants also retreated far away. After all, they were outside, so Li Hanyuan did not go so far as to touch her. He only tilted his head and looked at her, as if she would be satisfied as long as she looked at him like this. There was nothing to distract them. If they were stared at for too long, it would be easy to get embarrassed. It was better to hug intimately in private. Jingwan wanted to rudely slap him away, but if she did, she would probably be in trouble. He indulged her in private, and she could casually scratch and bite him in bed. However, she could not do it in public. If she offended him in the slightest, not to mention other things, she probably would not be able to pass the trial of noble consort Su. Li Hanyuan had always been good at reaching for a yard after taking an inch, and he was even better at taking advantage of people's weaknesses. Because he knew that she had scruples, he became more and more unscrupulous. He knew that it was not good to touch her, so he let her get up and sit on the other side of the table. Li Hanyuan turned around, supported his chin with one hand, and continued to look at her calmly. Probably because his back was completely facing the person he did not want to do, his eyes became more and more unscrupulous. They were gentle and affectionate, but there was also a naked desire. That gaze was as if he wanted to strip her naked. "Prince, can you not look at this subject's daughter like this?" Jingwan curled her lips, but only Li Hanyuan knew that she was gnashing her teeth. Actually, this husband would like to see how beautiful Wan would be in such a place without an inch of clothing. Jingwan's face flushed red. She was embarrassed and angry. "Pervert," she said hatefully. Li Hanyuan curled his lips into a charming smile. Wan, only today did you know that your husband is a pervert? I thought that you should have known on the 17th of May. However, Wan can't blame this husband. You can only blame Wan for being too delicious. Moreover, this husband has not eaten enough until now. Alas, Wan, why don't you feel sorry for your husband? Jingwan's face was like a color palette. She thought that she had a glib tongue, but when it came to such a perverted topic, she could only fail miserably. Shut up. Also, you're not a husband yet. A fiancé is also a husband. Oh, is that so? Jingwan put on a fake smile. In that case, you're only the third husband. Jingwan spoke quickly and regretted it as soon as she finished speaking. She saw a certain someone's face become gloomy in an instant. The temperature seemed to have dropped several degrees, and she even felt that ice was about to fall. His face changed faster than flipping through a book. She did not forget why he went crazy last night. In the end, she was the one who suffered. This person would really kill someone without a word. It was definitely not a joke. It was really tiring to meet such a person who treated human life as grass. Yuan. Jingwan softened her tone. Li Hanyuan smiled again, but it was a gloomy smile. Yuan, I'm still your 8th wife. We are even, right? Even? The ones before you don't care about me, but the ones before me don't give up on you. How can we be even? Last night, you said that you might not be able to see them, and today, hey, you can't be like this. How can today's situation be confused? Is it possible that in the future, where they are, I have to stay far away from them? Why? She did not do anything shameful. Indeed, you should not avoid them. They're not qualified, so you are not allowed to casually kill people. Jingwan said immediately. Wan, who are you to say this? Even if Imperial Father says not allowed to me, it may not be useful. Jingwan pursed her lips and did not speak. Li Hongyuan's cold air was restrained a little. Sure enough, it was still too early for her to be unscrupulous towards him. Some words couldn't be said too much. If he wasn't careful, she would probably shrink back and become self-disciplined. Don't worry, I will not easily take their lives. In other words, he probably would not let them go easily. Was it because of possessiveness or jealousy? Or maybe it was both. Don't go too far. I only had one engagement with them, that's all. She really could not let go of this man and quarrel with him. Jingwan showed weakness. Li Hongyuan knew when to stop. It was not worth quarreling with outsiders. I estimate that we will return to the capital in 10 days at most. After that, it will be the Mid-Autumn Festival. Wan, you will have your adulthood ceremony before the Spring Festival. After the Spring Festival, we will get married. She didn't know if it was because his expression was too gentle or if there was too much expectation in his eyes, but Jingwan subconsciously nodded. Okay. After she agreed, she was stunned for a moment, but then she smiled in relief. There was no rule that said that she had to wait until the 15th to have her adulthood ceremony. Her birthday was in February, and it would be the 15th of February next year. It was not a virtual year. There was no problem for her to have her adulthood ceremony a few months before and after. Although the wedding date was not set, it should be in the spring of next year. The summer was too hot, and this man probably would not let her delay it until autumn. Seeing Jingwan agree, Li Hongyuan's negative emotions all disappeared, and he showed an incredibly gentle smile. https:///11/11807/6653267 Mobile Edition. Chapter 213. Such a group of people naturally attracted everyone's attention. With one look, it was clear who they were here for. When Li Hongyuan went out on a daily basis, he usually brought along his personal attendants and bodyguards. It was very rare for him to bring along his maidservants. Therefore, the number of people who had seen his maidservants could be counted on one's fingers. Now that such a group had appeared, their faces were beautiful, their figures were graceful. Every one of them was a great beauty. Just based on their faces, they were definitely above Jingwan. Moreover, their bearing, to be honest, wasn't bad. In terms of literary skills, they might even be better than Jingwan. While many men were pretending to be elegant, carrying the demeanor of a gentleman as they sized up, many women were also looking. However, after looking at them, their gazes fell on the pavilion, smiling with unclear intentions. So what if Jin Xin Wang respected his first wife? At most, it was like this. There were so many enchanting beauties by his side, of all shapes and sizes. But then again, he was a noble descendant. To be able to respect his first wife was already not bad. Moreover, he was different from others. He didn't care about his reputation. With lousy support, even if he favored his concubines and destroyed his wife, no one would care. The higher the husband's status, the more dignified and virtuous the first wife had to be. She couldn't be enchanting, couldn't have her own personality, and couldn't take the initiative to seduce her husband. Otherwise, she wouldn't have the demeanor of a first wife and would lose face for her man. However, when she endured and did all these, she would most likely be disliked by her man for being dull, inflexible, and emotionless. Things were so laughable. How many women didn't go through this? Don't blame anyone. Even the bit of envy and jealousy towards Sun Ijia had faded by a lot. Sure enough, she couldn't compare with those who were better than herself. Only when she thought of those who weren't as good as herself could her heart be balanced. Si, Gu, and Fu, the 4 personal maidservants, followed by the ordinary palace-attired maidservants, stood far away outside the pavilion, their voices slightly raised, greetings to master. Li Hongyuan's back was facing them, but Jingwan could clearly see them with her head tilted. In this pavilion, the one who could be addressed as Master Zhu, could it be her? He smiled and raised his chin at Li Hongyuan. His meaning was obvious. Li Hongyuan didn't move at all. as if he didn't know that there was a group of people outside. Most of the time, he really couldn't figure out what this person was thinking. Since he did not respond, the maidservants continued to maintain their greetings. After all, they were still carrying something in their hands. However, looking at these beauties, especially the four leaders, their movements were quite consistent and their expressions were unusually calm. They were definitely well-trained. Jingwan even felt that they might have practiced martial arts. After all, they were somewhat similar to Bai Xiao. This subject's daughter saw that they seemed to have brought a lot of delicious food. Does your highness not plan to let this subject's daughter have taste? Having something to do, even if it was just eating and drinking, was better than just sitting there doing nothing. Although sitting like this was not particularly uncomfortable, this bastard's words were too perverted. If she did not distract herself a little, she really did not know when she would lose control and lose her self-control and directly go against her superior and beat him up. There were a lot of marks on her body, but there were also a lot of wounds on his body. When Li Hanyuan heard this, he raised his hand. The beauties obediently got up and walked gracefully into the pavilion. Once again, they paid their respects, but this time, the person they paid their respects to was the third young miss of the Luo family. Jingwan slightly raised her eyebrows and calmly accepted it. These beauties' movements were nimble. A chessboard was placed on the table between the two of them. The white pieces were on the right side of Jingwan, while the black pieces were on the right side of Li Hanyuan. On both sides, there were juicy fruits that looked exceptionally delicious. There was also tea. Jingwan guessed that the tea should be just right for her to drink. Another short table was set up on the side, and more processed fruits were placed on it. The whole process was silent, and they even lowered their eyes, not even glancing at each other. These servants do not know Miss Luo's taste. If you like to eat something, or if you don't like to eat something, just tell these servants. Perhaps Miss Luo is more accustomed to having her own people to serve her. It would be best to call Mama and Jiejian. Qingshi said softly. Her attitude was respectful, as if Jingwan was their master, and the real master, Li Hanyuan, was just an outsider. This scene, no matter how one looked at it, was a bit strange. Jingwan's expression did not change. She looked at the things that were within her reach. Not to mention the fruits. There were many varieties, and each one was only about 2 or 3 mouthfuls. Moreover, she was not very picky. The key point was that those snacks were only the size of a fingertip. Those were all things that she liked. They did not know her taste. They are all not bad. I've troubled you. Miss Luo is too much for these servants. These are all things that these servants should do. Even if they should do it, it would be after she married into Jinxin Wangfu. However, Jingwan did not say much. Li Hanyuan did not let them go out, so Jingwan naturally acquiesced to them staying. Does Wanya want to play a game of chess with this subject's daughter? However, this subject's level is very limited, probably only at the level of knowing. The emotions in Li Hongyuan's eyes were much lighter than when the two were together. It doesn't matter, it's just to pass the time. Even if you don't know, Ben Wang can teach you. Wan has always been intelligent. She will not be stumped by insignificant black and white pieces. Jingwan paused. Wang, this subject's daughter, always feels that, no matter how intelligent a person is, there should be a place where they are weak. And no matter how intelligent a person is, they may have an extremely high talent in a certain aspect. Li Hanyuan hooked his lips into a smile. Then what exactly does Wan want to express to Ben Wang? TSK, he actually didn't directly say Wan, you're referring to your chess skills being crippled. It turned out that Jin Xin Wang also had times of benevolence. This subject's daughter has not studied chess and does not know how high her talent is. If she is too stupid, Wanya should not dislike her too much. Whether it's good or bad, it's just a plaything. If Wan likes it, then play a bit more. If you don't like it, then just put it aside. Everything was based on her preferences. Your bottomless indulgence, it's really not a problem. The game had already begun. When a number of pieces on the chessboard gradually increased, Li Hanyuan slowly explained to her. He was very meticulous and very patient. Every time he could place the pieces on those positions, he would accompany her to try it out step by step. Sometimes, he would even go back a few steps and teach her another path. Jingwan learned seriously and for the first time, she felt that playing chess was so interesting. As time went by, many people came and went. Later, one after another, there were princes who had not yet been crowned as kings, as well as adult princes and their Wangfei who had finished their work. The age of these people was increasing. However, there wasn't a single person who didn't have eyes and came to the pavilion, including Prince Rui. Compared to coming to Li Hongyuan's place to be abused, it was naturally more important to get closer to those young talents. Therefore, even though they were not far apart, it was like two different worlds. Prince Rui looked at the pavilion. She actually wanted to invite Jingwan, but again and again, she couldn't get a chance to be alone with her. In fact, there were advantages to having more people, but Jingwan also didn't give her a chance to express her goodwill. Every time, she was always avoided by Jingwan. Then, not only her, even Prince Rui also found out that Li Hongyuan didn't want them to get close to Jingwan. Prince Rui was a bit unwilling to give up, but when he saw Li Hongyuan's face getting colder and colder, he could only give up. When it was almost time, they dispersed in twos and threes. The two people who didn't fit in also ended their chess game. Jingwan unknowingly ate a lot of food, but she didn't feel hungry at all. Then, she clapped her hands and left, leaving the mess to Li Hongyuan to clean up. Jingwan and son Ijia got on the same carriage. Seeing that she didn't seem very happy, sister-in-law, what's wrong? Your third brother's picture of a carp playing with a lotus was taken away by Prince Rui. That painting, I like it very much. Jingwan was silent. The other person had a high position and was also shameless. If he wanted to leave, there was no way, but how about I ask Prince Jean to get it back? In any case, that scoundrel was even more shameless. Whatever he wanted, there was probably nothing that he couldn't get. Son Ijia stared blankly. Looking at Jingwan again, she already had a bit of ridicule. There's no need for that, but you and Prince Jean, unfinished words, couldn't be spoken, could only be understood. Jingwan didn't mind. It was just a game of chess, nothing shameful. Since it was a literary gathering, it naturally couldn't just revolve around one or two people. Jingwan didn't know, but Sun Yijia had seen many masterpieces of poetry. There were also some calligraphy and paintings that weren't lacking in top quality. Except for a few people who harbored such thoughts, most of the others were very satisfied. In fact, Sun Yijia was also very satisfied. Just like before they came to avoid the summer heat, Jingwan had said, show off one's husband. Today she really did, intentionally or unintentionally, fiercely show off. It wasn't that she did anything, but Luo Jingbua unconsciously did a lot. Not to mention that he always carefully protected her. Even when he was painting, he would occasionally glance at her, as if he could only feel at ease when he saw her sitting steadily by his side. That posture wasn't fake. Moreover, even if someone deliberately faked it, they wouldn't be able to reach his level. Don't know how many married and unmarried women were jealous to death. Jingwan's misery couldn't heal the hurt in their hearts. That's right, I didn't see Wan Fangfei today. It is said that she has already been sent to Prince Zhongfu. Jingwan's reaction was flat. In fact, she knew some things about Wan Fangfei. It was quite miserable, but that was enough. In the future, it would have nothing to do with her. On the 5th day, they received the imperial decree to return to the capital. Every family began to pack up and set off 2 days later. On the way back, it was very peaceful. Perhaps they didn't want to stay any longer and cause more trouble. The journey was also a lot faster. Compared to when they came, they used 1 day less to reach the capital. https:///11/11807/6653269. Chapter 214. When the emperor returned to the capital, the officials naturally lined the road to greet him. Emperor Lu Qingdi was kind. He knew that the journey was tough, so he dispersed when it was about time. At the same time, the officials who had nothing important to do could go to the court in advance. In this way, the 2 heads of the Luo family returned. Except for those who couldn't go out, such as Luo Romping, who was paralyzed in bed, and Little Wang, who was in confinement. Everyone else waited at the door. When they saw the 2 elders, Luo Rongwen led them to kneel and greet them back. Luo Peishan, on the other hand, was as elegant as ever with a hint of indifference and a hint of calmness in his dignified manner. Most of the time, he had such a face, so it was not strange to see him like this. As for old Madame Luo, she was also wise and calm. She did not shed tears when she saw her son and grandson after 2 months of separation. One must know that when she brought Jingwan to the capital, she did not show much emotion even after a few years of not seeing her. Everyone was also used to the 2 elders only treating Jingwan as a treasure. They were all in the state of grass. Now, no one in the Luo family really cared about this. More or less, they hid it in their hearts and didn't show any clues. They wouldn't do anything they shouldn't do. It was purely looking for death. In addition, they weren't mistreated by the Luo family. It was unnecessary and not worth it. The 3 girls who were married were the best witnesses. Needless to say, the eldest girl had a stable position in her husband's family and was flattered more and more. Jingwan didn't shortchange her of the benefits that the women of the Luo family should have. Naturally, she also knew a lot of things from her mother. How could she have evil thoughts? As for the second girl, although she was a concubine's daughter, she was also considered to have married into a lower family. She was backed by the big tree of the Ministry of Official Personnel Affairs and didn't have a bad relationship with her family. Luo Peishan also gave her husband's family a certain amount of support. Even if she didn't have children for a few years, her back was straight and upright. As for the fourth girl, she was a troublemaker all day long. Many people didn't like her. Now, she was a despised concubine. Even if she was in the prince's mansion, no one in the Luo family knew that she was pregnant. Even if they knew, no one cared. Her own mother even abandoned her. She fell to this point. The biggest factor was her own status. The worst relationship with Jingwan was one disaster after another. After entering the gate, Luo Peishan waved his hand to disperse everyone and let them do what they should do. Jingwan was a little dispirited now. She pushed her sister-in-law, who was more energetic than her, out to deal with her mother. Anyway, the child in her belly was Madame Zhang's grandchild. When they left, Madame Zhang didn't know. Later, she found out from the letter and probably had been longing for it for a long time. Now, she could see the truth and be happy. Begonia House was a place that she was already familiar with. Even if she came back with Jingwan, her personal maids went back first. With the help of the little maids, everything was prepared. After bathing and changing clothes, Jingwan ate a little something to fill her stomach. Then, she went to sleep comfortably. When she woke up, she would probably be revived with full health. After waking up, Jingwan was indeed revived with full health. However, her mood was actually not so good. After waking up in their own territory, they saw a weak and soft girl with timid eyes who seemed to be frightened by the slightest movement. You just looked at her, and she looked like she was about to cry. There is probably no creature in the world more annoying than this. Cousin, she looked at you with watery eyes. Which family did this strange relative come out of? Jingwan sat down and looked at the maid beside her. What's going on? Miss, this cousin is the child of your aunt's family. They just came to the capital and haven't settled down yet. For the time being, they are guests in the Fu. Qing Zhu replied. When Jingwan was resting, the maids naturally had to find out what had happened during her absence. Jingwan had only seen the so-called aunt once when she was young. However, it left a deep impression on her because Jingwan lowered her head and took a sip of tea. She hadn't seen this cousin even once. She didn't know that she was a real little white flower with a black heart. I should be the one to see aunt and cousin. No. The little white flower's face was red, and she looked like she was about to cry. I'm a little tired now. I'll go see aunt later. Cousin, you can go back first. Jingwan directly asked her to leave. The little white flower was even more anxious. Cousin, she saw the coldness on Jingwan's face and knew what was good for her. Then I'll go back first. When she turned around, the golden beads slid down her palm-sized face. Jingwan's face was cold. People like her only had 2 words left in her heart. Damn it. If she walked out looking like this, people would most likely think that she was severely bullied by Jingwan. If she wasn't black-hearted, then she was naturally black-hearted. It would be strange if people like this kind of person. And people who like this kind of person must have holes in their brains. Every hole was filled with water. Jingwan wasn't the only one who was black-hearted. Everyone around her was black-hearted. Wasn't that clearly tarnishing the girl's reputation? This was intolerable. Jingwan waved her hand. This kind of person will only cry harder if you do anything to her. Don't worry about it. Those who were fooled by this kind of person were pure idiots. There was no need to argue with an idiot. Who came to Aunt's house? Just this girl, your aunt, uncle, and their child. All right, there's also your aunt's younger sister-in-law. That person's age is similar to this girl. Qing Zhu said, similar to her niece's age. Then she must have had a daughter at an old age. She just didn't know if she was born from a second wife like Ruan Fangfei or an old clam giving birth to a pearl. It was unlikely that she was a concubine's daughter. Her uncle was the eldest son. No matter how much his father doted on a concubine's younger sister, there was no reason for him to keep her by his side. Jingwan saw Qing Zhu's strange expression. Why? Is there something wrong? Miss, your aunt's younger sister-in-law is short-sighted. I heard that she has only been in the Luo family for a few days, but she has already taken away a lot of things from Adam. Moreover, as soon as we entered the courtyard, she went to third young master's courtyard. Jingwan sneered. In the Luo family. Who else could it be but her sister-in-law? She had already inquired about it. However, if it was her sister-in-law who could take things away from her mother so easily, it wouldn't be so easy for her sister-in-law. All right, there's one more thing. Hong Lian has also become a bedwarmer. Hearing this, Jingwan's face turned stern, and she directly smashed the cup. This was the first time that Jingwan had smashed something since she was born. It could be seen that she was really angry. Hong Lian was one of the handmaidens that Duchess Ding had prepared for her third brother. Together with Lu Yi, she had asked her to be a servant girl to burn the fire and clean the courtyard. Now, after only 2 months, she had actually climbed into her father's bed. She was indeed too benevolent. Help me dress up. Jingwan changed her clothes and dressed up meticulously. That's right, she was preparing to step on someone. When she went to Luo Mei residence, Jingwan was still outside the door. The servant girl guarding the door was about to go in and report, but she stopped her. Younger sister, I'm not criticizing you, but our family's servant girl Lian was born delicate and weak. How could my niece have the heart to bully her? In terms of seniority, Lian is her older cousin. Moreover, in the future, they will be living under the same roof. She's like this. She had been wiping her tears as she spoke, but now she was sobbing uncontrollably. Mother, younger cousin didn't. A certain girl called Lian also sobbed weakly. Jingwan didn't feel anything about this scene, but the words living under the same roof spun on the tip of her tongue. Older sister, Lian grew up in the palm of my hand. In my eyes, she's just like my own daughter. How can she be Jingwa's concubine? Madame Zhang said weakly with a troubled expression. Our Lian brings fortune to her husband and family. She can marry into any family. Older sister, don't you want to keep the goodies within the family? I also know that you treat her as your own daughter, so you're sure to marry her to Jingbua. Speaking of which, Jingbua is just a virgin now. Lian has indeed suffered. Since younger sister also thinks so, why don't you promote Lian to his second wife? Although her status is a little lower, younger sister and Jingbua definitely won't be lacking in anything. Madame Zhang was speechless. She looked at her daughter-in-law, who was sitting quietly, and felt very sorry for her. However, she really wasn't good at facing this kind of situation. Didn't she already send someone to call Jingbua? Why wasn't he here yet? Younger sister, why are you standing at the door and not going in? Jingwan turned around. Her father and brother were together. Her gaze swept over them indifferently. Father, third brother, I was just about to go in. It's good that you're here. Everything could be resolved at the same time. Luo Rongyin felt that his daughter's gaze was a little frightening. However, when he thought about how he had slept with her maidservant in her courtyard, his old face turned slightly red. He clearly knew that she hated concubines the most, but this time, he actually touched her head. It seemed that any reaction from her was not surprising. He subconsciously revealed a fawning smile. His appearance was not bad. He had a clear temperament, and the lethality of his smile was not small. Unfortunately, Jingwan was indifferent. Now, she even had a bad impression of her father. She even stepped into the room ahead of them. She clearly saw her mother breathe a sigh of relief. The pair of mother and daughter with red eyes had a bit of shyness on their faces. There was also a girl sitting at the side, peacefully stroking her belly. When she saw Jingwan come in, she raised her head and chuckled. There was also a girl whose eyes were restless and itching to stick to her body. Jingwan just stood there. She didn't even greet them. Her gaze fell on a maidservant with a woman's hair in a bun. Her eyes were like small hooks, but at this moment there was a bit of fear in them. Servants dragged this lowly maidservant out and beat her 50 times. If she dies, it will naturally be over. If she doesn't die, she will be sold as a guilty slave. It was the first time Jingwan gave such a command that could take someone's life. https:///11/11807/6653271. Chapter 215. But it was a pity that Jingwan's words were still very effective, even in Falling Plum House. Seeing the determination in Jingwan's eyes that left no room for negotiation, Hong Lian also knew that begging her was useless. She rolled and crawled to Luo Rongyan's feet. "Second master, save this servant, Miss wants to beat this servant to death. In any case, this servant is your person. Miss is completely not putting you in her eyes, second master. Second master." She dared to drive a wedge between them even at the brink of death, and did it so brazenly. But did he care? Of course not. Sun Yijia seemed to have just discovered Hong Lian's existence, and seemed to have finally recognized her. Even if someone forced her husband to be a concubine, she would not be affected at all, because she knew what the final result would be. But now, she was strangely angry. Her face was frosty. She was not only targeting Hong Lian, but also her mother. What kind of mentality did she have at that time to choose such a person for her? Even under normal circumstances, as long as it was for her daughter's good, she would never choose such a person, right? Sun Yijia took a breath and calmed down her emotions. That person, she should not think about it. Compared to her fifth brother, she was already much luckier. Not only because she married the person she liked and the entire in-laws treated her very well and would continue to be good. Because she was a married daughter, she could not see her and not face her. No one would say that she was unfilial, but her fifth brother could not. Sun Yijia lowered her eyes again. The contracts of the two servant girls were given to Wan Mimi and let Wan Mimi handle it. A girl dealing with her father's bed warmer. If word got out, her reputation would be greatly affected. Moreover, there were outsiders present. But so what? For an unmarried girl, the most important thing was to have a good husband, a good husband's family. Wan Mimi did not have this concern. Jin Xinwang, that person, would support Wan Mimi to the end. Sun Yijia had this intuition. Luo Rongyan was now very embarrassed. With his upbringing, he could not kick away the woman hugging his leg. Wan. Jingwan revealed a cold smile. Why? Does father feel sorry for her and want to protect her? Luo Rongyan looked at Jingwan in silence. His relationship with his daughter was getting worse and worse. That feeling was really, even though he knew where the problem was, he still wanted to work hard to change it. He was now working hard at the Ministry of Revenue. He had not been to his concubine's room, but an accident like Red Lotus appeared out of nowhere. He originally thought that since she was a member of his daughter's courtyard and his wife was so soft-hearted, he wanted to wait for his daughter to come back and deal with it. His wife could be said to be obedient to his daughter. But now, it seemed that he should have dealt with it earlier. Wan, you're thinking too much. What are you waiting for? Take him away. Red Lotus was forcibly dragged away by the two old maids who did rough work. Without this protective umbrella, Red Lotus seemed to be grasping at the last life-saving straw, which was almost at the level of a true saint, Madame Zhang. Madam, save me. This servant will serve you like an ox or a horse. Madame Zhang's eyes flashed, but when her daughter looked over, Madame Zhang moved her lips and did not say a word. Her daughter was so angry because she wanted to protect her. If she stood on the opposite side of her, wouldn't she not know what was good for her? Moreover, she always felt that if she spoke now, her daughter would probably ignore her in the future. She knew that she was not a qualified mother and could not help her child, so she could only strive to not be a burden. You probably won't be able to find the person who will save you. Jingwan looked at Red Lotus, who was clinging to the door frame, and said coldly. Jingwan was not interested in finding out what methods she had used to climb into the bed. It was nothing more than that. She did not suspect that her father had taken the initiative to do it. He would not lay his hands on the people around his children. He still had this bit of moral integrity. Hong Lian's fear was mixed with overwhelming hatred. She cursed out loud, saying things like hypocrites, viciousness, thieves, prostitutes, and so on. Then, she was gagged and beaten viciously in the courtyard outside. Jingwan watched the whole process and saw Red Lotus's vicious eyes. She also saw the pain in Red Lotus's face during the beating. Although her mouth was gagged, anyone could feel that Red Lotus only had one breath left in her. Whether she could survive was not within Jingwan's range of concern. After dealing with Red Lotus, Jingwan's gaze fell on her aunt and the others. They seemed to be frightened. In the summer palace in Chengde, a girl from Marquis Chongping's estate wanted to be third brother's concubine. I was not willing. That girl lost half her life, and probably will not be able to get married for the rest of her life. Her father, Marquis Chongping, also gave his title to someone else. Jingwan said calmly. Although what she said was the truth, the meaning completely changed. She became the main culprit. If you are willing to lower yourself to become a concubine, then don't blame others for looking down on you. Outsiders aside, I don't care about people from other branches of the family. Let's talk about the second branch of the Luo family. Who dares to send a girl here to be a concubine? Let's sever the relationship first, then sign the slave contract. The first day that person enters, the next day, I will return him a corpse. You child, you child. Madame Gu pointed at Jingwan with trembling fingers. But in the face of Jingwan's indifference, she knew that her previous methods would not work. So, she pointed the finger at Madame Gu. As she spoke, she wiped away her tears. Younger sister, how can you teach such a good girl to be like this? A girl's 3 obediences and 4 virtues. Aunt, don't say such things. I was raised by grandmother. She is very satisfied with me. Are you questioning my grandmother? This is the Luo family. The head of the family is the minister of the Ministry of Official Personnel Affairs. Grandmother is not in charge of the family affairs, but no one dares to disobey her. You're just a relative of the Luo family. She is unhappy and drives you out. Is it you or her who is ashamed? Madame Gu's face turned pale. She did not dare to continue scolding her on this point. Also, don't cry. No one here can be appeased by tears and weakness. My father is not either. You don't know how ugly you are like this. You. Madame Gu became more and more agitated, as if she had been touched. You resent my mother for robbing you of your marriage. It has been almost 20 years, but you still can't forget my father. Tell me, what will happen to you if Uncle knows? Jingwan smiled, but her eyes were cold. She continued to scold her. The people in the room were very surprised. They looked at Madame Gu in disbelief. However, Luo Ronyan's expression was a little subtle. You are a girl. How can you make up such a story? You are really, Madame Gu said harshly. Her face became more and more pale. She seemed to have forgotten to continue crying. I am sorry. When you came to Qian Mansion and stopped my father to talk about your feelings, I happened to hear it clearly and saw it clearly. Do you want to know what I saw? Shut up, shut up. Because of this, even if I have only seen you once, I have a deep impression of you. Fortunately, my father is a gentleman. Otherwise, Jingwan's expression became indifferent, but it was more uncomfortable than direct ridicule. Everyone looked at Madame Gu as if they were looking at a dirty thing. It made her want to tear Jingwan apart. Sharp-tongued, disrespectful to elders, mean and insidious. Well, when we are out of the Luo family, you can spread whatever you want. If I frown, I will not be surnamed Luo. Aunt, I will give you one last advice. Don't covet what you shouldn't covet. Know your place. The Luo family will lend you a courtyard to live in. Otherwise, get out of here as soon as possible. Jingwan crudely peeled off the skin on her face and left her some leeway. As a result, some people were like cockroaches, jumping around and disgusting. When faced with such a weirdo, it was best to make her not dare to do anything. Madame Gu looked like she was about to faint. Her eyes flickered as she glanced at Luo Rongyan. It seemed that she still hoped that he would speak up for her and teach this bastard who humiliated her a lesson. Unfortunately, Luo Rongyan's attention was on Jingwan at this moment. In fact, he was not the least bit proud of being remembered by his aunt. Instead, he felt disgusted. If he could avoid it, he would avoid it as much as possible. However, there was someone who was not sensible and went to the Falling Plum house all day long. She was picky. She said this kind of food was not delicious, but he saw her eat it all. She said this kind of food was not good, but her eyes were engraved with greed. She could not wait to take everything for herself. What's more, she said that her sister did not do well and did not do anything right. If it were her, she would do so and so. She almost regarded herself as the hostess of the Falling Plum house. The most disgusting thing was that she pretended to be shy and weak in front of him and cried at the slightest thing. And the daughter she taught, Madame Gu looked at her sister blankly. She was probably shocked and could not come back to her senses for a long time. Mother, huh? Wangwan, are you talking to me? Madame Gu came back to her senses and immediately put her sister and whatever aside. She felt that her daughter was in a bad mood today and had a bad temper, so she was a little cautious. In the future, if you meet people like Red Lotus again, directly kill them. Jingwan was unprecedentedly cold at this moment. How can that be? That's a human life. That's the person who stole your husband. Jingwan interrupted her expressionlessly. But, Madame Gu fiddled with the handkerchief in her hand and lowered her head. Her eyes were slightly red. Shouldn't a woman regard her husband as her sky and be virtuous and virtuous? According to what you said, there should be a sentence of to help the husband and teach the children. Since you only do half of it and only think about him and throw the children aside, why can't you be more ruthless and thorough? Madame Gu was very helpless in the face of Jingwan's question. Things were completely out of her control. She was a little absent-minded and seemed to be muttering to herself, "Your father cares about me. Other people are just... Because I have you in my heart, I don't care about him having other people. Mother, do you know that I care about you the most, and that I only have you in my heart, and that other people are just playthings? That's the most disgusting thing. It's not even as good as a husband and wife who appear to be united, but are actually divided. In fact, sometimes I really wonder if you really love Father with all your heart. If you really love him, then that lowly servant climbed into his bed, and you can actually stay by his side like nothing happened. Don't you feel uncomfortable? He is surrounded by beautiful concubines, and you can be virtuous and magnanimous to take care of them. If you don't care, then you won't be jealous and be virtuous." Sometimes, Jingwan really felt that her mother was a weirdo among weirdos. She really wanted to pry open her head and see what she was thinking. Sometimes, it really made people's worldview shatter. Madame Gu looked at Jingwan in a daze. She didn't know why her daughter was so angry today. Wan, it's wrong for you to think like that. It's wrong, especially when your future husband is a Qin Wang. Enough, don't use your methods to lecture me. You haven't taught me anything since I was young, so please continue to maintain it now. Since you are willing to be like this, why should I meddle in other people's business? Jingwan sneered. If you feel that I'm wrong, then you firmly believe that you are right. Then continue to be, bitch. In the end, she didn't say the last word. In the past, she felt that her mother's personality was weak and that she was a saint. She also thought that her mother's attitude towards the concubines was just that she had been brainwashed by the current dogma. These were all left to her. She wasn't a real child and didn't need her mother's care. But her mother's attitude towards Hong Lian made Jingwan unable to control her emotions and directly exploded. Jingwan glanced at the other three people. What was the big deal about a servant who climbed into the bed? Another one was a married woman who was coveting her husband, and she was even his sister. The other party even had the idea of giving her daughter to her son as a concubine. She clearly wanted to climb up the social ladder, yet she still belittled her son. She even said that it was for her own good. How could she face such a person calmly and not beat her up immediately? Her mother was indeed a deity that she couldn't understand. She could even hesitate to beat someone who might not appear again in the future. Then, she probably wouldn't do something like kicking her biological sister out of the house. Aunt, I hate this kind of person the most when you act pitiful and aggrieved. If you want to stay in a Luo family, stop acting like a ghost, or never appear in front of me. Other things aside, if I want to kick you out, it's just a matter of a word. Jingwan didn't want to stay here any longer. She took one last look at Madame Zhang and then looked away. If you want to live like this, that's your own business. Don't harm my brother and sister-in-law. If you are soft-hearted and agree to be a concubine, don't blame me for falling out with you and not recognizing you as my mother. Sister-in-law, I have something to discuss with grandmother. Will you come with me? Sun Yijiao looked at Jingwan with some worry, but didn't say anything. She stood up. Okay. Mother, daughter-in-law will take her leave now. She turned around and bowed to Luo Rongyan. It was the first time that Jingwan did such a rude thing. She directly walked around her father and left. Luo Jinghua didn't know about the matter of concubines, but he could roughly guess. Wasn't this a trap? He had to leave this place quickly. He attentively supported Sun Yijia. Sun will also take his leave. The husband and wife hurriedly followed out. Luo Rongyan stood there in a daze. His daughter had expected better from his wife, but she seemed to have completely ignored him. He always knew that his daughter didn't like concubines. He used to think that it was because of her mother, but later he knew that was only part of the reason. She hated these things from the bottom of her heart. He used to think that the relationship between father and daughter was good. After all, other people couldn't affect their blood relationship. It turned out that was not the case. Now it had turned into disgust. He always thought that his wife and concubines were harmonious, and he didn't have many children. Not to mention the younger ones, his eldest son and eldest daughter were extremely outstanding. He lived a carefree life, but he could get things that others couldn't even get. He was proud of himself, and even showed off to some friends. But now it seemed that he was actually ridiculous, a failure, and incompetent. Perhaps he was the kind of person that his daughter despised the most. Luo Rongyan came back to his senses and saw his wife crying silently. He knew that his daughter's ruthless words had hurt her. He knew that she loved him. There was no doubt about it. She didn't show much jealousy before, so he took it for granted. Thinking about his daughter's words, he suddenly felt that it was very abnormal. Aunt, please leave. In the future, we are relatives. Don't do unnecessary things to wear away our feelings. In the Luo family, Mother loves one the most. If you really make her unhappy, Mother will stand up for you without saying a word. How much do you think you are in my mother's eyes? Moreover, Father respects Mother. Mother has a great influence on Father. Similarly, Wan is Father's favorite grandson. As long as Wan was not stupid, who would not understand the meaning of these words. It was calmly stating a fact, but also a warning and a threat. She and her husband had brought their child and a sister-in-law to the capital. Could it be that they had traveled thousands of miles just to come here and have fun? Of course not. When the Zhang family and Luo Peishan formed a marriage alliance, Father Zhang and Luo Peishan were on equal footing. However, Father Zhang was only a fourth-rank official at the time of his death. His descendants were also mediocre. Luo Peishan was a first-rank official at the moment of his death. He was the head of the 6 ministries, the Minister of Personnel Affairs. He was extremely prominent. She should have a share of such wealth and honor. However, she should have been the one to discuss the marriage, but her sister took it away from her. How could he not be angry? Her voice was choked with sobs, and her eyes were full of pain. Aunt, don't be so pretentious. I chose the marriage myself. Luo Rongyan said coldly. Wan hates you. I hate you too. You're so pretentious, and you're already so old. Luo Rongyan was not a man who had tender feelings for the fairer sex. If she cried too much, he would feel unlucky. If you were stabbed by an ordinary person, you would probably get hurt and bleed. However, if you were stabbed by someone you cared about or even adored, it would be a direct attack to your heart. It would be so painful that you would wish you were dead. Sun Yijia held Jingwan's arm and walked quietly in front. Luo Jingbo followed behind. They knew that Jingwan was in a bad mood. Thinking about it, it was indeed quite infuriating. When they were about to reach the main courtyard, Sun Yijia finally patted her hand and said, "Sister Wan, don't worry. Mother still has me. Moreover, I'm only a daughter-in-law. Although I have my concerns, some things are easier to handle." Jingwan smiled. "Thank you, sister-in-law." She was her mother after all. She had stayed in her mother's womb before and knew the pain she went through during childbirth. Speaking of which, they only had different values in life. There was no other conflict. Although her mother was not a qualified mother, she still loved her child. She should not force her own thoughts on others. She did not listen to her mother's words. Naturally, her mother did not need to accept her thoughts. Everyone had their own way of living. Along the way, Jingwan had thought about it very clearly. If she could not bear it, the best way was to stay away. Out of sight, out of mind. In the future, it would probably be like this. When Jingwan and the others arrived at the main courtyard, Madame Luo had also taken a nap and had just woken up. "Why are you here now?" Then, she realized that something was wrong with Jingwan. Others might not be able to tell, but she knew Jingwan too well. "What's the matter?" Sun Yijia, on the other hand, did not hesitate to complain. Madame Luo had already completely ignored her daughter-in-law. "Why do you care about her? Just do what your daughter should do. As for the rest, whether it's pain or happiness, it's her own business." As the saying goes, people with different principles cannot make plans together. "Grandmother, I'm fine. This is the last time." Jingwan smiled and said, "By the way, grandmother, I'm going to have my coming-of-age ceremony after the Mid-Autumn Festival. There are many related matters that I'll have to trouble grandmother with." "You're going to have your coming-of-age ceremony after the Mid-Autumn Festival?" Madame Luo looked at Jingwan. "I thought you would have to wait until next spring, but it doesn't matter if it's a little earlier. This is a big day. Grandmother will make it grand for you." Jingwan felt as if she had been seen through by her grandmother, and her face turned slightly red. "Thank you, grandmother. As long as grandmother is alive, there's nothing else to think about other than you." Jingwan's eyes were slightly red, but she smiled and said, "Grandmother, if grandfather heard this, wouldn't he be jealous?" "Let him be." Madame Luo waved her hand nonchalantly, as if in her eyes, that old man was really worthless. The three of them spent time at Madame Luo's place until it was time for dinner. The Gu family, who were staying as guests in the Luo family, also formally kowtowed to the two elders with the highest status. Among the younger generation of the Gu family, besides Guli and there was also a girl and 3 boys. Jingwan was not interested in whether they were legitimate or not. It had nothing to do with her. As long as they didn't provoke her, they would naturally live in peace. She had made it so obvious that she believed that no one would be stupid enough to annoy her. She just didn't know if this uncle already knew what she said. At that time, he had a younger sister by his side. As a younger sister, if she knew that her sister-in-law was thinking about another man, she would definitely be very angry. At that time, this girl didn't have any reaction. She was such a shallow person. Therefore, if she didn't tell her biological brother, it was more likely that he would use this as leverage to blackmail her sister-in-law for more benefits. Of course, it didn't rule out the possibility that she would tell the truth. If this man wanted to use the Luo family, he would naturally endure it. After all, she was just thinking about him in her heart and didn't make him wear a green hat. The 2 elders gave them greeting gifts respectively. However, Madame Luo was quite cold to Mrs. Gu and Mrs. Zhang. Mrs. Gu and Mrs. Zhang's expression was a little stiff. Now, they really didn't dare to go to Jingwan's side. If they were really kicked out, they wouldn't be able to establish a foothold in the capital. It hadn't been long since they came to the capital. It was so prosperous and extravagant. How could she bear to leave? Dinner was in the main courtyard. The women's table was separated. After dinner, they were not in a hurry to leave. They moved to the side hall, and the servants prepared tea. Madame Luo first asked about little Mrs. Wang and the child. When Mrs. Wang asked if she wanted to take the child over for her to see, Madame Luo said that she would go to see the child tomorrow. The child was still young. It would be easy to scare the child if she carried him here and there. Then she casually asked about other things in the family. Mrs. Wang had been in charge of the household for many years. Naturally, there wouldn't be any mistakes in these aspects. But Mrs. Luo didn't ask much, so Mrs. Wang roughly told her everything. All the things for the Mid-Autumn Festival were ready. Madame Luo nodded and said, Wan's adulthood ceremony will be held after the Mid-Autumn Festival. My eldest daughter-in-law, please take care of it. Mrs. Wang readily agreed and said that she would do it well. She said with a smile, at that time, the guest of honor will definitely be Great Elder Princess. https:///11/11807/6653274. Mobile edition website. Chapter 216. Great Elder Princess was Jingwan's foster mother. Her status was very noble and she was talented. Naturally, she was the best candidate for Jingwan's hairpin ceremony. If someone else was chosen instead of her, Great Elder Princess would probably be unhappy, so there was no need to worry that she would disagree. Madame Luo nodded in agreement and looked sideways at Jingwan, who was sitting beside her. Remember to pay respects to Great Elder Princess. Jingwan nodded with a smile and said, I'll pay respects to my foster mother when the date is chosen. Although she would officially send her resignation 3 days before the hairpin ceremony, it was necessary to inform her in advance. The secretary and the counselor can make the decision by Wan. Jingwan was very clear about the agenda of the hairpin ceremony. She had seen a lot of it when she was in Qian Mansion and also participated in it as a counselor. Grandma, will the secretary choose 1 or 3 people? Madame Luo laughed and said, How can Wan ask such a silly question? Jingwan silently closed her mouth. She was indeed silly. If one's status was not high enough, it would be pretentious. But if one's status was high enough, it was natural for him to do it. If he didn't do it, others would think that he was unworthy and looked down upon. Jingwan was now in the state of frugality. However, it was quite difficult to choose. It was not that there were few people. On the contrary, among the many noble ladies in the capital city, Jingwan was definitely the first one. Many people would rush to attend her hairpin ceremony as the main person. After all, there would be many important guests present. It would be of great benefit if they could show their faces and be known by more nobles. The princesses of Qi Yuan were still worried about marriage. Their husbands were basically invisible. If they were favored, they would be fine. If they were not, they would probably disappear in a corner after marriage. However, it would be different if they had a good friend with a powerful background. Even if they were married, they could show their existence from time to time. Among other things, if they could get Great Elder Princess's approval, they would definitely feel much better. Therefore, if Jingwan wanted to be extravagant, she could easily set up a group of princesses. Of course, Jingwan would not do such a thing. She was not familiar with those princesses. Praises were usually sisters or good friends and were usually unmarried. Jingwan already had an idea of who to choose. Zhou Shuang and Yuan Xiao would choose one. As for Si, Jingwan did not know about other places, but in Qi Yuan, they would usually choose a young married woman who had not been married for long. In reality, this should be chosen by Jingwan's mother, Zhang Shi, or else old Madame Luo could also choose. At this time, Mrs. Zhang's heart was actually very sad. Her daughter was celebrating such an important day, but she had nothing to do. She also knew that she didn't have much ability, and if she wasn't careful, things might go wrong. However, she didn't receive any news about this matter before. Originally, she should have been the first to know, but she made her daughter sad. Not only could she not help her, but she also wanted her to protect her. In this way, even if she was ignored, she couldn't blame her for anything. Mrs. Zhang felt that something was wrong with the corners of her eyes, so she hurriedly touched her temples to cover it up. She put on a smile. At this time, she couldn't cry. It was okay that she couldn't help her daughter, but she couldn't embarrass her and be a hindrance. Coming of age was indeed very important for a girl. Other people also joined in, and the atmosphere was quite lively. However, several people of the Gu family had a strange light in their eyes. When they were calculating something, they couldn't help but feel scared. Although they had been in the Luo family for a few days and inquired about some things, they didn't know that the third miss was so amazing. Not only was she doted on by the two elders of the Luo family, but she even had the foster mother of Great Elder Princess and was the future princess. They didn't even dare to imagine that she was so glorious and illustrious. Before they came to the capital city, the most senior official's wife they could meet was just a fourth-level official. At that time, Mrs. Zhang showed off a lot with the excuse that her sister's father-in-law was a first-level official. Because of this, she squeezed into the circle that she couldn't enter before, and others still flattered her. If her father-in-law was a first-level official, in fact, she would be more powerful than before. She stopped breathing for a moment, and her heart seemed to be gnawed by thousands of insects. She didn't know whether it was intentional or not, but she met Jingwan's eyes. Jingwan also said that the girl of the Lord Protector's manor was just. If you offended her, you probably wouldn't have a good end. Her heart couldn't stop beating wildly. Fortunately, there was still the relationship of relatives. But with such a confusing identity, as long as she leaked something through her fingers, it would be enough. After about an hour, they dispersed. As for the other side, Luo Shangshu had left for more than 2 months, so he naturally had a lot to talk with his descendants. Originally, they had nothing to do with the children under the age of 16, but this time, all the children who had been enlightened stayed. It could be seen that Luo Shangshu really didn't mean to let them go at all. 2 days later, the coming-of-age ceremony was held. Jingwan didn't know that they were so serious just to choose the date of the coming-of-age ceremony. But they were busy for her sake, so Jingwan was grateful. It should be known that many unfavored girls had their coming-of-age ceremony in a hurry, and even some people didn't have such a solemn ceremony at all. For girls at present, the coming-of-age ceremony played an important role in motivating and encouraging them. Therefore, whether the family cared about it or not, it would have an immeasurable impact on them. The final date was September 6th, which was suitable for everything. The next day, Jingwan visited Great Elder Princess's manor and told her at once, which was also a show of respect to Great Elder Princess. For Jingwan, she could visit Great Elder Princess's mansion at any time, and there was no need to pay a formal visit. Every time Jingwan visited, Jingwan was the happiest one. As they got along for a long time, Jingwan liked this little girl more and more. "What are you here for today?" Great Elder Princess asked with a smile, drinking the flower tea sent by Jingwan. "What are you talking about, mother? Can't I come for no reason?" "I don't know. I just met you a day or two before I left the summer palace of Qingda. If there is nothing, you won't come so soon." Great Elder Princess was not complaining, nor did she blame Jingwan. Great Elder Princess's manor was not involved in the affairs of the imperial court, but Luo Peishan had real power. Even though Jingwan was Great Elder Princess's adopted daughter, she couldn't visit often because of this relationship. Otherwise, it would definitely arouse suspicion, which was not good for both families. "Well, my family is going to hold the coming-of-age ceremony for me on September 6th, and we want to invite you to be the guest of honor. I wonder if you..." Before Jingwan finished her words, Great Elder Princess waved her hand to interrupt her. "You're going to hold the coming-of-age ceremony, so of course I'll be the guest of honor. Do you want to invite someone else?" Great Elder Princess looked at Jingwan as if she would drive her out if she had such an idea. "Of course I thought of you first. Didn't I set the date yesterday and come today?" Great Elder Princess gave her a look of, you know what you were doing. She didn't ask her how she could hold the coming-of-age ceremony in advance. Jingwan spent more than half a day in Great Elder Princess's manor. When she left, she agreed to worship the moon with Wang Zhiyuyao on the Mid-Autumn Festival. In the afternoon, Jingwan went to the Yuan family. They hadn't seen each other for more than 2 months. Yuan Xiaoqiao pounced on Jingwan like a crazy girl and hugged her directly. She really didn't have any manners at all. However, it didn't matter since they were at home. No one would criticize her. But it was enough to show that her legs and feet were completely healed without any sequelae. Jingwan had no choice but to let go of her and go to pay respects to her aunt and Madame Dowager of the Yuan family. No matter what the reason was, the old madam was always kind and amiable towards Jingwan and seemed to like her a lot. Then she went to Yuan Xiao's courtyard. When she learned that Jingwan was going to hold the coming-of-age ceremony and needed a compliment, she directly waved her hand and gave it to Zhou Shuang. In order to make friends with my grandfather, many people have stepped on the threshold of my family. There are so many people who want to marry me. According to my mother and grandmother, there are many people who we didn't dare to dream of in the past. Now they are waiting for us to choose. I don't need to add to the limelight. When it came to her marriage, she was also careless. Although Shuang has been engaged, it's good to give her some confidence. You are the future wife of the prince. If her husband sees that you are on good terms with her, he will definitely be proud in the future. Well, it felt very good to be able to support others one day, although in essence, she was relying on others. Are you still going to Shuang's place? Let's go now. I want to take this opportunity to go out. My mother is very strict with me. Usually, she won't let me go out. If you are there, she will definitely agree. Yuan Xiao's temperament was relatively more outgoing. She would definitely feel uncomfortable being locked up at home. After asking for his aunt's opinion, Luo Ronghue agreed without hesitation. After leaving the door, Yuan Xiao complained to Jingwan, "You are my mother's daughter. I beg her for half a day, but it was not as effective as a word from you. Sorry, Qian Prefecture is very far from the capital. Even if my mother took me from someone else, it would not be your family," Jingwan said with a smile. Yuan Xiao directly rolled her eyes at Jingwan. When they arrived at the Zhou residence, they found that Zhou Shuang was embroidering her dowry. "Has the wedding date been set before the new year?" Jingwan asked. Zhou Shuang had a shy and sweet expression as she nodded. 10th of October. This speed seemed a bit fast. Jingwan thought that they would have to wait until next year. When she understood the purpose of Jingwan's visit and knew that Yuan Xiao did not hesitate to let her have him, she was grateful and naturally agreed. Thus, they spent another half a day at the Zhou residence. 2 days later, it was the 15th of August, the Mid-Autumn Festival. Lu Qingdi gave another long holiday. Other than those who had to stay in their positions, everyone else went home. He also said that there would only be a family banquet in the palace tonight. The officials would quickly go back to their own homes to reunite. The reunion banquet was held in the courtyard. When there was still more than 2 hours before nightfall, all kinds of lanterns were hung up. They were tied to bamboo poles with ropes, erected high on the roof eaves or balconies, or built into various shapes with small lanterns. The trees in the courtyard and the rockery were also decorated. https://11//11807/6653277. Biku Pavilion Mobile Reading Website. M. Chapter 218. The so-called Tile Tower Lantern was a tall, hollow tower made of bricks and tiles. Firewood was added to the fire, and it was lit after the moon worship. The moon worship this time was naturally different from the moon worship at home. The scene was very grand, and the venue was set in the square in front of Wandanghua. Wandanghua was the main building in the capital that hosted large-scale gatherings. It was 3 stories high, and there were a total of 9,999 lanterns inside and outside the building. However, all the lanterns were lit only 2 or 3 times a year. There was still some distance to Wandanghua. Everyone got off the carriage and prepared to walk. Tonight, there was no need for servants to carry lanterns to lead the way. The place they were was already brightly lit. The lanterns came from all directions, and the small shadows gathered at their feet. Jingwan was amazed by such a scene. Qi in Prefecture also celebrated the festival, but it was still not as grand as this. It was only the Mid-Autumn Festival. She wondered how grand the Lantern Festival would be. A few older brothers went out as escorts. Speaking of which, the eldest sister-in-law, little Wang Shi, would only be out of confinement tomorrow. This was extremely fortunate. If the child was born a day earlier, it would be the Mid-Autumn Festival on July 15th. That would be terrible. It would be another kind of ghost child. In fact, when they went out, Jingwan wanted to let her eldest cousin brother and third brother stay at home to accompany her wife. However, the elders did not agree. Jingwan did not know what little Wang Shi was thinking. On the other hand, Sun Yijiao was purely chasing Luo Jingbo out. She was fine at home with a large group of people accompanying her. It did not matter whether she was there or not. However, it was different when her younger brothers and sisters went out. They were not few in number, so how could there not be a few older brothers following them? Moreover, the few people from the Gu family also shamelessly followed them. However, Jingwan ignored them. That Miss Lian still wanted to be Luo Jingbo's concubine. Although Jingwan blocked her path rudely, when the girl saw her cousin, Luo Jingbo, although she did not say anything, she still looked like she was about to cry. Her expression was gloomy, as if she was looking at a heartless man in the carriage. Luo Jingbo met them 2 or 3 times. They had goosebumps all over their bodies and took a detour when they saw him. The brother and sister pair ignored them, so the other brothers and sisters of the Luo family naturally treated them as invisible people. Luo Jingbo walked beside Jingwan and told her about the various festivals in Beijing. Naturally, he was able to bring out a lot of interesting things. Jingwan was very happy to hear this. Originally, Jingwan was already engaged, so her protector should be a certain someone. It should be known that tonight was a good time to openly date. Unfortunately, the emperor had set up a family banquet. Even if he wanted to come out and compensate Jingwan, it was definitely not now. If Emperor Lu Chengdi had a stroke and did not let her go and wanted to hold a small lantern festival in the palace, he would probably come out even earlier. According to a certain someone's character, if he wanted to use those boring things to trap him, it was better to wash up and sleep. It was easier to come out in dreams. Although there were a lot of people because there were guards around the courtyard, the journey was very easy. There would definitely not be a crowded situation. Those commoners would also not come here. After all, this was a place where high officials and nobles parked their cars. If they squeezed in for no reason, they might be accused of having bad intentions. How wrong would that be? If they had nothing to do, they would generally not come here. This was also the first time Jingwan saw the 10,000 Lanterns Tower. At this moment, the lanterns inside and outside the tower were all lit up. It was brightly lit and looked like a big shining treasure. If one looked at it from afar, the effect would probably be even more realistic. At this moment, the incense table had already been set up and all the tributes were also on the table. Several towers had also been built around it. Not only were they hollow, but in order to conform to the meaning of unity, the towers were also left with round holes. It looked very artistic and beautiful. It was much more troublesome than making square holes. Jingwan only knew from her third brother's explanation that if one stood on the central axis of the lanterns and saw the moon hanging over the top of the lanterns, the moon worship would begin. Jingwan stood over to take a look and estimated that there was not much time left. I wonder which madam is in charge of the moon worship this year. It's the wife of the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Jingwan listened from the side. She also knew from her third brother that there would be a different person in charge of the moon worship every year. The left assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue was noble consort Sue's biological brother. The person in charge of the moon worship tonight was her sister-in-law. The left and right assistant ministers of the Ministry of Revenue were not on the same page. However, if the current Minister of Revenue stepped down, this position would most likely fall into the left assistant minister's hands. Prince Rue and the others had always been plotting. Perhaps it would happen in the next 1 or 2 years. Jingwan thought for a moment. It seemed that her father's name was in the Ministry of Revenue. Elder sister, elder sister. Just as Jingwan was a little distracted, Yu Yao rushed up from behind and hugged her. Jingwan pulled her and turned around. Yu Yao, you're here. Just you alone? Other than father and mother, everyone else in the family came out. I didn't want to stay with them, so I directly came here. Yu Yao said. Jingwan glanced at the group of servant girls and matrons who were closely following her. She was not worried that anything would happen to her. Although Yu Yao had spent more time with Jingwan, the age gap between the two of them was quite large. When there were children of the same age, Yu Yao was more likely to play with them. This allowed Yu Yao to get to know her two younger cousins. The two young ladies quickly chattered together. Not long after, Yuan Xiaoqiao and Zhou Shuang appeared together. There were also many other people who knew each other. They greeted each other. As time passed, more and more people gathered. Jingwan guessed that this place and this time should be the most crowded place in time tonight. A beautiful, middle-aged woman arrived. The moon worship was about to officially begin. The seats in the middle were all empty. The servants and men of each family all retreated. Although the moon worship was entirely voluntary and there were no rules about who should stand where, there were unspoken rules everywhere. Those with lower backgrounds would consciously move back a little, and those girls from commoner families could only stand at the periphery. Jingwan directly led Yu Yao to the front. At this time, there was no need to be modest. Jingwan's aunt's younger sister-in-law subconsciously followed Jingwan. However, she was stopped by someone. Miss Gu, that's not a place for you to go. It's okay if you don't know the rules, but don't implicate the Luo family and make others say that they don't know the rules. The girl's eyes immediately turned red. However, she was not as innocent as the other mother and daughter. She did not really cry. However, the shame in her heart made her feel as if her internal organs were on fire. She kept feeling that the people around her were looking at her and pointing at her. This made her feel ashamed and angry. She was so ashamed that she did not dare to raise her head. The 5, 6, and 7 girls of the Luo family glanced at her. They did not even want to go to the front. Naturally, no one cared about this small episode. The entire moon worship process was similar to the one at home. It did not take long. After the moon worship, the crowd dispersed. They played, finished the lanterns, enjoyed the lanterns, and played games. Although they did not really play for the whole night, it was appropriate for them to play in the middle of the night. Yu Yao and the 2 girls of the Luo family, who were slightly older than her, got along well. They wanted to meet up and play together. Yu Yao had enough people, and the Luo family could also spare some people. Therefore, there was no need to worry about their safety. They only needed to arrange a time and place to go home and let them go. Yuan Xiaoqiao excitedly pulled Jingwan and Zhou Shuang to play with the water lanterns. The river that passed through the city was just beside them. They did not need to go through Taiyuan. There were many river lanterns by the river. There were many styles, and most of them were still lotus-shaped. Yuan Xiaoqiao bought a lot of them in one go. She said that everyone in the family would have one. Jingwan and Zhou Shuang did not know whether to laugh or cry. The river lanterns were wishing lanterns or praying lanterns. If a person wished or prayed for blessings, the gods would not be able to take care of it. If you wanted to release so many by yourself, it would be even more impossible to fulfill your wish. However, this was just for show. She wanted to express her wishes or write something unrealistic. Jingwan originally wanted to wait for her cousin Xiaoqiao to spend a lot of time writing something. In the end, she directly took out her pouch and took out a piece of paper that she had already prepared. She placed one in each of the water lanterns. Her movements were very nimble. All right, this was not an impromptu idea at all. Jingwan only bought one lantern. After thinking for a bit, she wrote, "My family is safe and sound. What about this prince?" His words were so close to her ear that it scared Jingwan quite a bit. She turned her head to glare at the culprit who had suddenly appeared. She gritted her teeth and said, "Your Highness, people can scare people to death if they try to scare people." Li Hanyuan curled his lips into a smile. "It's this prince's fault. Next time, I'll definitely remind you earlier." The killing power of this bastard smile was too great. Moreover, his face was so gentle. It was simply too frightening. That's why it was said that this person who looked good really had its benefits. Jingwan thought that she was also a common person. Li Hanyuan also took a lantern and quickly wrote a few words. Jingwan didn't go to look. Because of a certain person's appearance, the surroundings had become a bit strange. For example, Zhou Shuang and Yuan Xiaoqiao had become more restrained. Their smiles had stiffened a lot. At the same time, there were people who were secretly looking over here. Some recognized them, some didn't. In short, Jin Xinwang, who had restrained his hostility, was very eye-catching. Jingwan inadvertently glanced at her aunt's sister-in-law, Miss Gu, who had been following her like a little tail after coming out. She was staring at a certain person in a daze. That expression was as if she had lost her soul. https://11/11/11807/6653300. Chapter 219. The Scourge didn't have the slightest self-awareness of being a scourge. Other people's gazes would never affect him. Those who had the courage to come up to him were definitely not afraid of death. Thus, there was no need to be polite to this kind of person. Li Honyuan gave his lotus lantern to Jingwan. I'll play what you wrote. You wrote everything about yourself, right? Jingwan didn't reach out her hand. She just looked at him quietly. Li Honyuan seemed to understand the meaning in her eyes. He nodded shamelessly. Wanwan doesn't have this prince in her heart. This prince can only let others know that you have this prince in your heart, and only this prince. Jingwan was extremely speechless. Even if this young lady fell in love with you in the future, you definitely wouldn't be the only one in my heart, let alone now. However, Jingwan had also seen his stubbornness in certain aspects. There was no use in being in a deadlock with him. It would probably only attract more people to watch. She took the lotus lantern from his hand. Why did Prince come out at this time? After asking, Jingwan realized that she had made a stupid mistake. Prince, just pretend this subject didn't ask. A certain person originally wanted to say, does Wanwan really want to know? His wife was so enthusiastic that he couldn't refuse. Alas, what a pity. How could he take back what he had said? However, Wanwan's skin was thin. If she really said something that she shouldn't say in public, she should be angry. Let's go play the lantern. Jingwan glanced at her two good friends beside her. This young lady wasn't the kind of person who would abandon her best friends for a man. Li Honyuan just followed her gaze and glanced. The two girls who were originally a little fascinated by the man suddenly felt their scalps go numb. It was likely that all the hair on their bodies stood up. This man really wouldn't become a good person. If they were charmed by him, they would die without a burial place. One told them to stay, the other told them scram. Speaking of which, as good sisters, they naturally thought of each other in everything. So, they squatted down and quickly scram. Jingwan glanced at the water lantern left behind by her cousin. She was really too disloyal. Why did she have to be that kind of person? So, she was indeed a scourge. It was fine if she was a scourge, but she was also a scourge. Jingwan carries two water lanterns to the riverside and steps on the stone stairs to the bottom. The water surface is only 1 finger lower than the stone stairs under her feet. She squats down and puts the water lanterns into the river. In the slight ripples of the river, the water lanterns float away slowly like the water lanterns put by others. The world of lights on the water, the world of lights under the water, and the stars on the water surface. Jingwan looks at them quietly, hoping that her family members are all well. Well, barely including the scourge beside her. Li Honyuan stood beside Jingwan. She looked at the water lantern while he looked at her. To their left and right, there was no one more than 10 meters away from them. Even further away, there was clearly a crowd of people. For a moment, it was as if the two of them were the only ones left in the world, and the clamor around them seemed to have vanished without a trace. Sure enough, wherever she was, his heart would always be at peace. However, this peace did not last long. He lowered his head, so his vision was not wide. But even so, someone broke in. 2 steps away from Jingwan, he squatted down in what he thought was a graceful manner and placed the water lantern on the table. Then he clasped his hands together as if he was praying sincerely. Throughout the whole process, his head was slightly lowered and the back of his neck was exposed. Under the light, she looks very white and weak, which makes people want to break her. Seeing that their master, who was originally in a good mood, is shrouded by hostility in an instant, Eunuch Mu and his guards want to jump into the river to commit suicide. But before that, they just want to kill the biggest culprit first. Are you blind or what? Can't you see that there are so many people and no one dares to go over? Do you think others can't see your intention? A bitch is a bitch. Eunuch Mu cursed in his heart. But what should he do now? He can't really drag her away in front of Miss Luo. But the most annoying thing is, why did they let her go? There's so many people, but no one wants to stop her. What if it was an assassin who wanted to assassinate him? What the hell were they doing? What the hell were they doing? Their faces are gloomy, and their hearts are irritable. After praying, Miss Gu turned around and looked at Jingwan, revealing a gentle smile. Jingwan wants to roll her eyes. Miss, if you want to look at the person next to you, just look at him. If you want to know him or hook up with him, just go to him. You want to look at him but can't bear to look at him. To be honest, you are really not good looking. Li Hanyuan reached out and pulled Jingwan up. Let's go. He doesn't want to be ruined by irrelevant people now. Jingwan nodded. If it was Yuan, Qiao, Zhou Shuang, and the others, Jingwan would be happy to leave this man aside. But now, she would rather stay with this living king of hell. Miss Gu, who had been completely ignored, was furious and unwilling to give up. She already knew that this man was most likely Luo Jingwan's fiancé. He had a distinguished status, power, and money. He was also very good-looking. He was simply her ideal husband. Even if he was someone else's fiancé, even if she could never become his official wife, she still did not want to give up just like that. She gritted her teeth and followed. But as the saying goes, dreams are plentiful, but reality is cruel. The guards, who have been tortured by their master's horrible eyes, said that if they let her get close, it will not be as simple as being punished when they go back. Eunuch Mu grabbed Miss Gu's arm tightly. His eyes really want to eat her alive. In fact, no one who follows a master like Li Hanyuan is pure. Even if Eunuch Mu has not been exposed to particularly bloody things, his bones have long been dyed black. Let go of me. Do you know who I am? Let me tell you. Eunuch Mu covered her mouth with his hand. Miss Luo has not gone far with his master. If she is alarmed, he will be in serious trouble. Throw her into the river. It's enough to keep her alive. Miss Gu widened her eyes in disbelief. Her mouth was moaning, but she couldn't break free at all. The guard next to her was not polite at all. He tore a piece of her dress and stuffed it into her mouth. She wanted to take the thing out of her mouth with her hands, but her hands were immediately broken. He grabbed her by the back of her neck and exerted force. She rolled down the stone stairs and fell into the water with a splash. She struggled in the water, but her hands were broken, so she couldn't climb up. After struggling for a long time, she found that the water was not deep, only up to her waist. However, her feet were crooked and she almost stepped on air. She was still in shock and her mouth was still gagged. The pain in her arms was even more unbearable. Tears fell down, mixed with the water droplets rolling down from her hair, and she carefully moved inside. Just as she was about to call for help from the people on the shore, the guard came down. She retreated in fear, but the guard quickly reached out and grabbed her hair. He pushed her into the water, and after a while, he pulled her up again. After repeating this several times, Miss Gu no longer had the strength to struggle and was on the verge of death. The guard carried her up and threw her on the stone stairs. He clapped his hands and left. From beginning to end, there was not a trace of emotion on his face. The whole process was seen by many people on both sides of the river. These people included several of the Luo family's elder brothers. Some timid girls didn't dare to watch and hurriedly left. Although some were also afraid, they seemed to be very curious and stayed. Naturally, there were also those who watched in high spirits. But each of them had their own complicated emotions. Among these people, Luo Jingwa's relationship with her was the closest. But at this moment, his face was expressionless. Don't talk about sympathy or pity. His eyes were simply looking at a dead object. His younger sister didn't want a third person come between them, so she should be the same. He naturally didn't have any good feelings towards these people who tried to get close to his future brother-in-law. Jingwa, let someone send her back. After all, she came from our family. If we let her die here, Even if it was done by Jin Qinhuang's people, it will not be good for our family's reputation. Luo Jingdo whispered. Luo Jingbo nodded his head indifferently. However, her entire body was drenched, and she was half dead. She couldn't ask the servants to carry her back. That way, not only would her reputation be ruined, the Luo family would also be criticized by others. If that Miss Gu was Jingwan's tail, then her niece Gu Yin was Luo Jingbo's tail. Luo Jingbo tilted his head and saw Gu Yin's pale face. Her tears were like broken beads, completely uncontrollable. Seeing Luo Jingbo looking over, she seemed to have found her backbone. Biaoga. She pitifully wanted to rub against him. Take your servant girl and send her back. Jin Qinhuang's people did it. If she dies, she will die in vain. Also, you should learn from this. If you think about something you shouldn't think about, you will probably end up the same. Luo Jingbo clearly warned. Gu Yin might be a weak person, but she wasn't completely unable to understand human language. Her face was pale, and she didn't dare to take a step closer. Luo Jingbo didn't care about her anymore. My younger brothers and sisters have run away. Let's go take a look. Luo Jingda and Luo Jingming nodded. Although they met every year, it was different every year. They were big men. It was enough to have their own manservants by their side. Watching them leave, Gu Yin'er bit her lip and looked at her aunt who was motionless on the stone stairs. She also wanted to ignore her, but she couldn't. Was she already dead? She didn't dare to be sure. Xinli was very scared. She glanced at the servant girl who was at a loss. Why don't you go down and see your daughter? Obviously, she was also scared to death, but the servant girl had to go. Trembling, she went down and reached out her trembling hand. She found that she was still breathing. It seemed that she had just fainted. She couldn't help but cry with joy. Still alive. Of course, she was still alive. Since she said to leave her with one breath, she naturally wouldn't kill her. In any case, she was still a relative of Luo Sangunyang. It wasn't good to kill her. However, this lesson was enough. If there was a next time, there wouldn't be another chance. Gu Yin called her own servant girl to help. They helped her up and let the servant girl carry her. Step by step, they walked towards the place where the carriage was parked. Seeing the situation, those who didn't know were surprised. Did she fall in the river? Those who knew sneered. Jin Qinhuang's people held her down in the river, gagged her mouth, and broke her hand. Jin Qinhuang took Luo Sangunyang to light the river lanterns. The two girls who were close to Luo Sangunyang all avoided them. She didn't even look at her own virtue. You didn't see her appearance at that time. It was simply too scary. Perhaps she thought that her beauty was unparalleled. Any man would be attracted. It's hard to say. They all say that Jin Qinhuang is walking the road of beauty and bones. That's not a joke. Jin Qinhuang was fond of beauty, but he had always been the one to choose. Those who threw themselves at him all didn't have a good ending. The bystanders looked at each other in dismay. They looked at the unconscious Miss Gu with pity, but more disdain. When the crowd had mostly dispersed, Yuan Xiao and Zhou Shuang reappeared by the river. They had seen the situation just now. At this moment, they looked at each other and didn't know what to say. After a moment of silence, Yuan Xiao suddenly laughed. Shuang, it's quiet here. Let's hurry and light the lanterns. Otherwise, there will be more people. She excitedly went to pick up a few river lanterns and called for the servant girl to help. At the place where Jingwan had placed the river lanterns, the place where Miss Gu had almost lost her life, Yuan Xiao put down the river lanterns one by one. She seemed to dislike them for moving too slowly and even used her hands to paddle the water. As for the river lantern hawkers who had never seen such a scene before, they were almost scared silly. They could only slow down on their own. As for the people who didn't know the situation, they were puzzled when they saw that there was a lot of space. However, because Yuan Xiao and Zhou Shuang were there, they didn't think much of it. They bought the river lanterns and went down. Jingwan strolled around beside Li Hongyuan. She looked around and felt the rich, festive atmosphere. This was something that would never have happened in her previous life. Therefore, after so many years, Jingwan's love for the various festivals had never weakened. Moreover, The capital was very different from Qian Prefecture. The pavilion corridor built by the river had 9 bins and 18 bins. Lanterns of flowers, birds, fish, and insects were hung. Of course, there were also very square lanterns. The white paper was also painted with exquisite paintings. There were countless small games. Listening to the waves of cheers and applause, it was a lively and prosperous scene that belonged to this era. "Do you want it?" Li Hongyuan's voice softly sounded in her ear. Jingwan subconsciously rubbed her ear. She turned her head to look at him, then shifted her gaze to the high platform full of lanterns. The lanterns were obtained after 3 rounds. The final prize was hung in the middle of the platform. It was a colored glass lantern. It didn't have an ordinary appearance. It was a person standing on auspicious clouds and holding a jade rabbit. Although it was only half the height of a person, it was vivid and lifelike. Because of the light inside the lantern, it didn't appear frivolous. Instead, it seemed to have the aura of an immortal. This kind of craftsmanship was amazing. It was no wonder that there were so many people around. However, it seemed that there weren't many people who made it to the second round. "Wan, if you want it, I can take it." Jingwan tilted her head. "Troublesome, don't get so close to speak." Speaking with a normal tone was already breaking the rules. What was he trying to do by lowering his voice? "Take it. How does Prince plan to take it? Forcefully take it? If I forcefully take it and give it to you, won't people criticize you? If they scold Ben Wang, it doesn't matter." It was said that Jin Xin Wang had nothing good in his face. This knowledge was naturally included. However, Jingwan dared to conclude that it wasn't the case. Since he said it out loud, he would definitely be able to use conventional means to get it. If he really did that, the things that he deliberately concealed would be exposed. She shook her head. "I just think it's very pretty. I don't want it." Li Hongyuan seemed to have seen through her thoughts. "It doesn't matter. So what if something was exposed?" "I really don't want it," Jingwan said. Her eyes turned, and then she suddenly lowered her voice. "Could it be that Prince wants me to face a beauty day and night?" There was a smile in her eyes, and there was a bit of ridicule. Li Hongyuan's face immediately darkened. Jingwan covered her mouth and laughed very happily. To be able to make her laugh so happily, Li Hongyuan's expression eased, and he reached out to touch her face. When Jingwan saw this, she immediately took a step back. Tonight, even if a man and woman walked together, there wouldn't be any gossip. But if they were too intimate, it definitely wouldn't do. "Prince, let's go." Saying this, she took a few steps back with a smile on her face. Then she turned around and leisurely walked forward. When they walked far away, a person came out from behind a lampstand next to them. It was Sun Yilin. He didn't call his friends, and he wasn't with his brothers at home. There was only a manservant by his side. The manservant looked at him with some apprehension. He knew how deep his young master's feelings for Luo Sanmis were. That kind of scene just now, for him, was like stabbing a knife into his heart. The smile on his face was getting less and less. Many times, to be silent from morning to night, it was impossible to say that he wasn't worried. Sun Yilin knew that he might meet Jingwan tonight. He also knew that Prince Jin might be with her, but he still came. He didn't go to the 10,000 Lanterns Tower during the moon worship. He wanted to try if he had that fate with her. After all, this neighborhood wasn't small. Even if he deliberately looked for her, he might not be able to find her. Facts proved that this fate still existed. Ignoring the pain from his heart, Sun Yilin turned his gaze to the lamp. After a moment, he walked over. Sun Yilin's appearance caused even louder cheers. Everyone had great expectations for him. In fact, Sun Yilin really didn't let them down. When it came to words, he had never lost. Others worked hard, but couldn't even pass half of the first level, but he didn't stop to rest and pass 3 levels in a row. He often blurted it out without even thinking. Finally, holding the beauty lantern, he finally revealed his first smile tonight, causing many women in the boudoir to blush and their hearts to beat. In recent months, there had been no news of him. When they met again, he seemed to be even more attractive. Such a person, they didn't know what kind of woman could be worthy of him. However, Duchess Ding didn't seem to be a good mother-in-law. Sun Yilin left the high platform, gave the beauty lantern to the servant, and walked in the opposite direction from Jingwan. Young master, will you send this lantern to the Luo family tomorrow? Keep it. Whatever my little sister needs. She has her husband. The servant silently shut up. Jingwan stepped onto the stone bridge and looked at the lake not far away. Countless water lanterns passed under the bridge, and all of them converged into the lake. It was as if the lake had merged with the stars in the sky. It was too beautiful to behold. Is this lake formed naturally? Jingwan asked curiously. No, it was dug by the great ancestor. Jingwan praised in her heart. Although the great ancestor was from a humble background, he was also very sentimental. The willows by the lake were rustling, the pavilions and the lights were waning. It could be regarded as a dating spot. Don't ask why Jingwan only thought of this instead of drinking water, because there was no shortage of water in the capital. The river was convenient for many people, but this lake was purely superfluous. Those boats, are they pleasure boats? There were more than 10 boats on the lake. The worst of them had 2 floors. At this time, they were slowly wandering on the lake. They were also brightly lit and magnificent. Li Hanyuan glanced at Jingwan. It seemed that he didn't quite understand Jingwan's meaning. Yes, which one is the Huaiqin pleasure boat? Jingwan was very curious. Wanwan, why you ask this? Isn't it because the courtesan of the Huaiqin pleasure boat took a fancy to my third brother? Moreover, I heard that the Huaiqin pleasure boat is yours. The girls inside must be the ones you choose to see the guests? Jingwan looked at him. It seemed that she was purely curious, but also seemed to be teasing. Li Hongyuan's expression was a bit unpredictable. Who would tell this kind of thing to the girls in the back house? I not only heard it, but also wanted to see it. It was a pity, pleasure boats and the like were all forbidden areas for girls. If they dared to try, their spittle could drown you to death. After the wedding, Bin Wang will take you there. With him taking her there, she couldn't go anywhere. Jingwan was surprised. Soon after, she smiled. This man was really... It's almost time. Let's go back. Li Hanyuan nodded his head in agreement. They didn't follow the original path, and chose to go on the opposite side of the river. When they returned to the front of Wan Denglu, the tile tower had already been completely burned up. It was like a pile of bonfires, but it was far more beautiful than bonfires. The tiles were burning red, and there was a kind of beauty like red jade in the fire. It far exceeded their original expectations. Meeting other Wang Ye and Wang Fei didn't seem to be strange. Rui Qinwang invited Jin Qinwang to have a drink, and Li Hanyuan agreed. He turned to Jingwan and said, Go back early and rest. Your family still has work to do tomorrow. Jingwan nodded. Rather than chatting with Rui Qinwang Fei, Jingwan was more willing to go back to sleep. So, without saying anything, she bid farewell to them and left under the escort of her maidservants. Lao Lu, you're really serious now. Rui Qinwang smiled warmly. Li Hanyuan had always been too lazy to pay attention to this kind of probing. Li Hongming was somewhat sincere to her. She was afraid that Su Gue Fei had told him everything. The son of a ghost. The country and the throne were all fought for with blood. When Jingwan returned to the carriage, it was almost time for the appointed time. After all, several of her younger brothers and sisters were still young. They couldn't play late, so she sat in the carriage and waited. Sure enough, it didn't take long for them to appear one after another. However, Yao didn't want to go home. Acting spoiled and acting shamelessly, Jingwan was also helpless. She discussed with Yu Yao's wet nurse and sent someone to report to Great Princess Royals Fu and bring her back to Luo family. Yu Yao was overjoyed. Soon after, she abandoned Jingwan and went to find 2 sisters to play, throwing them away after using them. Jingwan couldn't help but laugh and scold when she found that 2 people were missing. Where did they go? They already went back. Luo Jinghua said. Went back. Jingwan looked to the side. There was indeed 1 carriage missing, and the coachman also expressed his affirmation. Since that was the case, there was nothing to say. https:///11/4/11807/6653301. Chapter 220. However, not long after Jingwan and the rest returned to the Luo family, they heard that the Gu family's short-sighted girl was about to die. Jingwan was extremely shocked. She was still fine before. How long had it been? And she was about to die. Jingwan didn't doubt it. This was the Luo family. The doctor was the Luo family's official doctor. How could the Gu family feign illness and feign death under her nose? Furthermore, would her own family lie to her about this kind of thing? Therefore, it was definitely true. That aunt and niece pair came back early. It was very likely that something happened after she left. Jingwan pondered for a moment. That Miss Gu had just entered the capital. The people outside didn't have any enmity with her, so they wouldn't put her in a sack and beat her up. She also wouldn't have been raped and lost her chastity. Otherwise, when third brother said that she had already returned, he wouldn't have been so indifferent. The most likely thing was that she fell into the river. At this time, catching a cold could cause death. Drowning could cause a lung infection, causing high fever. Jingwan decided to go and take a look. It wasn't that she was concerned about the other party, but purely to know what happened. Just as she walked out of the courtyard, she ran into Luo Jingbua. Apparently, their destination was the same. Third brother, you should know what happened, right? Luo Jingbua frowned and hesitated for a moment. In the end, he still told her what happened. Jingwan's footsteps paused. All right, she really did fall into the water. But it wasn't an accident, it was man-made, and it was under the eyes of everyone. The only people who could do this kind of thing were the living Hell King and his subordinates. If it was other people, the emperor would have done it secretly. In a feudal society, under the imperial power, there were no human rights. Jingwan rubbed her slightly swollen temples. Luo Jingbua saw her like this and knew that she was kind-hearted. He was worried that she would be estranged from Jin Xinwang. Little sister, Jin Xinwang has already given you face, otherwise it could have been a corpse at that time. I know. I'm just worried that he has killed too many people and damaged his virtue. It's not good. The members of the Gu family were a little annoying, but their crimes did not warrant death. Initially, he only wanted to teach that Lady Gu a lesson, not take her life. However, this lesson was a little too harsh. Now that things had turned out like this, the matter was already irreversible. Could Jingwan still have a conflict with Jin Xinwang because of her? Jingwan was very clear about who was close and who was distant. She was not a saint. Even if Li Hanyuan killed an unrelated person in front of her, she would not blame him. When Jingwan and Madame Gu arrived, other than Luo Rongyin, Madame Zhang, and the Gu family, Madame Luo and Madame Wang were also there. Madame Wang was in charge of the household affairs and had to be involved in all matters of the family. Madame Luo, as the person with the highest authority in the inner residence, should also come and take a look. However, at this time, they were all very silent. The food doctor prescribed medicine, inserted needles, and fed the medicine to Lady Gu. Whether she could endure or not, it would depend on her own luck. Madame Gu and Madame Zhang hugged Gu Lian and kept crying. Jingwan's uncle, his eyes were red, and he looked like he was on the verge of exploding in anger, although he did not say anything. But looking at his appearance, it was likely that he wanted to put this account on the Luo family. Old Madam is not saying anything. Could it be that this matter did not happen? My good sister became like this after going out for a trip. Even the minister's residence is not so overbearing and unreasonable. If you don't give this Gu an explanation, even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will not let this matter rest. What kind of person was Madame Luo? How could she not see that this man's eyes were full of calculation? They came to the capital this time to borrow the Luo family's power, whether it was to seek an official position or to achieve other goals. However, in these few days, Luo Shangshu did not have any intention of paying attention to him at all. It was impossible for him not to be anxious. Now that such a thing had happened, he must be very happy. With such a handle, he would naturally try his best to gain benefits. Madame Luo was calm and collected. Even if you want an explanation, this old one needs to know what happened. If it was your sister who did something, this old one will definitely pursue the matter of you implicating the Luo family. Our Luo family is upright and upright. We will never say no to what we should take responsibility for. However, If it is something that we should not take responsibility for, no one can blackmail us. Only then did Uncle Gu realize that his attitude was too extreme. He only spoke viciously, but if he really went against the Luo family, it would undoubtedly be like striking a rock with an egg, and he would end up digging his own grave. Old madam, I was also anxious for a moment. Please forgive me. After all, father and mother handed my sister over to me. Now, the things have turned out like this. How can I explain it to them? As he spoke, he actually choked up. Jingwan and her sister looked at each other outside the door. This acting was also very good. It was no wonder that they could raise a girl like Gu Yin'er who would cry whenever she wanted. Her parents were both outstanding. With the excellent genes of both of them, she was definitely better than her parents. However, they had been back for a long time. Could it be that Gu Yin'er had not clearly explained what had happened? Madame Luo was indifferent. What kind of situation had she not seen before? How could she be deceived by such a small trick? Since her daughter and the servant girl were shocked and incoherent, and the other children of your family did not know anything, there might be someone among the children of the Luo family who knows. I believe that they would not be like your daughter and the others, who could not take the slightest shock. Call them over now and ask them. Even if they don't know anything, there are so many people at the Lantern Festival. We will definitely find out who is right and who is wrong. She then sent someone to call someone over. Since she had said this, Uncle Gu could not say anything more. He looked at his little sister lying on the bed with an unfathomable expression. Before the mother beside Madame Luo reached the door, the brother and sister outside the door asked the servant girl to open the door curtain and entered one after another. Grandmother, Madame Luo looked over and nodded. You came at the right time. Do you know what happened? The two first paid their respects. Then Luo Jingbo recounted what happened. Grandmother, who in the entire capital doesn't know what kind of temper Jin Xinwang has. She shamelessly rushed forward, purely seeking her own death. If it wasn't for little sister, she would probably have fished up the corpse in the river. Moreover, she clearly knew that he was little sister's fiancé, yet she still acted like this. It's really disgusting. Don't even mention Jin Xinwang's people. I also want to slap her into the river. Luo Jingbo said as he glanced at the unconscious little sister Gu, his eyes cold. Madame Luo's expression also became cold. Is it all true? Biame was also at the side at that time. Even if she couldn't explain it clearly, she wouldn't have been unable to nod or shake her head. Uncle Gu's face was green and white. He had provoked a Wangya. Sure enough, even if he died, he would have died in vain. He glared at Gu Yin'er. Is what your Biabe said true? What are you crying for? Quickly say it. Gu Yin'er was startled and cried even more pitifully. She seemed to nod with difficulty. Madame Luo stood up. Then there's nothing to say about this matter. According to seniority, your little sister is Wan Wan's elder. This old one has never seen such a shameless thing in my life. This niece wants to be my grandson's concubine. She really has a family history. Eldest daughter-in-law. Arrange for someone to send her to the manor overnight. Tomorrow is your grandson's 1-month birthday. If she dies at home, wouldn't it be bad luck? Whether she lives or dies, it all depends on her luck. Your family, move out of the Luo family within 3 days. Otherwise, don't blame this old one for mercilessly sweeping you out of the house. Zhangshi, you better draw a clear line between you and them. Otherwise, take the letter of divorce and get out of the Luo family. Madame Luo finished speaking and directly left. It could be seen that she was really angry. Wangshi and Jingwan's siblings all left with Madame Luo. Zhangshi sat there in a daze, not knowing how to react. Luo Rongyan pulled her. Let's go. What are you still doing here? Zhangshi seemed to have found her backbone and tightly grasped his hand. Husband, we'll talk about it when we get back. He didn't want to stay in this place. He didn't care about this family. Uncle Gu wanted to keep them, but no one paid any attention to him. After Madame Zhang got married, Luo Rongyan was the center of her life. Her children occupied the edges and corners of her life. There was still a thread that connected her maternal family. If she maintained a good relationship with everyone, then naturally there would be peace. However, if someone threatened her marriage, Then not to mention her married sister, even her parents, she would cut ties with them. Uncle Goo clenched his fists and glared at the mother and daughter who were still crying. Still crying? Look, this is all your fault. Eating and living in the Luo family's house was naturally much better than before. Luo Shangshu didn't say anything, and they didn't want to look for a house outside. However, they had no choice now. After all, if they were really kicked out, it would be too embarrassing. Zhangshi didn't expect things to turn out like this. She only thought that her sister was easy to manipulate. If she could be like a fish in water in the Luo family with that kind of personality, then her mother-in-law must be soft. Who knew that her prediction was completely wrong? How can you blame me? Isn't it all your sister's fault? She's trying to climb up the social ladder. How could she covet a noble? I told you not to take her with us. Now that we've completely offended the Luo family, are you satisfied? Zhangshi was a little flower outside, but not in her own home. Zhangshi's face was livid. Indeed, his daughter was wrong. But more importantly, his sister had completely angered Madame Luo. They heard the most in the Luo family about how much Madame Luo loved her third granddaughter. Therefore, when Zhangshi sent people to take Gu Xiaomei away, their family couldn't stop them. They couldn't wait to help get her away. After Zhangshi heard it, Zhangshi didn't comment. She had seen many such selfish people. When they were useful, they were like blood-sucking bugs. When there was a problem, they would push the blame to others and couldn't wait to kick them to death. Zhangshi didn't have any opinions about Zhangshi. Zhangshi had long known about her. Zhangshi sent Gu Xiaomei away just like that, without causing any waves. As for whether she could see her again, it depended on whether she could endure it or not. The next day, Jingwan and the others came out of the main courtyard to pay their respects and went directly to the first branch. Yu Yao, who refused to go home last night, also followed. Speaking of which, she was the most compatible with the legitimate daughter of the fourth branch. She didn't know if it was because this Miss Luo also followed Jingwan like a little tail when she was in Qian Prefecture and was deeply influenced by Jingwan. Little Zhangshi had finished her confinement and was neat and tidy. She didn't look much plump. After all, when she was pregnant, she didn't look good, but she was in good spirits. When she saw Jingwan and the others, she smiled very happily. Jingwan and the others looked at the child. They had seen him when they just came back. It had only been a few days, but they felt that he seemed to have grown a little. Children really grew older. Because he was a little thin and weak when he was born, they took very good care of him. Now, he looked white and chubby. His eyes were big and round, and especially bright. Jingwan guessed that there shouldn't be any problems with this child. Probably because she was pregnant, Sun Yijia liked the child very much now. She couldn't wait to take this little baby back and raise him. Little Zhangshi laughed. Sister-in-law, don't be envious. Wait a few more months until the one in your belly comes out. After a long time, you'll be annoyed. We'll talk about it when the time comes. For now, let me cherish him. They chatted and laughed around the little baby, and guests came one after another. The first guests who came were naturally the members of the Wang family. They were Madame Wang's biological mother, several sisters-in-law, younger sisters-in-law, and 2 younger niece-in-law. This branch of the Wang family was also flourishing. Because he was the eldest grandson of the eldest branch and the first one in the 4th generation, he was naturally very important, so the ceremony was very grand. The officials in the imperial court couldn't come, but their family members also came. For those who were not suitable to visit, such as the princes. As for Luo Jinghua's wedding, because Li Hanyuan took the lead, others followed. This time, Li Hanyuan only sent gifts. Naturally, it was not appropriate for his wife to visit, but he sent a lot of congratulatory gifts. Great Elder Princess also sent someone to send a lot of congratulatory gifts. Yu Yao became the representative of Great Elder Princess's mansion. She ran around the Luo family happily. Those who saw her also had some thoughts in their minds. However, she was just a child. Perhaps it only represented that the 2 families had a nominal relationship, but they didn't have any deeper contact. https://11/11807/6653303 Mobile edition website. M. Chapter 2:21. As for the Grand Secretary, he didn't show up for most of the time at the temporary imperial residence. Everyone thought that he really couldn't make it. When he returned to the capital, if he didn't hand in a memorial and resign, then Lu Qingdi would directly remove him from his position. Who would have thought that he didn't stay quiet after returning to the capital, but gradually began to show up? His spirit was getting better day by day, as if the capital's environment was more suitable for him. It was nourishing. Now he could show off his power in the cabinet again. Lu Qingdi didn't seem to have the intention of firing him. Speaking of which, Ruan Ruizong had always been in the emperor's party and only listened to the emperor's orders. For Lu Qingdi, he was loyal and capable. There was no one more convenient to use than him. When Ruan Ruizong was in the temporary imperial residence, he didn't show up and also cut off contact with Lu Qingdi. Of course not. From time to time, he would write memorials to talk about the past and talk about the relationship between the emperor and his minister. Then, he would give appropriate suggestions about the flood. While not forgetting their relationship, he also let Lu Qingdi know his ability. He also appropriately expressed that he was recuperating now in order to be more loyal to the emperor. Lu Qingdi was actually very clear about his physical condition. After all, it was the imperial physician who took Ruan Ruizhong's pulse. As for those memorials, why didn't the other princes know about it? Lu Qingdi was not a puppet emperor and naturally had his own channels and means. Otherwise, if he let his sons know everything clearly, he wouldn't be able to survive. After learning about Ruan Ruizhong's physical condition, Lu Qingdi didn't intend to dismiss him. Even if he wanted to deceive himself and tell himself that his sons were harmonious, he knew very well that they were suppressing each other on the surface because of political differences. Not to mention that there must be an undercurrent or even a bloody storm in the place where he couldn't see. In such a situation, changing the Grand Secretary of the Cabinet would definitely be a fierce battle. The person who sat on the throne, in the end, might not be to his liking. In this case, why bother to change? Anyway, he didn't take the matter of the Ruan family seriously, and no one took it seriously. Originally, the source of everything was Ruan Fengfei. She was still a victim and didn't cause any big trouble. Therefore, it was really not that easy to put a label on Ruan Ruizong. Lu Qingdi did not want to replace him, and Ruan Ruizong himself was also very cautious. Even if they could not find anything that could be used against him, how could the others take him down? At this time, Prince Rui was probably the only one with a burning mouth. The others might only feel regret in their hearts. The Grand Secretary was still firmly held in Ruan Ruizhong's hand, not spitting it out. However, Prince Rui was different. His mother had thoroughly offended Ruan Ruizong. He originally thought that this old thing wouldn't be able to climb back up, but who knew? He was a Grand Secretary of the Imperial Cabinet. All the memorials to major events in the world had to go through him. Even though there were still 3 cabinet elders in the Imperial Cabinet, he could still influence many things without batting an eyelid. He didn't need to side with anyone. He only needed to slightly target Prince Rui in certain areas to make him suffer a great loss. No one would even notice that something was wrong. Prince Rui knew this very well, so how could he not be anxious? After Imperial concubine Su learned of this matter, she could only say miscalculation. Other than that, she couldn't do anything else, let alone say a word in front of Lu Qingdi. Imperial concubine Su was favored, but she was far from being able to participate in politics. Ruan Ruizong knew how he had offended Luo Peishan. Naturally, he would find an opportunity to apologize. However, this kind of thing was naturally not easy to say. However, these old foxes in the officialdom could twist their words 78 times in their stomachs. Things that they already knew, if they were mentioned in a vague way, they would know everything. Then, they would have a few meaningful words. Well, they were probably all working for the same person. Well, since your family's matter has been dealt with, and you have been kept in the dark for so many years, I will be magnanimous and not bicker with you. During the banquet, Luo Shangshu's great-grandson was carried out for everyone to see. He received a lot of praise. He was so small and didn't know anything yet. He was smart and had the appearance of great talent. In the future, he would definitely become a pillar of the country and so on. Everyone knew that this was flattery. Under normal circumstances, no one would pay attention to it. But Luo Peishan was in a good mood as a great-grandfather, so he naturally happily accepted it all. When the child was brought back, he brought back a lot of good things. It should be known that he had already received a lot of good things from the female guest before. After this little guy's 1-month birthday banquet, it was time to prepare for Jingwan's coming-of-age ceremony. On the 6th day of September, there were still 10 or 20 days to go. However, the big families would not complain about having too much time to prepare these things. They would only feel that it was not enough. If it were the royal family, it would be more cumbersome, especially when it was related to the dignity of the emperor. For example, the birthday banquet and so on, it would take at least 3 months to prepare in advance. Invitations were sent to many high officials and noble families in the capital. Although there were so many officials in the capital that if a plaque fell down, 2 of the 3 people who were hit by it might be officials, there were not many families who were qualified to be first-grade officials. Those who were below 3rd grade probably could only be relatives. Jingwan's status and her relationship with Great Elder Princess and Prince Jean were obvious. Her coming-of-age ceremony was at least several times more grand than the 1-month birthday banquet of the eldest grandson of the first branch of the Luo family. Because Great Elder Princess was present, the concubines of other princes and princesses would naturally be present, not to mention the madams and old madams of dukes' mansions and marquis mansions. As far as the current Luo family was concerned, perhaps only Luo Peishan's birthday banquet could be compared with this. As expected, when they learned that Jingwan's coming-of-age ceremony was about to be held, many people inquired about the candidate for the position. Although they knew that there might not be anyone who would accept the position in the end, they still couldn't help but think about it. Apart from other things, Great Elder Princess would be the guest of honor. If she praised the candidate, the status of their daughter would immediately rise a lot. Yes, no one had different ideas about the candidate of the guest of honor. The Luo family didn't hang on to this matter. They directly announced to the public that they had found a candidate and had obtained the other party's consent. Therefore, since those who had the idea didn't get the news, it had nothing to do with them. Although they didn't directly say who the candidate was, they still knew it after inquiring about it. After all, it was not a secret. However, this final result made many people feel a little strange. They had a biological sister. Even if she was too young and unsuitable, there was one who was only a year younger than her. Even worse, there were still cousins. In the end, she chose an outsider. What should they say? Of course, as an outsider, they would only grumble in their hearts and wouldn't say anything. But as a relative, they would definitely be unhappy. As a relative, they would support an outsider instead of a relative. They had never seen such a heartless and unscrupulous person. Of course, they wouldn't say such harsh words out loud, but that was what they meant. They even hoped that Jingwan would be replaced. However, these people were all stopped by Madame Luo. With her there, no one dared to act rashly. This matter didn't reach Jingwan's ears. However, even if she knew, Jingwan wouldn't change her expression. She was an emotional and cold-blooded animal. So what? The Zhou family was quite happy. After all, their daughter generally didn't have a chance to show her face in front of Great Elder Princess in her life. Because she was already engaged, they didn't care whether she could be favored by those noble ladies or not. However, Zhou Yingshuang's uncles and even her father felt a little regretful that she was engaged too early. If they had known that today would happen, they should have broken off the engagement with the Chancellor of the Imperial College now. When Zhou Yingshuang learned about it, she burst into tears. At that time, when she was blind, the other party still agreed to this marriage. Now, she just wanted to show her face, and they wanted to break off the engagement? Did she think she was noble just because she showed her face? She was so snobbish and heartless. How could she still want to find another man? She might as well not get married and be his sister-in-law for the rest of her life. Zhou Shuang was so angry that she almost didn't want to be the assistant. Fortunately, her mother stopped her. If you really did that, wouldn't you be wasting Miss Luo's and Miss Yuan's good intentions? Don't bother with them. Your grandmother is still above. If they dare to say such things, your grandmother will fly and break their legs. Time went by in a busy way. Soon, it was the 3rd day of September. After writing their resignation on a piece of paper, Luo Rongyan and Madame Zhang went to Great Elder Princess's mansion in person. They first greeted her verbally and then submitted their resignation. 2 days later, the couple went to Great Elder Princess's mansion again. Great Elder Princess gave them a reply. On the 6th day of September, the Luo family opened the door to welcome the guests. Although most of the guests were female, they were all noble, so Madame Luo had to cheer up to welcome them. When Li Hanyuan came in person, it seemed that there was nothing strange. As for the other brothers, it was even less strange. However, these noble masters found that there seemed to be servants of the Luo family serving them. Others didn't feel anything, but Prince Rue felt a little guilty. After all, he had once seduced a girl in the Luo family. Now there was no suitable girl for him to seduce, but he was guarded against as if he was a thief. Li Hanyuan glanced at him. He was the one who added fuel to the fire about Luo Jingying. Today was his sweetheart's big day. If anyone dared to make trouble, he would be the first to kill him. As the star of today's ceremony, Jingwan was preparing for the East Room. At this time, she had finished bathing, changed her clothes, and sat down to wait. Beside her, there were not only the host and assistant, but also the people who were close to her. Seeing that it was almost time, Great Elder Princess left. Outside, as the host, Luo Rongyan and Madame Zhang stood on the steps to the east and waited. 3 assistants, selected from their relatives, stood on the west with trays. At this moment, the music sounded. The graceful and noble Great Elder Princess walked in unhurriedly from the outside. Luo Rongyan and Madame Zhang hurried to greet her. They bowed to each other and respectfully asked Great Elder Princess to sit in the host's seat. Then, many guests also sat in the audience seats. In the end, Luo Rongyan and Madame Zhang sat in the host's seat. When everything was ready, Luo Rongyan stood up and made a simple speech, announcing the official start of Jingwan's adulthood ceremony. Zhou Shuang came out first. She washed her hands and stood beside several assistants. Then Jingwan, dressed in a white robe, walked out unhurriedly. The white robe was a boy's robe. The style was simple and the color was monochromatic. Even so, it couldn't cover up Jingwan's style. Some people said that the simpler the clothes, the better the temperament and self-restraint of a person. Undoubtedly, this was the case on Jingwan. Chapter 222. It was said that the simpler the clothes, the more it reflected a person's temperament and self-restraint. Jingwan was undoubtedly so. Jingwan had 2 completely different experiences and cultural accumulations of 2 completely different lives. Because of her previous life, she had foresight and a magnanimity that ordinary girls could not match. Also because of the hardships and tribulations in her previous life, she was tenacious and unyielding. In this life, her ancient upbringing and the warmth of her family made her more reserved and gentle. All these things were mixed in her, but they did not contradict each other. She was like the highest quality jade that had been carefully carved and polished, blooming with a brilliant radiance. Jingwan stood in the center of the field with a calm face. She faced the south and bowed to the many guests who were watching the ceremony. She turned to the west and knelt on the mat that had been placed in advance. Zhou Shuang came forward to comb her hair and then put the comb on Jingwan's left side. Perhaps it was because there were too many people and guests, but Zhou Shuang seemed to be a little nervous. Jingwan felt that her hands were trembling a little, but fortunately, she was able to control herself. If she made a fool of herself, even if no one said anything, she would blame herself and be too ashamed to show her face. Jingwan got up, turned around, and knelt on the ground facing the east. She naturally put her hands on her thighs, with her elbows facing out and her fingertips facing in. Great Elder Princess got up, followed by Luo Rongyin and Madame Zhang. Great Elder Princess washed her hands and dried them on the steps. Then they returned to their seats and sat down peacefully. Then, the ceremony began. One of the secretaries came forward with a tray. On the tray, there was a plain dress with a matching handkerchief and hairpin. At the same time, Great Elder Princess walked to Jingwan, opened and closed her mouth, and recited a congratulatory speech. On an auspicious day in this month, I'll add a dress. Give up your youthful aspirations and follow your lead. May you live a long and prosperous life. Then she leaned slightly and combed Jingwan's hair. Because of her status, Great Elder Princess did not kneel down to add to Jingwan's hairpin ceremony. When Great Elder Princess took the hairpin, she paused slightly, which was rare for her. When a noble girl of high status reached the marriageable age, the concubines in the palace would usually give her a lot of things. The hairpin, and hairpin were basically given by the Empress, and Jingwan was no exception. However, Great Elder Princess knew that the gifts given by the Empress were not good. After all, her daughter also received a gift at the marriageable age. When she took the hairpin, she concluded that it was not given by the Empress. There was no reason for her daughter to be worse than Jingwan's. The Luo family was not frivolous. Neither was her adopted daughter. No one would think that the Empress's gifts were not good and dare to switch the gifts given by the Empress. Great Elder Princess acted as if she hadn't noticed anything, but her goddaughter probably didn't know anything. After that, she turned around and returned to her original spot. Zhou Shuang stepped forward and straightened Jingwan's hairpin symbolically. Jingwan stood up, bowed to Great Elder Princess, and then turned back to the East Room. Zhou Shuang took the tray from the minister and followed Jingwan to the East Room. There were only Nanny Gong and Jingwan's two maids here, so there were no outsiders. Jingwan shook Zhou Shuang's hand with a smile. Her palm was indeed a little sweaty. She opened her mouth slightly and said, "Well done." Zhou Shuang breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Several people helped her to change into a plain dress. The pure and beautiful dress symbolized the innocence of a girl. When it was taken off, it seemed to fade away. The dress was similar to an undergarment. There were no decorations on the edge of the dress, and the belt was also made of cloth. However, whether it was a plain dress or a plain dress, it looked very simple, and it was only worn during the ceremony. No matter the material or the workmanship, it was the best. Jingwan came out in a plain dress, half opened her arms, and showed it to the guests. After a while, Jingwan knelt down in front of Luo Rongyin and Madame Zhang and bowed to them to thank them for raising her. However, Jingwan's bow made them feel ashamed. Madame Zhang couldn't stop crying. When she found it, she hurriedly wiped it away. Those who didn't know would only think that she was crying for joy because her child had grown up. Looking at Jingwan's peaceful face, Luo Rongyin couldn't guess what kind of mood she was in now. A few days ago, Madame Luo almost deprived them of the qualification to be the host of Jingwan's adulthood ceremony. They knelt down and begged for it. Both parents were present. If they didn't attend as hosts, what would others think? There would be a lot of speculations and rumors. Not only would the Luo family's reputation be damaged, but also Jingwan would be implicated. Madame Luo's harsh words made them feel ashamed and once again made them deeply realize how much of a failure they were as parents. When they thought of how many times their children had been disappointed behind their backs, their hearts ached to the extreme. But now was not the time to think too much. They hurriedly asked her to get up. Jingwan knelt down on the mat again to the east, and the second ceremony was carried out. Great Elder Princess did the same thing as before. Two servants came forward with a dress, a plain dress, and a hairpin. Great Elder Princess stood in front of Jingwan and recited a congratulatory speech. On the auspicious moon, you will wear it. I respect you for your majesty and prudence. May live for 10,000 years and enjoy whose blessings forever. After Zhou Shuang took off the hairpin on her head, Great Elder Princess took out an exquisite and expensive hairpin and Jingwan's hairpin and put it back on her head. Zhou Shuang adjusted Jingwan's hairpin. After Jingwan stood up and bowed to Great Elder Princess again, She took over Chu Ju's deep robe from Yusi and entered the East Room with Jingwan to change her clothes. The light and elegant long skirt symbolized the innocence of a young girl, while the Chu Ju deep gown showed the bright beauty of a young girl in her prime. After they came out, they also showed off their clothes to everyone. Then, they faced the guests and knelt down. This was the second kowtow to show their respect to their teachers and seniors. No matter from which point of view, Great Elder Princess accepted her bow and stood up with a smile. Then, the third edition was carried out. There were 3 officers carrying large sleeves, long dresses, ceremonial robes, and hairpins. Great Elder Princess stood in front of Jingwan and recited the greeting 3 times. In the name of the year, in the name of the month, in the name of the salty jars. Since the brothers are here, they have become Jud. Since the yellow river is boundless, you shall be blessed by heaven. Zhou Shuang took off the previous hairpin. Great Elder Princess and Jingwan put on the hairpins. After 3 editions, she changed her clothes 3 times, which showed the gorgeous process of Jingwan's transformation. Jingwan, who stood in front of everyone, was wearing a long dress with large sleeves, long dresses, and ceremonial robes. She looked graceful and elegant. It seemed that no one was more suitable for this dress than her. Many of the guests were whispering, no matter in their expressions or words. They were all full of admiration for Jingwan. Then, they looked at Prince Jin as if they were thinking about something. It seemed that it was a pity to marry such a living king of hell. Li Hanyuan looked at Jingwan with a deep look. No matter how many people were around now, he only had eyes for her. It was not that he had never seen Jingwan dressed up, but it seemed that no one had ever seen her so seductive. Every word and action of hers seemed to hit his heart directly, which was itchy, numb, and a little indescribable pain. Perhaps it was because it meant that she was an adult. To put it bluntly, Li Hanyuan was a vicious wolf who had been waiting by the side for a long time. He always wanted to take Jingwan back to his nest. Now, he had all the land, people, and he only needed the right time. He had waited for so many years, and in the process, he was also impatient. There were only a few months left, but his impatience seemed to have reached an unprecedented peak at this moment. Li Hanyuan withdrew his gaze from Jingwan and lowered his head, trying his best to suppress the impulse to take Jingwan away under everyone's watchful eyes. Obsessions, demonic barriers, once obtained, they could probably be eliminated. Li Hanyuan felt that this kind of thing probably would not happen to him. Once he got close to her, he wanted to get closer to her by another genre. In the past, he could scheme for her to be engaged to someone else, and even worked in the dark. Now, he wanted to flay the skin and pull out the tendons of anyone who dared to think of Jingwan. Prince Rui also withdrew his gaze from Jingwan. He did not know how many times he lamented that it was a pity in his heart. He inadvertently glanced at Li Hanyuan sitting next to him. "Sixth brother, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Prince Rui's words seemed to have pulled him out of a bad situation, and he suddenly turned his head. At that moment, Prince Rui only felt that he was being stared at by the most ferocious beast. It was malicious and ruthless, with its bloody mouth wide open, as if it could pounce and tear you to pieces at any time. His heart rapidly contracted, and his body tilted to one side, almost flipping over his seat. Prince Rui's expression was abnormally ugly. Although he did not flip over his seat, it was already very rude and humiliating. His status was noble, and he was sitting in the first row. Many people saw it. At that time, he did not even dare to look at the other people's expressions. He tried his best to maintain his composure. Fortunately, this was not difficult for him. He did not want to look at Li Hanyuan again. In fact, he did not dare to admit his fear. What else could he do if he did not admit it? In fact, Li Hongming instinctively wanted to run away. It was not that he had great willpower to restrain himself, but it was purely because his legs were weak and he could not stand up. From the time he was born until now, he had never been so embarrassed. Even if others did not know, he was very angry in his heart. His attitude towards Li Hanyuan had already changed, but at this moment, he hated him even more than before. Li Hanyuan glanced at his legs. They were actually trembling in fear. TSK, that was all he could do. Li Honyuan smiled for no reason, but looked very evil. Anyone who saw it would feel their scalp tingle. This living king of hell could really make people's hearts tremble in fear. Jingwan pursed her lips. Her heart was also a little irregular right now. This man was simply like that poppy. You knew it was fatal, but you would still be bewitched by him, especially when he deliberately seduced you. How many people could resist? And if one really got addicted to it, it would probably be really hard to quit. Jingwan did not know that to Li Honyuan, she was the heart-linking voodoo. Only when she was safe would he be safe. He never wanted to abandon her. He only wanted to place her at the top of his heart and protect her in the palm of his hand. However, he did not want to lock her up so that no one could see her or think about her. As long as she was within his reach, he was willing to give her everything she wanted. He wouldn't imprison her, but he would destroy everyone who coveted her. Disregarding everything else, just this person beside him, his so-called third brother, Li Honyuan used to be on the same level as his third imperial brother and had the same thoughts as him. A woman who only had looks, no matter how beautiful she was just a plaything. Even if he cared for her a little, deep down, he thought that she was not presentable and would only embarrass him if he brought her out. As for Jingwan, she had a good family background and was the best of the best. She was the person who could give them face the most. Naturally, she was the one they wanted the most. Now this person was his eyeball, his heart, and his flesh. He couldn't tolerate having thoughts that he shouldn't have because he admired her. If he had evil thoughts because of selfish interests instead of her own heart, he deserved to die. Li Hongyuan's smile became more and more bewitching. Jingwan withdrew her gaze and thought. This scourge. The three officials removed the furnishings for the coming-of-age ceremony and set up a wine banquet on the west steps. Great Elder Princess motioned Jingwan to take a seat. Jingwan stood on the west side of the table, facing the south. When Zhou Shuang served the wine, Jingwan turned to face the north. Great Elder Princess took the wine from Zhou Shuang's hand, walked to Jingwan, and then recited a toast. The sweet wine is thick, and I recommend it to your fragrance. Worship the place where you are sacrificed to determine your good fortune. Don't forget the birthday examination in the sky-bearing empire. Jingwan bowed to Great Elder Princess and took the wine. Great Elder Princess saluted back. Then Jingwan sat down on her knees and sprinkled some wine on the ground as a libation. She held the wine cup with both hands and touched her lips symbolically. Even so, she still tasted something. It was sweet, a bit like ordinary sweet wine. However, the Luo family was rich, so the material used to make the wine was certainly not ordinary rice. Jingwan put the wine cup on the table. Zhou Shuang served a small bowl of crystal-clear rice. Jingwan took a small bite, put it down, and saluted to Great Elder Princess. After Great Elder Princess saluted back, Jingwan got up and left the banquet. Jingwan walked to Luo Rongyin and Madame Zhang, knelt down, and listened to their teachings. Luo Rongyin had mixed feelings. He had prepared a speech, but at this time, he couldn't say a word. After a while, Luo Rongyin said, "I hope you live a peaceful and prosperous life." Madame Zhang sobbed softly and didn't say a word. This kind of situation was not unheard of, so it would not be criticized by others. What was Luo Rongyin's teaching? In the eyes of others, it was his love for his daughter. Jingwan also had mixed feelings. They were not qualified parents, but they were not bad parents. At least, the father now was much better than the father in the previous life. She didn't know whether it was because he was too disappointed in the previous life, so he didn't have extravagant hopes, or he had expectations when he was young, but he decisively gave up when he found that they were not qualified parents. She couldn't remember. In fact, Jingwan was very clear that today's result was not caused by her parents alone. She didn't manage it well was also one of the factors. In the end, the influence of the previous life was too deep. Because she and her grandmother depended on each other, she taught her too many things. In this life, when she faced her grandmother, who was similar to her grandmother, she subconsciously got close to her and was willing to build a good relationship with her. Her father, on the other hand, had one wife and many concubines, which ruined her impression of him. Perhaps she even secretly hated him. If she had treated them with the same attitude as her grandmother, unless these two people didn't like her from the bottom of their hearts, they wouldn't be like this today. Even so, Jingwan didn't regret it. She had another life's memory. Weren't those children who were born white paper because of their parents' sacrifice? So, she wasn't wrong at all, right? Yes, it was like this. This feeling of completely blaming someone else for his mistakes was quite satisfying. Jingwan smiled gently at them. It was good to maintain this situation. Although Luo Rongyan's teachings were not quite the same, Jingwan still followed the script. Although this son is not smart, I dare not only accept it. Then she bowed to them. Jingwan stood up and walked to the center of the hall. She bowed to the main guests, the musicians, and the performers. Everyone nodded in return. Luo Rongyan and Madame Zhang stood up and walked to Jingwan's side. My daughter's hairpin ceremony is now complete. This one thanks everyone for their hospitality. The three of them bowed to the audience again. The entire agenda was finished. The other masters of the Luo family came out to greet the guests. The male guests were led to the front courtyard, and the female guests were led to the back courtyard. It was still early to leave the banquet, so now was the time to chat and build relationships. For the princes who needed a lot of help, they especially couldn't let go of this opportunity. Not only did they have to rope them in, but they also had to prevent others from expressing their goodwill. It was really exhausting. Jingwan held son Yijia's hand. Sister-in-law, you've worked hard. Are you tired? I'm fine. Son Yijia volunteered to be a musician. She was already 5 months pregnant. Originally, the family didn't agree, but son Yijia felt that she was in good condition. Except for a little morning sickness in the first 3 months, she had been very good. If it wasn't for this belly, no one would think that she was pregnant. The hairpin ceremony wouldn't take long, so there shouldn't be any problems. In the end, they consulted the food doctor who said that there wouldn't be any problems, so everyone agreed. Speaking of which, in the Luo family, there was probably no one who was better at playing the zither than son Yijia. Son Yijia also valued this child, so no one suspected that she was trying to be brave. They went to the begonia house together. Since the hairpin ceremony was over, Jingwan couldn't keep wearing this dress, especially on her head. It wouldn't make sense if she only wore a hairpin. Even if today was her big day, she wouldn't wear this dress on a normal day. At this time, Zhou Shuang no longer had any qualms about telling everyone that she was nervous and worried that she would make a mistake. Yuan Xiaoqiao listened and patted her chest. Thank goodness you went. If it were me, I would have been embarrassed. Jingwan laughed. It's not as exaggerated as you make it sound. Why not? You and Yijia might not feel anything, but I used to feel the same way as Shuang. Yuan Xiaoqiao retorted. Jingwan and son Yijia looked at each other. It seemed to be true. Jingwan was trained by her scumbag father since she was a child, and son Yijia grew up in the palace. She had been hugged by the emperor and acted coquettishly with him. She was also very familiar with the other nobles, so why would she be nervous? Sister Wan is going to be the princess consort in the future. If you spend more time with her, you won't be nervous when you meet other people. Son Yijia smiled. How is that the same? It's two different things, okay? It's not a big deal. You'll be fine after experiencing this a few more times. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Jingwan patted their arms. Zhou Shuang and Yuan Xiaoqiao might not know each other well, but Sun Yijia knew very well that Jingwan wanted to help them, or rather, protect them. Women of their birth were not of high or low status. If they had the support of a princess consort, they would have a much better life in their in-laws' family after they got married. Even if they did not have any children, their in-laws would not dare to make things difficult for them. Moreover, if their husbands wanted to favor their concubines and neglect their wives, they would have to think twice. Jingwan especially hated this kind of thing. Sister Wan was indeed a person who drew a clear line between love and hate. Although it was not to the extent that love makes one live, hate makes one die, she was not stingy when it came to her ability. Nanny Gong and the others had already prepared the clothes for Jingwan after the hairpin ceremony. She didn't need to choose at this moment. She quickly changed her clothes and dressed up. Sun Yijia was inadvertently attracted by the hairpin taken from Jingwan's hair. She instantly thought of the same question as Great Elder Princess. Where are the hairpin and hairpin? Third young madam. Here they are. Qing Zhu brought a tray over. Sun Yijia reached out and took a look. Sure enough, they were there. What's wrong? Is there anything special about these things? Yuan Xiao leaned forward and asked. Nothing. They just look very unique. Sun Yijia smiled faintly. It was so disrespectful to switch the things rewarded by the Empress. Even if she knew it, it was better to pretend that she didn't know. Even if it was exposed in the end, the culprit would take the blame. It had nothing to do with the Luo family. According to Sun Yijia's understanding of that aunt of hers, her tolerance towards Jin Xinhuang was out of the ordinary. She was even able to give up her dignity as the Empress. It was probably because she was able to endure to this extent that Jin Xinhuang did not find trouble with her. After all, she was still the Empress. Such a compromise was too much and was indeed not easy to handle. Many times, Sun Yijia admired her aunt very much. However, she was the noblest woman in the world, but she was tolerant of the nominal son of a concubine. Even if it was an expedient measure to protect herself by retreating in order to advance, she was not only aggrieved, but also made others think that she was a coward and easy to bully. Of course, other people in the harem couldn't bully her. She was the only one who compromised. Moreover, she had only confronted Prince Jin a few times. Few people knew about it. But so what? After Jingwan dressed up, Sun Yijia felt ashamed of her own inferiority. How could such a tender cabbage be eaten by a pig outside? Leaving the begonia house, Jingwan, as today's main character, naturally had to entertain the guests. Just now, old Madame Luo had already sent someone to inform them to go directly to Shiyuan. Everyone went there to watch the opera. At the entrance of Shiyuan, Jingwan saw the listless Gu Xiaomei. Jingwan's first reaction was, oh, her life was quite tough. She didn't die. At that time, the doctor said that she might not make it. In the end, she was thrown to the country estate. No one took care of her, but she stubbornly survived. As long as she was still alive, Jingwan didn't find it strange that she would appear here. Her uncle and aunt were quite sensible. They moved out on their own. As long as they didn't fall out with each other, it was natural for them to visit her when she became of age. When Gu Xiaomei saw Jingwan, her eyes were filled with bone-deep hatred. However, she quickly withdrew her gaze and even greeted Jingwan properly. She lowered her head and stood to the side. It was obvious that she wanted Jingwan to go in first. Logically speaking, Gu Xiaomei was an elder. Jingwan wasn't married. Even if she was a daughter of an official, she didn't have a rank. When one didn't care about status, one naturally had to consider seniority. Did she really not know the rules, or was she doing it on purpose? Even Sun Yijia's eyes were sharp when she looked at her. Jingwan felt very speechless. You were the one who wanted to get close to that man. You were taught a lesson by him. Now you hate me. Isn't this role reversed? Shouldn't you be the one who should be angry? Why is Wan standing at the entrance? Greetings, Your Highness. The group of people hurriedly greeted him. No need for formalities. Who is this? Li Hongyuan's gaze fell on Gu Xiaomei. It was obvious that these people had stopped at the entrance because of her. Where did she come from? Jingwan was surprised. Your Highness, you don't know her? Li Hongyuan raised his eyebrows. Should this prince know her? Jingwan thought for a moment. This prince didn't see her face clearly at that time. Or maybe he just met her once and couldn't remember her at all. Both seemed to be reasonable. No. Jingwan glanced at Gu Xiaomei and saw her body tremble. Speaking of which, the person she wanted to pursue, the person who almost killed her, didn't have any impression of her. This was a big blow. Let's go in. Li Hongyuan stepped into the West Garden first. Jingwan followed him in a step behind. Sun Yijia and the other two deliberately slowed down a few steps. Regarding Gu Xiaomei's glorious deeds, Sun Yijia didn't see it with her own eyes, but she heard her husband talk about it. The other two were even more eyewitnesses. They were all daughters. When they were at home, they saw many of their father's disgusting yin-yang. Therefore, they deeply detested people like Gu Xiaomei. Shuang, You say, why are there so many wretched people in this world? If it's a man who flirts with flowers and grass, it's fine. But there are also girls who shamelessly throw themselves at him, encouraging those men's arrogance. They become more and more unscrupulous. Simply, Zhou Ingshuang covered her mouth. It's getting more and more outrageous, spouting nonsense. Who doesn't know that Jin Xin Wang is now wholeheartedly focused on Jingwan? Moreover, he has always been uninterested in people who throw themselves at him. Yuan Xiao pulled her hand away and smiled. You're right. The title of Living King of Hell is not for nothing. Luckily, he escaped once, but he's still not tactful. If he wants to throw himself at him again, he probably needs to tell his family in advance and remember to collect the corpse at the mass grave. What's the use of telling his family? Jin Xin Wang likes to be implicated. All right, don't say these unlucky words. Let's hurry and go in. Sun Yijia urged. Only then did the two people remember that they shouldn't say such dirty things to a pregnant person's ears. They smiled apologetically and held Sun Yijia's arms, one on the left and one on the right, as they walked into the West Garden. From afar, they could hear the sound of singing. Bypassing a bush of flowers and trees, they saw the stage. Our Jin Xin Wang was still talking with Jingwan and didn't have the slightest intention of going to the male guest seats to sit and watch the play. Therefore, a certain person's purpose for coming here was obviously an ulterior motive. Fortunately, although the two people were close, Jin Xin Wang still had a bit of a gentleman's demeanor. Probably because a certain person's reputation was really too bad. Even if they were close, Jingwan was also coerced and was a victim. In the current situation where women had always been strict, unexpectedly, no one accused Jingwan of anything. When they saw it, they also turned a blind eye. Jingwan gradually became aware of this point. She faintly looked at Li Hanyuan. Wang Ye is doing this on purpose, right? Li Hanyuan looked at Jingwan rather puzzledly. What? Pretend. You can continue to pretend with all your might. Nothing. Li Hanyuan chuckled. He had subtly stepped on his father's bottom line step by step, so that his father absolutely indulged him now. He could also subtly step on everyone's cognition. Of course, he didn't intend to do anything in front of others. When he stood with her, he only needed to prevent her from being criticized. It was so simple, so he didn't need to spend more than 10 years like the former, and it seemed that he was about to achieve it now. When they were in the courtyard of the summer palace, Sun Yijia had seen how lovey-dovey the two of them were. At this moment, she secretly rolled her eyes and pulled Yuan Xiao, who didn't know what happened, away with Zhou Ingshuang. Great elder princess took a book and ordered a play, which had already finished. Then a princess of the same generation ordered a play and also finished it. They were modest to each other. Madam Sun of Ding General Manor also ordered a play and also finished it. Then, these old things didn't take advantage of their seniority and let the juniors order what they liked. But speaking of it, Madam Luo, where did you hire this troupe? They are really good at singing. Yes, I don't know anyone in this troupe. Since they're so good at singing, how can they not be famous at all? They were sent here by Prince Jin's order. I think they should be the troupe raised by Prince Jin himself. Madame Luo didn't evade and said bluntly. Everyone fell silent. They originally wanted to invite the troupe back to their own families to perform next time. Well, they were raised by the King of Hell again. Don't think about anything else. They glanced at the leading actress on the stage. She had a slim figure, a gentle voice, and a beautiful face. There seemed to be several of them. In many people's eyes, an actress was similar to a prostitute, a lowly thing that couldn't be seen in public. There were also a bunch of foxes raised by so many people. Prince Jin specially sent them here today. Did he value third Miss Luo, or did he specially send them here to slap her in the face? This old Madame Luo was really able to keep her composure. If it was someone else, if the young lady that was held in the palm of their hands was treated like this, they would have long exploded in anger. However, the other party was Jin Xin Wang, a living king of hell. There was no need to say anything. Even if she said anything, it would also be a waste of time. From the beginning, Madame Luo knew that with such a prospective grandson-in-law, the Luo family would definitely be hated. Whether it was sympathy or gloating, she knew clearly in her heart whether it was sweet or bitter. As for whether he would prove to the world how he treated Wan, Madame Luo didn't want to say anything now. She just waited and saw. Great Elder Princess, who didn't know the inside story, felt unbalanced. Why was her adopted daughter bullied by that evil creature? Where's Jingwan? Why haven't I seen her for so long? When she said this, she was clearly looking at the two figures who were only one step away from each other. Others didn't dare to go up, but Nanny Gong didn't have that concern. Miss, Great Elder Princess is looking for you. Jingwan subconsciously looked back and looked at the main seat of the female guests. Her foster mother was looking at her. She was a little far away, so she couldn't see clearly. However, Jingwan felt that her foster mother seemed to be angry. She felt a little guilty and short of breath, inexplicably, as if she only cared about her love and left all the elders, relatives, and guests aside. Your Highness, I'll leave first. Without waiting for him to respond, Jingwan squatted down and quickly left. Li Honyuan watched Jingwan's figure disappear for a moment and soon appeared on the second floor of the balcony. She first greeted the noblewomen, and then held Great Elder Princess's arm and acted coquettishly with a smile on her face. Li Honyuan didn't know what Great Elder Princess said to her. Li Honyuan crossed his arms in front of his chest and leaned against the rockery. His legs were crossed, and his whole body looked very lazy. On the stage, there were plays one after another, and there was even martial arts play. Li Honyuan was absent-minded and hadn't seen Jingwan for a long time. He heard voices coming from the direction of the courtyard gate. It was the men who had finished their relationship and came to watch the play to kill time. Li Honyuan stood up straight and went straight to the female guest seats. Seeing Li Honyuan come upstairs, the maid hurriedly reported to Madame Luo. As the master and an old lady, Madame Luo didn't need to care about trivial things. So Madame Luo had been sitting on the side with Li Honyuan all the time. She didn't sit relatively at the back according to her status, but in the first row with Great Elder Princess. Therefore, Great Elder Princess naturally heard the maid's words. Great Elder Princess just wanted to pull him over and give him a good scolding. Li Honyuan was clever and came to the door himself. He turned a deaf ear to the greetings that came one after another along the way, and those elders did not take the initiative to greet him either. However, she didn't argue with him. If she really let him take the initiative, she would be worried that her life would be shortened. He didn't care about others, but he still had to give face to his aunt. However, before he spoke, Great Elder Princess scolded him. Don't you know how to avoid arousing suspicion? Great Elder Princess had a good relationship with Lu Chengdi, so she would scold these nephews and nephews. When she scolded them, they could only listen obediently. Li Honyuan didn't feel much pain and was not much different from his father. Li Honyuan sat down next to her. I didn't do anything shameful. I just said a few words. Why should I avoid arousing suspicion? Jingwan is my fiancée. She is coming of age today, and tomorrow we can ask the Ministry of Rites to prepare for the marriage. Master Liaochen said that we are a match made in heaven. Is there anything wrong with this marriage that makes me avoid her other fiancé? There was a hint of coldness in his words. What nonsense are you talking about? Shut up. Great Elder Princess snapped. For the sake of this vile creature's marriage, her imperial brother was worried to death. If something really went wrong, even if she, as his younger sister, said something she shouldn't say, she was afraid that he would take his anger out on her. In this case, Jingwan is destined to be mine. Then, what's wrong with talking to her before the marriage to get familiar with her? I don't want to meet someone I know nothing about when I get married. Even if I, Li Honyuan, want to do something disgraceful, I will do it openly. Jingwan immediately spat at him in her heart. Bastard, don't you have done a lot of things secretly? To be able to say such words without blushing or panting. His face was truly unparalleled in the world. Jingwan silently lowered her head and pretended to be shy. However, many people around him nodded in agreement. It seemed that this bastard had a lot of credibility. Am I talking about this? There are so many female guests here. There are so many unmarried girls. You are a man. Imperial Aunt, Li Hanyuan interrupted her. In all honesty, I didn't even look at them. On the contrary, I don't know how many of them looked at me. If there's anyone avoiding me, it should be them avoiding Ben Wang. Great Elder Princess was at a loss for words. Get out of here. Go to the male guest area, or get out of the garden. Li Hanyuan got up and walked away slowly. Great Elder Princess breathed a sigh of relief. This evil girl had committed too many sins. She couldn't control him at all. As long as he didn't go too far, she'd better leave him alone. Otherwise, she would be angered to death. What she worried most was that other people would follow his example and use this excuse to have private affairs. It would be terrible if they broke the rules. However, it was hard to find another man who was as bold as him and wouldn't be beaten by the girls. Great Elder Princess patted Jingwan's head, who seemed to be too ashamed to show her face. Good girl, I'm sorry. Jingwan didn't say anything. Well, she didn't feel wronged, but it was best to shut up now. Foster mother, I'll go downstairs and see if there's anything wrong. Go ahead. Knowing that she was shy, Great Elder Princess would let her go. After Jingwan's figure disappeared, Great Elder Princess looked at Madame Luo and said, Madame Luo, we are sorry to your family. Please forgive us. She meant we, including Lu Qingdi. Madame Luo showed a helpless and forced smile at the right time. Great Elder Princess, you are too serious. On the other side of the wall, Li Hanyuan was drinking tea casually. The others were talking and laughing. They were enjoying themselves. Jingwan walked around downstairs. Most of the people here were unmarried girls and young women who had just married. After making sure that there was nothing rude, Jingwan was ready to sit down and chat with others and eat something. Jingwan believed that eldest aunt wouldn't make any mistakes in handling these matters. But not long after she sat down, a maid came in and whispered something in Jingwan's ear. Jingwan's expression didn't change. She greeted a few people nearby and went out. After leaving the two-story pavilion for some time, Lin Mingya said, Bai Xiao, go and ask grandmother to come down. Also, tell old Madam Sun of Ding General Manor to ask her to call sister-in-law upstairs. You just wait by the side and don't let anyone disturb her. Yes, Mississippi. Jingwan led others out of the garden. She waited at the gate of the garden for a while and saw Madame Luo come out. Wan, what happened? Old Madame Luo asked, her expression calm, as usual. Chang Lingshan intended to drug third brother. However, second brother was drugged. Third brother was furious when he found out and pushed Chang Lingshan, who also took the drug, into the pool. She was unlucky and hit a stone on the side. Her left eyebrow was directly broken from the middle and almost hurt her eye. Second aunt is making a scene. Speaking of which, what should come will come. Since the day third brother and sister-in-law got married, since Chang Lingshan targeted Luo Jingbua and Sun Yijia's dowry, what happened today was not surprising. However, what Jingwan couldn't figure out was why her cousin always came to her. Was it easier to trick her because she was a relative? She was a relative and wouldn't be too ruthless. What is she doing? Which one of them should be responsible? Madame Luo didn't even raise her eyebrows. Chapter 223. What is she making a fuss about? Which one of the brothers is responsible? Madame Luo's eyebrows didn't even twitch. Jingwan held Madame Luo's arm. Grandmother, who do you think second aunt wants to be responsible? Madame Luo sneered and didn't answer Jingwan's question. Obviously, she knew what was going on. Compared to Luo Jingming, Luo Jingbua was the son of the first wife and pioneered a new way of painting. Now, meticulous brushwork was slowly becoming more popular and more popular. It was almost certain that he would become a master of his generation. Although he married a wife, her face was disfigured and her dowry was very generous. The latter was the son of a concubine, and his father was bedridden. He was currently studying in the Imperial College and had the title of scholar. In comparison, his advantage should be that he was single. There was a saying, it's better to be a poor woman than an emperor's concubine. However, in reality, how many women had such willpower and feelings. Luo Jingbo and Luo Jingming were far from the difference between an emperor and a commoner. The biggest difference between them was nothing more than fame, future, and wealth. However, these were already enough. Many people pursued these for their entire lives. There were still people who believed that Luo Jingbo wouldn't like Sanijia. Most people believed that a girl's face was everything. If her face was disfigured, her everything would be ruined. At the same time, they also believed that men only cared about a girl's face. How ridiculous! The relevant people had already gathered in the second branch's main courtyard, Plum Residence. When Jingwan and Madame Luo arrived, the second aunt of the Luo family was sitting arrogantly on the main seat. It was as if she was the owner of this place and was showing off her powerful presence to others. As for the others, they didn't look very good, especially Luo Jingming. His hair was still wet. If she remembered correctly, he should have changed his clothes. His face was a little pale, but there was an abnormal flush on his cheeks. It seemed that the effects of the medicine he had taken had not dissipated. She didn't know if he had been splashed with water or if he had swum in the water himself. When he saw Madame Luo, his aura weakened slightly. He stood up unwillingly and bowed with the others. Madame Luo's expression was indifferent. After she sat down, she asked, "What exactly do you want?" Second Miss Luo's breathing stagnated, as if she had suffered a great blow. "Mother, what are you saying? Your granddaughter has been bullied to this extent, and you're asking me what I want to do? What I want to do? What can I do? I just want to seek justice for my pitiful daughter." Then, he clenched his teeth and put on an extremely aggrieved look. "Justice? What kind of justice do you want?" Madame Luo's face was cold. Jingbo hurt her face. How could she get married in the future? "Don't tell me we're just going to let it go like this." The Luo family's second grandaunt's voice was somewhat sharp. Luo Jingbo's face was gloomy. At this time, he even wanted to disregard his status and beat her up. He was usually a free and easy person. Even though he had matured a lot after getting married, his nature was still somewhat casual. Now it could be seen that he was furious, but in the end, he held it in. "Then why don't you tell me why Jingbo would hurt someone?" When Madame Luo asked this question, the Luo family's second grandaunt's face was full of resentment. She suddenly looked at Luo Jingming with a gaze that looked as if she wanted to eat him up. "You'll have to ask my good nephew about this. He's so black-hearted that he actually schemed against his own cousin." Lingshan's innocence was almost ruined by him. At this time, Luo Jingming was feeling terrible. It was probably because of his family background. Among the three oldest brothers, he was the most reserved. However, as the saying goes, even a person made of mud had a temper. He had suffered an unexpected calamity and was even blamed for it. Naturally, his mood was not good. He glanced coldly at the Luo family's second grandaunt. "Is Chang Lingshan an outstanding beauty, or is your Jiang family's high status worthy of him coveting her? Don't flatter yourself." In reality, even though Luo Jingming was the son of a concubine, his upbringing was not bad at all. His future might not be as good as Luo Jingbo's, but as long as he steadily walked down the path, his future would definitely not be bad. In addition, the Luo family's current momentum was great. There were too many people who wanted to form an alliance through marriage. However, the children of the Luo family who were not of age would directly reject marriage. Luo Jingming was very popular. The fact that he was the son of a concubine might have some impact, but he was personally taught by Luo Peishan just like the other two brothers. That little flaw was not enough to make a difference. Moreover, don't forget about those who had secretly pledged their allegiance to Jin Qinhuang. Their daughters could not enter Jin Qinhuang Fu. If they wanted to have a closer relationship with him, they would naturally have to slow down their efforts. The other princes would definitely not be able to do so. Jin Wangfei's maternal family was the best candidate. Thus, not to mention Luo Jingming, there was no need to worry about anyone else. Luo Jingming's marriage had long been put on the agenda. Now, they had basically circled a few families and were only doing the final selection. Everyone's upbringing, talent, appearance, family background, and character all surpassed that of Chang Lingshan. Only water would enter his brain to plot against Chang Lingshan. Old Madame Luo also pointed out all these without any trace of politeness. Second eldest Miss Luo's face stiffened. Then tears streamed down her face. Mother, I'm not your biological daughter. You really don't like me. My marriage is not as good as eldest sisters and third sisters. So be it. Now Lingshan is also... Enough. The children are here. I don't want to peel off your face. Second eldest Miss Luo's lips trembled, but she didn't dare to say anything else. Jingwan felt that it was strange. Although this second aunt was born of concubine, she was raised by her grandmother. Everyone said that she and her grandmother were no different from biological mother and daughter. When she was in Qian Prefecture, Jingwan had heard about it from her grandmother's servants. Indeed, she wasn't considered bad. However, Jingwan could roughly sense that she wasn't particularly good. At least, she couldn't compare to her other two aunts. Jingwan believed in her grandmother's character. Once she accepted her grandmother, she probably wouldn't treat her differently. Now, it seemed that she didn't just dislike her. This second aunt must have done something to anger her grandmother and made her hate her. In fact, although second aunt's in-laws weren't as good as the other two sisters, second uncle's character was very good. Back then, they were both chosen by Luo Peishan. At that time, he was far from the position he was in today. Don't think that you're the only smart ones who treat the world as fools. You and your daughter's hearts are full of twists and turns, yet you dare to play around in front of me. If you wanted Jingming to marry Chang Lingshan, I would reluctantly look up to you. It's been almost 20 years, and you still haven't changed. A good child was taught to be like this by you. Take Chang Lingshan and immediately get out of the Luo family. Remember this, even if she loses her innocence today, she can forget about entering the Luo family. Second eldest Miss Luo looked at old Madame Luo in disbelief. Mother, you're actually so heartless? Indiscriminately convicting Lingshan. How could you? Old Madame Luo only looked at her indifferently, as if she was looking at a stranger. She was probably really hurt by old Madame Luo's words. Her face broke down. Mother, Luo Romping and I are both born of a concubine. You even treat his concubine son well, but you treat my legitimate daughter like this. Now get out of here obediently. The Luo family is still your maternal family. Otherwise, second eldest Miss Luo's face was green and white, like a color palette. You're actually so heartless, so heartless. Fine, I'll leave. She wiped away her tears, as if her heart was completely broken, revealing a sense of despair. Jingwan sighed. Sure enough, everyone was a king of acting. They were clearly afraid of grandmother's threat, afraid that they would really lose the Luo family. But they seemed to be sad and desperate because of grandmother's heartlessness. However, Jingwan looked at grandmother's eye with a little admiration. She was really domineering and mighty. Second eldest Miss Luo took the injured Chang Lingshan and left. Before leaving, she kept crying and making a fuss. In the end, she was directly slapped twice by her mother, scolding her for being a slut with a cheap life and for not being reincarnated into a good family. She deserved to end up like this today. Everyone knew that she was scolding Chang Lingshan for everyone present to hear. However, old Madame Luo was completely indifferent, so she had no choice but to leave. No matter how resentful and unwilling she was in her heart, she had to bow her head in front of power. Chang Lingshan was also a little pitiful. A large part of his brow bone was bandaged, and a specific injury could not be seen. The area that was not covered was also red and swollen. As a result, there were 2 more palm prints on his face. However, this pitiful person must have something hateful. If she did not have any evil thoughts, this would not have happened. After sending them away, old Madame Luo stood up. There are still so many guests in the residence. Go do what you need to do. You two brothers should properly reflect on today's matter. Both of you are so stupid. After Jingwan and old Madame Luo left, the remaining few people were still a little stunned. Was it over just like that? Luo Jingbua and Luo Jingming looked at each other. Indeed, they had both made stupid mistakes today. Luo Jingming had been easily tricked, and Luo Jingbo was even more stupid. He did not have to involve himself at all. Other than letting Chang Lingshan get involved with him, it did not have any effect on the original matter at all. However, even if they were scolded for being stupid, they still admired their grandmother. She had resolved the matter so cleanly. They originally thought that it would be very troublesome, and they might really let a disgusting person into the family. Jingwan also had similar thoughts. She originally thought that it would be a tough battle and wanted to see if she could help a little. She just watched the show for free. She even left her sister-in-law with her biological grandmother in advance, worried that it would affect her. In the end, all her worries were in vain. However, old Madame Luo's words and deeds also told us that relatives were not easy to trick. Relatives were not easy to be ruthless, but it was also easier to be ruthless. There were some things that outsiders might have some misgivings about, such as today's matter. If it was someone else, old Madame Luo probably would not have handled it so simply and crudely. What is Wan thinking about? The matter just now. The result was expected. This process, old Madame Luo laughed in spite of herself. Grandmother will tell you one thing today. When you can borrow power, don't be polite. When you can hold others, don't be soft-hearted, and even more so, don't be soft-hearted. Even if it was a former relative, when you want to control him, it already shows that he is not worth your effort. Therefore, there is no need to be polite. Jin Xin Wang is a good banner. Chapter 224. How did it become Jin Xin Wang in the blink of an eye? Well, Jinwan also admitted that Jin Xin Wang's banner was very useful. She should be very happy to use it for herself. Grandmother was right. When needed, it would be a waste not to use it. When they returned to Shi Yuan, son Ijia sat next to her grandmother. She was a little restless and frequently looked in the direction of the back stairs. The drama on the stage, let alone seriously watching, she was afraid that she didn't even listen to a single word. Seeing Jingwan and old Madame Luo appear, she stood up and walked over quickly. Grandmother, Wan Mimi, old Madame Luo nodded and walked away. Jingwan also knew that she was anxious, so she simply whispered in her ear. Son Ijia's eyes slightly widened, the corners of her mouth slightly hooked up. Grandmother is amazing. Jingwan smiled, but didn't say anything. And she also thought so. The people here were all shrewd people. When old Madame Luo left, old Madame Sun sent someone to call son Ijia to her side. She sensed that something might have happened in the Luo family. But now that she was smiling so happily, it probably wasn't a big problem. After a glance, she no longer paid attention. Which family would be fine? In the entire capital, it wasn't like there weren't any families that were in turmoil every day. Jingwan helped son Ijia settle down and began to shuttle between the ladies with ease. One pulled her to say a few words, another pulled her to praise a few words. Although she could completely handle it, her face was stiff from smiling. It wasn't a smile of genuine joy. It wasn't just her face that was tired, it was also her heart. Jingwan felt that those people who were born with a smiling face would be a great weapon in this kind of situation. But that kind of person in a sad situation would be easily pointed out by everyone, so it was better not to be envious. Fortunately, when Jingwan felt that she couldn't hold on anymore, the banquet finally started. Similarly, many officials also came to the Luo family after leaving the yamen. After a round of toasting, although there were still a lot of things left on the table, especially the women's banquet in the back courtyard, it could be considered that the host and guests enjoyed themselves to the fullest. Except for a few small flaws, everything else could be said to be perfect. After the guests left one after another, Zhou Yingshuang, who was the guest of honor, and several other attendants helped to send the guests off. She also brought Yuan Qiao with her, intentionally or unintentionally. Of course, there was also her younger sister, Luo Jingyu, whom outsiders thought was completely beneath Jingwan's notice. Jingwan thought that Luo Jingyu's temperament was a little timid and dull, so she thought that after son Ijia married into the family, she would ask her, the eldest sister-in-law of the second branch, to help train her. Sun Yijia didn't spend much time with Luo Jingyu. Most of the time, Luo Jingyu was taught by Sun Yijia's nanny. When a marriage discussion started next year, she probably wouldn't have to worry about in-laws. Concubine Ji was grateful to Jingwan because she knew that Jingwan didn't like concubines, so she never took the initiative to get close to her. Usually, she helped Zhang Shi manage the second branch. Now, she didn't want to have a son. She completely understood that as long as her two daughters weren't disliked by their D-sister, they wouldn't be bad in the future. Perhaps Third Miss didn't like the concubines' brothers and sisters, but she didn't like their status. She didn't have much dislike for them. As long as they didn't provoke her, she wouldn't do anything to them. When necessary, she would even help them. In order not to be a burden to her children, Concubine Ji became invisible in the Luo Rongyan. Concubine Ping, who gave birth to a son, had always followed Concubine Ji's lead in this aspect and was invisible in the entire second branch. When Great Elder Princess was about to leave, Wang Zhuyuyao made a fuss and refused to go back. Great Elder Princess indulged her and asked Jingwan to play with her for 2 days. Wang Zhuyuyao wasn't the youngest in Great Elder Princess's mansion, but she was the senior. Moreover, because her mother didn't like her sister-in-law, even if there were children who were 1 or 2 years younger than her, they couldn't play with her. Sometimes Yu Yao was a little naughty. In fact, she didn't cause any harm, but she was regarded as a little devil by her nephews, nieces, and sisters-in-law. Yu Yao curled her lips. She didn't want to talk to them. Great Elder Princess looked at the girls in front of her kindly and said, "You are all good girls. If you have a chance, come to Great Elder Princess's mansion with Jingwan and play with her." Great Elder Princess loved Jingwan, and she was also supporting them in a disguised way. The girls were a little flattered and hurriedly thanked her. Great Elder Princess also gave Jingwan a few words of advice. In the end, only the relatives and friends of the Luo family were left. Even old Madame Sun didn't stay for long. Today, she was the only one who came to the Luo family. The others in Ding General Manor were directly forbidden by her. According to her, she knew that Sun Yijiao was very good in the Luo family, and this was enough. Jingwan's adulthood ceremony was so grand that some people would talk about it for a while. Among other things, as soon as Prince Rue and his wife returned to the prince's mansion, they were told by the servants that concubine Ying had a stomachache again. Princess Rue glanced at Prince Rue. Seeing that he didn't change his expression, she didn't say anything. Prince Rue didn't want to talk to her at first, but he seemed to think of something and asked, "Is she only a little younger than the third Miss Luo?" "It seems to be only a day younger," said Princess Rue. "A day? Only a day. They were born under the same roof, have the same surname, and eat the same food. But one of them is in the sky, the moon surrounded by stars, while the other is in the ground, deserted by all." Prince Rue seemed to be talking to himself. Obviously, the bigger the gap between Luo, Jingying, and Jingwan, the more unwilling he was in his heart. She doesn't know that today is her third sister's adulthood ceremony. Send someone to tell her and let her be happy for her third sister. Happy? It was more like he would go crazy. No matter what, she's still pregnant. No matter what, it's still your child. Is your heart so heartless? Aren't you afraid that if you do this too many times, there won't be any more children in this family? Your Highness is right. I will ask someone to talk to concubine Ying. She must be regretful that she didn't see it with her own eyes. Telling her in detail may give her some comfort. Yes, this was what he was most satisfied with about Princess Rue. She could always think of his thoughts and be of one mind with him. No matter how gentle and polite Li Hongming was to others, he wasn't a broad-minded person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done this kind of thing. This was simply a method of jealousy in the inner house. You are a man who wants to control the world. Doing this kind of thing is really a bit despicable. However, Princess Rue didn't show it at all. She could roughly guess Li Hongming's mentality. Seeing how outstanding Luo Jingying was compared to concubine Ying, he probably felt that he was cheated. Maybe he even thought that if it wasn't for Luo Jingying seducing him, it might be a different scene today. At the very least, he would lose his virginity before marriage. No matter what, he could still take her as a concubine and control the Luo family more than now. But he didn't think about it. If he didn't take the girl's body and Luo Jingshu was determined not to have anything to do with him, would she let her granddaughter be his concubine? The most innocent was still the child. Its mother was regarded as lowly and unscrupulous by its shameless father, and such a father didn't care about its existence. To be reincarnated into such a child, it probably had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. There were many capable people by Princess Rue's side. She casually ordered one of her mamas. However, this nanny had a grudge against Luo Jingying. When Luo Jingying was favored, Luo Jingying had ruthlessly humiliated her. She had always been proud of herself in front of the princess consort. Humiliating Luo Jingying was akin to killing one's mother and stealing one's child, so she bore a grudge against Luo Jingying. During this period of time, she had secretly made trouble for Luo Jingying. However, Luo Jingying relied on the piece of meat in her belly and did not suffer too much. Now, she had an opportunity to openly humiliate Luo Jingying. She found someone who was eloquent and sarcastic. She briefly explained the situation and asked those people to tell concubine Ing in detail. That woman understood tacitly and accepted the benefits. She patted her chest and promised that she would be satisfied. She obviously didn't see it with her own eyes, but based on the basic things, she infinitely exaggerated and described it vividly, as if the scene was worthy of being crowned by the emperor. It was originally a story full of loopholes, but it was related to Luo Jingwan, her biggest enemy. Since birth, they were destined to be incompatible. Naturally, if Luo Jingwan wasn't good, she would be relieved. If Luo Jingwan was good, she would be struck by lightning. She would never have a coming-of-age ceremony in this lifetime, not to mention endless glory, being surrounded by countless people, being envied by countless people, and receiving a mountain of precious gifts. She could easily bully and humiliate herself. The person who held the power to kill her also praised her. She tried every means to get something that she couldn't get, but she carefully placed it in front of her. She even had to worry whether she liked it or not. Why she roared, screamed, and questioned, but she would never get an answer. Luo Jingying, whose temper had been somewhat restrained, flew into a rage and smashed everything in the room. She didn't know that she was injured. Because of the anger in her heart, Luo Jingying only came back to her senses when she felt a wave of heat overflowing from her lower body. Luo Jingying's face turned pale. She hugged her stomach and cried out in pain. Blood quickly dyed her dress red. It wasn't the first time that the people who serve her had seen her go crazy, and it wasn't the first time that she saw blood. However, that child had always been lucky. After taking 2 doses of miscarriage prevention medicine, it would be fine. It gave people the illusion that her pregnancy was stable and nothing would happen to her no matter what. But this time was different from before. With so much blood, that child was most likely the group of people were scared out of their wits. As for the person who had angered Luo Jingying, he had been smug at first, but now his legs and stomach were trembling. He took advantage of the chaos to slip out, but his heart was beating extremely fast. It was over, it was all over. His mind was blank, and the only thing left was this thought. When Princess Rui learned that Luo Jingying had asked for a doctor again, she didn't even lift her eyelids. It was expected, but this time, Princess Rui didn't wait for long. The servant girl trembled and reported. Princess Rui didn't wait for her to speak. Her heart thumped. She knew that this time it was probably not good. She hurried over. As soon as she stepped into the room, the servant who served her immediately knelt down. Princess Rui only felt that her legs were a little weak and her head was a little dizzy. The doctor came out and directly apologized to Princess Rui. "I'm incompetent. Princess, please forgive me." Princess Rui calmed down and rubbed her swollen and painful temples. "Where is Shi Qiang?" "Princess, she's not well. She's unconscious." "Did the child fall out?" "Princess, the child is still in the belly." "Then quickly prescribe a dose of medicine to make the child fall out." Make sure that it's clean. Then take a good look at her. Don't leave a lasting illness that will affect her fertility in the future. Yes. The doctor hurriedly wrote a prescription, filled the medicine, boiled the medicine, and then poured it down the throat of Luo Jingying, who was in a coma. Princess Rue had been sitting outside the whole time. She didn't say anything about leaving, and she didn't ask the servant to leave. After the medicine was poured down the throat, she sent someone to inform Prince Rue. Prince Rue frowned, paused, and decided to take a look. As soon as Li Hongming walked to the door, he heard an old maid in the room say in a trembling voice, "Princess, the child is born. It's a boy." Li Hongming staggered slightly and subconsciously clenched his fists. He thought that he wouldn't care about it, but the result was far from being as calm as he expected. Children were the inheritance of man. Without children, it was equal to cutting off the family line. He had 2 legitimate daughters, and the others either died at birth or died in the belly. None of them was a boy. This was the first child confirmed to be a boy. If it was born safely, it would be his eldest son. It was okay when he didn't know, but now he knew. His heart was burning with pain. Seeing Prince Rue come in with a gloomy face, Princess Rue looked a little sad and sad. "Your Highness, why is it gone?" His voice was frighteningly gloomy. Chapter 225. Princess Rue would not stupidly go against him at this time. This man had a great tolerance for her. The premise was that she was sensible enough and smart enough to know what to do and what not to do. If she crossed the line, she would not have a good ending. Prince Rue glanced at Princess Lu and directly grabbed a servant girl. The servant girl stammered and did not make it clear. As a result, Li Hongming directly ordered people to drag her out and beat her to death. Then the second servant girl was followed. The servant girl was afraid that she would end up like the first one, so she hurriedly spilled the beans. Li Hongming had realized that he was the cause. His face was so ugly that it was indescribable. But would he admit it? Absolutely not. He just asked people to tell Luo Jingying. That was all. Li Hongming glanced at Princess Lu sharply. Princess Lu twitched the corner of her mouth stiffly and said nothing. Li Hongming did not scold Princess Lu in the end. He just let it go. It was hard to get rid of the depression in his heart. I asked you to serve him, but you were lazy and didn't pay attention. Now that the child is dead, you should go down and continue to serve him. First, you should forgive him. Second, you should protect him from being bullied. Drag all of you out. Your Highness, please spare us. Your Highness, was it useful to beg for mercy? Of course, it was useless. The guards beat them directly. They were not gentle at all. If they resisted and cried, the knives at their waists would hit their heads directly. Blood would immediately flow. Princess Lu slightly looked away. She did not want to see the bloody scene. Even if she had beaten servants to death and witnessed Zhang Wo's execution, she still could not adapt to such a scene. Would it be over after these people were beaten to death? There was still the culprit. As the most direct person to provoke Luo Jingying, the woman packed up her belongings and prepared to escape. However, when she finally found an opportunity to leave through the back door, she was caught just as she was about to step out of the door. Then, she was dragged to Li Hongming. At this time, her head was covered in blood. Before Li Hongming could ask anything, she had already confessed that she was the mastermind. Princess Lu took a deep breath. At this point, she knew what Prince Rue was trying to do. Everything would be fine as long as this woman died obediently. Princess Lu wished she could strangle her to death. She could do nothing about it. Princess Lu's mammy also clearly knew what she was going to face. She obediently walked out and knelt down. She directly said that she had a grudge against concubine Ing, so she took the opportunity to take revenge on her. She was willing to accept the punishment. Compared to the others, he was unusually calm. Li Hongming naturally wouldn't be courteous to someone who had offered himself up to appease his anger. He waved his hand and ordered his men to take him away. Your Highness! Princess Lu finally couldn't help but stand up and grab the mammy. She looked at Prince Rue with pleading eyes. However, Li Hongming's eyes were extremely cold and sharp. He was not moved at all. Princess Lu's body trembled slightly. She grabbed her mammy's clothes and refused to let go. Because she used too much strength, her fingertips turned white. The mammy gently but firmly pushed Princess Lu's hands away. The prince lost his son. Although it was him, she was the one who was aggravated. She was just a servant. How could she compare with the royal grandson? Now she only hoped that her family would not be implicated. However, she didn't dare to ask for mercy in person, but she believed that the princess would protect her family. I can't continue to serve you in the future. Princess, take care. Princess Lu couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Tears fell down, but she quickly wiped them away. She didn't look at Prince Rue, because once she did, she was afraid that she would show hatred in her eyes. This man was so cold and heartless. Li Hongming cleaned up the mess and left without looking back. He didn't even think of going in to see the woman who had just lost her child. The pain of losing his son seemed to have completely disappeared. Look, this was Prince Rue, who was highly praised by outsiders. In his eyes, there was only the high position. In fact, Princess Lu didn't know that the reason why Li Hongming was so angry was not only because of the child, but also because of Jingwan and Li Hongyuan who embarrassed him. What was more, he was humiliated by Li Hongyuan's eyes. Except for her, there was no one else in the courtyard of Luo Jingying, including the person who was in charge of sweeping. The mess in the room had not been cleaned up. Princess Lu had a little sympathy for Luo Jingying before. After her mammy died, she was kind enough not to tear Luo Jingying apart. Anyway, the child was gone. From now on, she would not give Luo Jingying any protection. Yes, if Princess Lu secretly warned other people in the backyard, Luo Jingying would have had an abortion. Maybe she would have even lost her life. From now on, Luo Jingying could only fend for herself. However, didn't concubine Shi Ying love His Highness so much that she didn't care about anything else? However, His Highness revealed his true colors and beat her down to the ground. She survived and kept the child. Now, because she heard news about her cousin, she had an abortion. Should it be said that her love was too shallow, or that her ruthlessness towards her cousin was too deep? Princess Lu left with her people, and then casually arranged several people to serve Luo Jingying. When Luo Jingying woke up, there was only a strange little maid by the bed. But she was not in the mood to care about her for the time being. The first thing she did was to touch her belly. Her belly had been bulging. She had felt the movement in her belly, but it was gone. Her child was gone. Luo Jingying's expression was one of utter terror. From the moment she found out about the existence of the child, she didn't feel anything special. She only thought of it as a bargaining chip that could tie that man down and help her advance in her career. Later, she even thought of getting rid of the child because of Luo Jingwan's words. However, when she saw Prince Rue's heartlessness and hypocrisy, it could be said that she had nothing but the child in her womb. As the child grew up little by little and moved in her womb for the first time, she truly felt a different kind of emotion. It was indescribable, but her heart was filled with warmth, and she felt a sense of anticipation that she had never felt before. Now it was gone. Luo Jingying went crazy again. Regardless of her health, she broke the things that had just been put on the bed. The little maid originally wanted to stop her, but Luo Jingying was too scary in her eyes. She could only shrink in the corner for fear of hurting herself. The little maid, who had not been trained, did not have the consciousness of protecting her master loyally. There were several people outside, but they were obviously experienced. Hearing the noise in the room, they just stuck their heads out to take a look. Then they continued to eat melon seeds and chat leisurely. Their words were full of disdain for Luo Jingying. Princess Lu had no intention of suppressing everything that happened in this courtyard before. Therefore, the whole prince's mansion knew what should and should not know. This was also Princess Lu's clear attitude and position. Luo Jingying had lost her last trump card. She had no connections in the backyard of Prince Rue's mansion. No help, no help. She could only be trampled on. Many people were ready to have fun and watch a joke. Luo Jingying was in a bad physical condition now. Before she finished smashing, she felt dizzy and fell to the ground. There's little blood under her body again. The little maid who shrank in the corner came out cautiously, concubine Ing. The little maid was just about to help her up when the people outside came in. A woman who looked a little mean hit the little maid with a broom. Hurry up and clean up the room. But what? Hurry up and clean up. She hit the little maid twice again. The little maid was scared. She did not care about Luo Jingying anymore. These people were so fierce. The adult woman squatted down and looked at Luo Jingying with a smile. Concubine Ing, you'd better take it easy if you want to smash things. The princess has said that if you smash things, there will be no more. You will have to wait until next month to get the quota. Today is only the 6th day of the new year. Luo Jingying might be a little stupid sometimes, but she was definitely smart now. She was very clear about her current situation. All the people who used to serve her were gone. They were either dead or sent to other places. She was completely alone. No, maybe she was alone from the beginning. There was no place for her in this prince's mansion. Concubine Ing, go back to bed, Luo Jingying said lightly. Oh, Concubine Ing, are you still putting on airs? The woman was very disdainful. She even patted her face humiliatingly. Luo Jingying was not hysterical now. She was indifferent, as if there was nothing. I'm the aunt of the Minister of Personnel. The woman seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. Who in the prince's mansion doesn't know that you have a bad relationship with the Luo family? So what? My surname is Luo. As long as my surname is Luo, you lowly servants can't touch a single strand of my hair. I'm estranged from the Luo family. They don't want me, but they don't want the Luo family's face. You humiliate me. So to a certain extent, you humiliate the Luo family. Anyway, I have nothing now. Those who are barefooted are not afraid of those who wear shoes. I'll just hang myself. I want to see how the prince will explain it to the Luo family. Even if I die, there will be a group of people coming down to accompany me. Luo Jingying laughed sinisterly. It had to be said that Luo Jingying really stunned them. Yes, she had nothing, but her surname was a great weapon. The Luo family was now at the peak of their power. If one day they suddenly remembered that there was such an aunt, they would definitely be pushed out to apologize to the Luo family. Help me to the bed. Don't make me say the same thing a third time. The woman suppressed her anger and helped Luo Jingying up. She rudely put her on the bed. Give me the medicine. Luo Jingying was still arrogant and bossy, without the slightest trace of politeness. She had already come to this point. She couldn't be treated well just because she showed weakness. Since that was the case, why should she feel wronged? She could live freely for one day. Then, the other concubines who came to see her make a fool of herself saw such a scene after entering the door. She should have been a person with a lot of negative emotions, but she looked quite leisurely. The new servant was ordered around by her with a sullen face. It was not what they expected. Chapter 226. You're finally here. You made me wait for so long. But it's good. I'm quite bored now. Luo Jingying was not angry at all when she saw them in the past. She was even in a good mood and waved at them. This was even more strange. Did she lose her mind after losing her child? However, this didn't seem like something a lunatic would do. For a moment, no one spoke first. Luo Jingying sneered. She remembered how these people looked when they found out that she was pregnant. How they looked when they found out that she was pregnant, but lost favor. Now, they wanted to hit her when she was down. Before, because the child was still alive, she carefully protected it. Even if she was arrogant and domineering, she was more afraid in appearance and tried to stay as far away from them as possible. Now, she did not care about anything. If others made her unhappy, then everyone would be unhappy together. But she was not in good health now and could not do anything for the time being. Wait until she recovered. Sure enough, even if she did not speak for a while, they could not help but be sarcastic after a while. Before losing her child, Luo Jingying might have been easily angered by them. Now, she found that she did not feel anything, so she calmly listened to them scolding her without any vulgarities. Then, when they finally seemed to realize that something was wrong, she slowly opened her mouth. You don't want to talk anymore? Then it's my turn to talk. I have no favor, and the child is gone. The Luo family does not care about me at all. It's all right. Do you know why the Luo family does not care about me? It's because I'm blind and do not know what's good for me. Wang Yi wants to win over my grandfather, but unfortunately, my grandfather has no intention of working for him. Wang Yi has his eyes on me, but he does not understand the situation. I have no place in my grandfather's heart. He should be more interested in Luo Jingwan. Luo Jingwan may be annoying, but she's a good judge of character. Our prince probably hasn't even come within 10 feet of my third sister. As she spoke, she burst into laughter. His Highness has tried every means to get close to the Luo family, and I'm the thread that's equivalent to nothing. However, if I die, this thread will be completely broken. Grandfather might even be able to use this as an excuse to become irreconcilable enemies with His Highness. Oh, now that I think about it, I actually have some use. We all know what kind of person His Highness is. If you let him miss the opportunity to become the Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, what will happen? I'm looking forward to it. The women were frightened. Luo Jingying was threatening them with death. They knew Wang Yi's nature. Originally, they thought it would be better if she died. If what she said was true, then she couldn't die. That feeling of having a fishbone stuck in their throat was really terrible. This is the Wang Fu. How can a person's death spread out? The Luo family doesn't care about you. Even if you turn into dust, the Luo family won't know. One of the women expressed her disdain for Luo Jingying's words. Is that so? Then let's try. Let's see if my mother will suddenly remember me. The women were speechless. A mother wouldn't forget her own child so easily. Until now, she didn't care about her child. They were afraid that she was being suppressed by her parents-in-law. But who could guarantee that there wouldn't be a day when she would loosen up? Not to mention that none of them had a maternal family. Even if they had a maternal family, they definitely wouldn't be able to contend against the Minister of the Ministry of Personnel. Seeing them leave dejectedly, Luo Jingying laughed heartily. Her laughter was very carefree, but to their ears, it was very ear-piercing. Does she really dare to seek death? When you have nothing left, then you will know whether she dares or not. But if you die, then so be it. There won't be a ripple. Luo Jingying laughed until tears came out of her eyes. Her voice stopped abruptly. All of you get out. Luo Jingying was now full of sarcasm. The servants couldn't wait to get away from her and quickly got out. When she was left alone, Luo Jingying curled up and cried silently. She missed the days in the Luo family very much. Even if she was angered by Luo Jingying time and time again, she still felt that it was wonderful when she thought about it now. She was still jealous of her, still hated her, but she also really missed her. At that time, when she knew that she was going to enter Prince Rui's mansion, she was arrogant and insufferably arrogant. She probably mocked her in her heart. No, she had always looked down on her and didn't take her seriously. Maybe she just watched for fun. A few months, just a few months. Thinking back to that time, she wanted to be the noblest woman in the world, let everyone crawl at her feet, and let those who looked down on her beg for repentance. She was really too naive and ridiculous. At the beginning, when she fell out of favor, she still wanted to get back. But now, she didn't even want to see that man. Without experiencing it, she wouldn't know how cruel the reality was. If she could have a chance, she would rather avoid Luo Jingwan and find a family of equal social status to marry. She didn't realize this at the moment before she lost her child. Otherwise, she wouldn't have heard that Jingwan's grand coming-of-age ceremony led to a miscarriage. Of course, this was only a trigger. In the final analysis, it was because she had seen red more than once, which affected the fetus. No matter how stable the fetus was, it couldn't stand such torment again and again. However, from now on, Luo Jingying showed her fierce fighting ability in the backyard of Prince Rui's mansion. She knew that someone was scheming against her secretly. She wouldn't play tricks. She would do it openly. She would suddenly rush into your room and smash it. Or she would hold a hairpin and pretend to be weak. She would scratch your face when you were unprepared. Or she would suddenly run out and hit you hard. She would be knocked into the water. Even if she was stopped again and again, the same thing wouldn't happen again. However, Li Hongming also knew that he couldn't let her die. If he locked her up, she would immediately kill herself in various ways. Each time, she would be more ruthless than the last. Li Hongming's face darkened several times. He simply let it go and let Princess Lu deal with it. Luo Jingying behaved well in Princess Lu's place. She told Princess Lu that she would keep Li Hongming in the main courtyard and not let other women get close to him. Even if Princess Lu didn't have feelings for Prince Rue, it was still a great temptation. So she acquiesced. Luo Jingying didn't make trouble in daily life. However, once she knew that Prince Rue spent the night with a concubine, she would definitely make trouble for that concubine. With Princess Lu's help in secret, those concubines were all tortured miserably. When Li Hongming knew it, Luo Jingying loved him deeply. When he went to other women's places, she went crazy with jealousy. She would only stop when she couldn't touch the princess. In this aspect, men were always a little vain. There was no woman in the backyard that he cared about. In addition, Li Hongming's life outside was very bad. He made mistakes everywhere. He had been scolded by Lu Qingdi more than once. He was in a terrible fix, so he just let it be. He really didn't enter the concubine's room for several months. As for Luo Jingying, because of her miscarriage, no one had taken good care of her and left her with a chronic illness. If she was calm, it might have affected her fertility. However, she did not stop for a moment. Her body deteriorated day by day, but she did not care. Of course, these were all the stories in the future. A few days after Jingwan's adulthood ceremony, it was Double Ninth Festival. The custom of climbing the mountain was indispensable. Li Hongyuan went to the Luo family's house to pick her up on that day and scrupulously. A few days ago, Madame Luo had been angered by him once, so she let her go impatiently. Jingwan was taken to an uninhabited place by him and bullied again. Then, in a good mood, he took Jingwan to join the rest of the climbing team. They had a good time. The next day, Jingwan received 2 pieces of news before and after she went. First, Chen Jingmin and Li Ruyu would get married in 10 days. Second, Sun Yilin was sent out. No matter which news it came suddenly. Although Chen Jingmin and Li Ruyu's marriage would happen sooner or later, there had been no news before. The 3 letters and 6 rights. They didn't hear about the first step. They were going to get married directly. After 10 days, there was no news of the betrothal gifts. Wasn't that surprising? There was also Sun Yilin. He was doing well in the internal court. Even if he was to be promoted because of the credit of the journey to the west, it seemed that there was no need for him to leave the capital and be sent out. Moreover, Ding General Manor was now in a period of internal strife. Many people had turned to him. If he just patted his butt and left, how could those people endure it? Chapter 227. Regardless of whether he was puzzled or enlightened, Sun Yilin had to leave the capital in 2 days. Before he left, he came to see Sun Yijia. Sun Yijia seemed to be in good spirits and seemed to be happy about leaving the capital to become an official. Sun Yijia didn't try to dissuade him. But did he have to leave in such a hurry? There were still 3 months before the new year. Couldn't he take up his post after the new year? Sun Yilin shook his head. He could feel that someone wanted him to leave. Although he did not know who it was, leaving the capital was not a bad thing for him. This world made him feel oppressed and painful. Although, because she was here, there was a hint of sweetness in the oppressive pain. The further he was away, the more lovesick he would feel. However, he needed to do something to distract himself. Before he met Jingwan, his life's ambition was to build his country and rule the world. Jingwan's appearance gave his life a different kind of color. It came so suddenly, but also failed so quickly. He had no choice but to bury it and let it hurt in his heart again and again. He didn't know if someone else would dig it out in the future. He was muddle-headed for a period of time. Then he suddenly thought that if he couldn't get back up, didn't achieve anything, and disappeared in the crowd. One day when she talked about him, she would only shake her head and sigh in disappointment. Then, she would completely forget about him without leaving a trace. He felt his heart clench tightly. He didn't want to be forgotten by her. Even if he couldn't be by her side, he wanted to let her know about him from time to time. He wanted to be good enough to stand in a high position. Sun Yilin wasn't a person who buried everything for love. But now, there was another reason for him to be more motivated. Sun Yilin didn't mention Jingwan, but Sun Yijia saw the unconcealable affection in his eyes. It made her heart soften. She wanted to ask Jingwan to come out and see him. But in the end, she restrained herself. She also didn't like men to be fickle. However, if it was her brother who was trapped by his infatuation and couldn't walk out, she would rather he be more affectionate because he couldn't get what he wanted. Tell me, all the men in Duke Dinghua's residence, from grandfather, father, and other brothers, were playboys. How could there be such an odd one? Sun Yijia accidentally muttered these words. Sun Yilin found it funny. If he was really a playboy, little sister, you probably wouldn't be close to fifth brother. Okay, I'm going back. Don't think about sending me off when I leave. I'll write you a letter after I settle down there. Sun Yijia sent Sun Yilin with tears in her eyes. The next day, Sun Yilin's residence, he would return to the capital for at least 3 years. The moment Jingwan heard the news, she didn't know what to feel. It was hard to describe. Then, it was Chun Jingmin's wedding. The Luo family was very respectful, and basically all of them went. However, no one went to Xi Fong. Moreover, he was helping Luo Jingbo get married. This time, he didn't ask the Luo brothers to help. To be precise, except for the necessary people, he was the only one in the wedding procession. The wedding procession looked very shabby. Their branch might not be rich, but it wasn't to this extent. They were clearly showing their displeasure. Jingwan was silent. She didn't know what to say, or perhaps she shouldn't say anything. Wedding banquet, wedding banquet. Because it was truly a happy occasion, the atmosphere would be lively. Most of the people who came to the Chun family knew what was going on, especially the Chun family members themselves. They all had a straight face, not a single smile on their faces. It was better not to attend such a wedding. The wedding procession came back much earlier than expected. Prince Cheng's mansion, no, it seemed to be Duke Cheng's mansion now, was much smaller than the original mansion, so there was probably no one to block the door. If the groom decided to quit, it would be really embarrassing. Although Duke Cheng's mansion had a strong background, the fact that the wedding had been delayed until today was very clear. For example, if Emperor Lu Cheng did not do anything, the Empress did not do anything, and Duke Ding's mansion did not do anything, it was just an empty shell with the name of Duke Cheng's mansion in name. When the bride came in, everyone found that she seemed to be swaying even when walking. The groom, Chun Jingmin, was expressionless. He held the end of the red silk and walked in front, completely ignoring the bride. Jingwan looked at Li Ruyu, who was covered with a veil, and frowned. She was so thin that her waist could be controlled with 2 hands. There was no news about her in the past few months. She guessed that she was living a bad life. She thought about the first time she saw her. She was also dressed in red, rude and arrogant, and her whip was fierce. Now forget it. Jingwan felt that she had no right to interfere in other people's business. Moreover, knowing that Chun Jingmin's thoughts were on her, she still went up to him to comfort him and ask him to live a good life. That was actually a very cruel thing to do. In the current situation, it was also very inappropriate behavior. The best thing to do was to stay far away and have nothing to do with each other. The next day, Jingwan heard that Chun Jingmin's wedding procession was similar to what she had expected. It was said that there were not many people from Duke Cheng's mansion. Even Ding General Manor only sent people to send gifts in a normal way. For the wedding banquet, there would be no one at all dressed up. In addition, his son-in-law was not respectful at all and did a perfunctory job of keeping up appearances. Duke Cheng was so angry that his veins were bulging. He really wanted to beat Chun Jingmin up. Unfortunately, Chun Jingmin was very straightforward and even wanted Duke Cheng to beat him up. He turned around and left. There was no need to pick him up. His wife was in tears and finally managed to persuade him to stay. When Chun Jingmin's temper became stubborn, it was also very troublesome. The days that followed were neither salty nor dull. Occasionally, she would attend the chrysanthemum banquets of various families. Speaking of which, the Grand Secretary of the Cabinet had the most chrysanthemums and the most complete variety. In the past, when the chrysanthemums bloomed, he would often take them out to make people envious. Only this year, so far, there was no movement. Speaking of which, the Rouen family was in a precarious situation this year. Not to mention the flower appreciation banquet, there was no other birthday banquet. However, it was said that the Grand Secretary, who had always been stingy, had given several pots of famous chrysanthemums to the Minister of Personnel, Lord Luo. After asking around, it was said that it was to make amends. Many people believed it. Jingwan felt that there might be other reasons. However, since this treasure was in her hands, she would naturally take good care of it. When she brought the pot of Yaodai Jade Phoenix to the capital, there were only a few stems. Now, it had grown into a large clump. The flowers bloomed and looked exceptionally beautiful. Looking at these flowers and plants, her mood could not help but become cheerful. The weather was gradually getting colder. Every family had started to cut winter clothes early. The Luo family was no exception. Previously, when they were cutting autumn clothes, Jingwan and the others were not in the capital. According to Madame Wang's wishes, they had to cut 2 more sets of winter clothes. Jingwan refused. In reality, she had a lot of money. The clothes she usually wore were all made by the people around her. She had as many as she wanted. Basically, she had never worn any of the common clothes. Jingwan didn't feel that she was wearing them, but Nanny Gong didn't like them. Moreover, the people around her knew her measurements very well. Every piece of clothing they made was just right, and it was the most comfortable to wear. Thus, having more would be a waste. If she asked, she might as well not take any of them. However, there were many times when it was better not to refuse. Sunny-jia did not want a single piece. Her situation was special. Now that her belly was growing quickly, and she did not lack those things. It could be said that she was cutting new clothes every few days. Now that she was taking measurements in the office, even if it was made bigger, it might not fit her. Her situation was similar to Jingwan's, so she really did not need to waste time. The young and old ladies were excitedly choosing cloth at Madame Luo's place. As the eldest of the unmarried ladies, Jingwan casually picked 2 bolts and let her younger sisters choose. There were many colors. In the end, they would always find something they liked. If 2 ladies liked the same color, they would just cut a set of clothes for the same color. The remaining ladies in the Luo family were not particularly competitive. They would not be estranged over a piece of cloth. Jingwan received a message from Yin Yang. She went to Rouge Pavilion and brought back a large amount of dividends. Jingwan used to think that she was a rich woman. Now, she received too many good things. She did not want to estimate their value. She also packed a lot of rouge and face powder from Rouge Pavilion. When she took it back, each branch would send gifts to her. After Jingwan moved to the capital city, the madams and ladies of the Luo family saved a lot of money on rouge and face powder. The things they used were still the best. In the blink of an eye, it was the day before Zhou Yingshuang's wedding. Yuan Xiaoxiao asked Jingwan to add to her dowry. She asked Jingwan to bring son Yijia's dowry to the wedding. Before they left home, Wangzhi Yuyao came to them again. Since the first time she came to the Luo family, Wangzhi Yuyao came here every few days. Today, she was particularly confident that she would add to Miss Zhou's dowry on behalf of Princess Yu. Jingwan knew that she did this for her sake. It must be said that great elder princess was quite competent as Lin Mingya's foster mother, because most of her relatives and friends were adding to her dowry on this day. When Jingwan and others came, many people were there. When they entered the room, everyone hurriedly stood up to greet them, especially Yu Yao. As the Wangzhu, she should accept the greetings. Yu Yao might be a little impulsive in daily life, but when she was serious, she was very serious. She even had a little bit of great elder princess's shadow. In a short time, she could be very intimidating. With regards to Yu Yao's arrival, especially when she stated her intentions, not to mention the relatives and friends of the Zhou family, Even the people of the Zhou family were very surprised. She directly alarmed the old madam of the Zhou family. This was the honor that came with status. The gifts sent by Great Elder Princess were certainly not shabby. They were opened on the spot, which made all the madams and ladies in the room envious. Many people were also curious about the gifts sent by Jingwan, but Zhou Shuang didn't open them. She knew that Jingwan was never a stingy person. Compared with Great Elder Princess's gifts, her gifts were probably even better. If others saw them, it would be a slap in Great Elder Princess's face. At that time, it would be really embarrassing. Of course, there were also smart people who thought of this. They didn't join in the fun and even stood on Zhou Shuang's side to say something. The girl who spoke didn't realize it for a moment and was naturally unhappy. The faces of Zhou Shuang's mother and grandmother darkened one after another. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, someone with a glib tongue helped to change the topic. Jingwan didn't say anything, because the gifts she prepared were more and more exquisite regardless of the value. Because there were quite a lot of people coming and going, Jingwan and others didn't stay long and said that they would come tomorrow morning. When almost all the people left, Mrs. Zhou walked into her daughter's room. Seeing Zhou Shuang touching a set of hair accessories, Mrs. Zhou's eyes flashed with surprise. Even the gifts she prepared for her daughter were not as good as this one. She walked forward and asked, "Is this a gift for Miss Luo?" Zhou Shuang looked up at her mother and nodded. Mrs. Zhou stroked her head and said, "Keep it well. Mother doesn't need to worry that you will suffer in the future. With such a handkerchief to support you, you are stronger than our Zhou family. This is also my son's fortune." Zhou Shuang nodded. She felt the same way. When she first became friends with Jingwan, it was only because their personalities were more compatible. Coupled with her relationship with Yuan Xiaoqiao, they got closer and closer. Who knew how many people envied her today? Zhou Shuang's heart was filled with sweetness. Jingwan came over early in the morning, as she said. However, Mrs. Quan Fu was already wringing noodles for Zhou Shuang. She wrung out all the hair on her face. TSK, it was painful just looking at it. Jingwan touched her face. There was almost no hair on her face. When the time came, she shouldn't have to suffer. It was best to let Mrs. Quan Fu do the honors. She wrung the noodles and carefully combed her hair. When it was time to put on makeup, Zhou Shuang begged Jingwan to help her. Although it was against the rules, Mrs. Quan Fu didn't mind. Jingwan also readily agreed. She carefully put on makeup for her, covering up some small flaws. She also put on a light layer of blush according to her face shape. Her face was still the same face, but looked more beautiful. Many people were amazed. No wonder the bride wanted Luo San Miss to help her with her makeup. If they were in her shoes, they would definitely do the same. When the groom lifts the veil, I don't know how happy he will be. Zhou Shuang blushed, adding a touch of color to her face. By the time everything was done, most of the people had left. Only Jingwan and a few others stayed behind to chat with her. Not to mention other things, just by listening to the movements outside, it was clear that this wedding was far from the one a few days ago. The groom is here. That you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.